to access foreign banking. So since they're already in default and they don't really have access to the deep foreign credit markets, the only people who might give them loans are China, India, South Africa. China and India and South Africa would likely only do that at usurious rates if they are willing to do it at all. So in that case, their best and probably only option will be to run the printing press. That said, because they do have significant assets weighed against that, they are selling product abroad, still in the form of especially oil products. Because this is still going on, we would expect that this will cause internal inflation in a pretty bad way. It's already running probably around 20 to 30%. It may now be higher. Very hard to get this number because Rostat's so bad. It probably varies across regions, and things are changing quickly in Russia. So they're going to run the printing press to deal with any shortfalls. This will not blow them up into, let me phrase it, not will not. It is unlikely in the next 2 years that running their printing press to make up for shortfalls would put them in like Weimar Germany territory or even Argentinian Turkish territory, that 80% rate. That might be plausible in 2 years of printing press. I don't think this war is going to run that long, but that's the kind of thing that we'd be looking at. So that's not going to end the war by itself, but it absolutely is going to add pressure to a regime already under pressure and just make things that much harder on them on the margins and make things that much messier for them in a post-war environment. So I think that's the way I'm looking at that. Yes, there is some risk that this sort of has the wheels fall off the bus for them. Certainly, I would applaud if that happens, but I think that risk is so low, even with everything else, that like there's just much faster ways and much bigger risks that are currently on the horizon for them in the economic sphere. Most notably, I'm watching and trying to track closely any news about their rolling stock. That's their train cars and train locomotives because of their problems getting ball bearings. Their truck and car production is the next thing to look at. We knew their logistics were bad going into this war. Not having trains and trucks at full capacity make it worse. Anything that makes that problematic, more industrial fires, things like that, evidence of Stuxnet type viruses hitting any of their critical infrastructure, things of that nature could go much faster and farther than this major currency problem, which, to be clear, it's not good for your economy to do it. It's just not as bad as all the other crap they're doing. So it's just, we're not going to put that at the top of the list of like what's going to bring them down. Make sense?
Yeah, that all makes sense. I was just curious about if they were selling gas to Europe, if that would change the picture at all right now for them, or would they still be sort of in the same boat economically?
I mean, the best thing they could be doing economically would be not attacking Ukraine. But since they're like gung ho on that one, everything on the margins makes it worse or better. And the not selling gas to Europe absolutely makes it significantly worse because that's a lot of revenue that could have come in for them. And they definitely could have gotten paid in euros. And they could have maintained some of that infrastructure up and running to try and, like, when you go nuclear the way they did with their gas infrastructure to Europe, they have permanently lost the ability to leverage that. I'm not sure if many of these European countries are ever trusting Russian gas again. I think this is for the better, but they've lost the ability to sell there. And the fact that they had Europe used to buying Russian gas is also a two-way street. Their natural gas infrastructure is really only built, a lot of it's built to sell a majority of that to Europe, and it's very difficult to build new infrastructure to sell that somewhere else. Very expensive to build, liquefaction facilities and degasification facilities. So yeah, they're missing out on a ton of revenue they could have from outside. They're never going to retrieve that back. They were not. So I think that absolutely would have helped them on the margins. They would be marginally better off had they sold that gas to Europe. I do not think that is enough to change the broader, be marginally better for them than it is. But when lots of things they do make everything marginally worse, that just increases the overall internal pressures and the likelihood of really drastic outcomes for the Russian Empire. To be fair, I'm one of the people in this space who roots very hard for really drastic outcomes. I've been convinced by all of the academics and speakers from former Soviet minorities that the further breakup of the Russian Empire would be one of the greatest and safer things to possibly happen. So that's my personal approach. But all of these extra added risks, all these extra added pressures bring stuff like that into greater possibility. Or, even if they do keep it all together, it's going to be longer, bloodier, a deeper sort of depression, an uglier sort of 5 years or decade, just trying to keep their country, in one piece as these things go on. So I would say that was a drastic mistake that made things a lot worse, and it killed their ability to not just get income when they need it now, but will probably kill their ability to get income in the future. So I think that was just an all-around bad play, that specific part.
Yeah, that's some good analysis. I appreciate that. And then just as a final, just short question, it does feel like since they switched from basically propping up the ruble to starting to print money, like this is a milestone. It is one of many, but it does feel like an incremental difference to things in the negative direction for them. Is that a good understanding of it globally?
Yeah, no, it's every major, when you're centralized, they're super centralized, right? We discussed earlier they weren't a market economy, so these are actually decisions being made by very centralized, close to Putin decision makers, close to the center of power decision makers, and every time their regime, makes a decision that further closes them off and further reduces foreign trade and foreign investment in either direction, that hurts the regime further. So, for all the reasons that I have said on the space, Akash, for the smoothest voice we have, has said on the space, trading with them has not brought them into human rights. It has just empowered their worst impulses, which has just given them significant more money and power to try genocide in this war. They're now doing that themselves, right? They're like we don't need to embargo their gas if they're just going to turn it off. So they're achieving things with they basically achieve things that somebody like me would think not plausible, but which would happen by some of their decisions. So, sort of on the economic playing field, kind of like the fact that they had $200+ billion in not particularly friendly foreign central banks that are now frozen. It's a very good thing they're so stupid. With that, let's go to Christiana and Polymath.
Can you hear me now without sounding like R2D2?
Yes, for whatever reason, my random glitches are now slowed down. Apparently, some of this Twitterist experienced.
I just wanted to ask if anybody has I was mentioning Wintershall because Wintershall is a German company that said that it's not doing business with Russia anymore, and I raised my eyebrow a bit when I heard it because Wintershall had stakes in Nord Stream, so that's why I think Axel was really upset about the Wintershall deal, and I gave him my dissertation paper where I wrote about Wintershall. Unfortunately, I didn't have much data on that because I had to cut some of it short because it was requested. But that's why I was asking about Wintershall.
I don't know them specifically, but I do know that we are short on without much coming through the Nord Stream pipeline. It's very easy to say you're not doing business with Russia if that was your business before, right? Like there's Nord Stream is not in service right now. The Russians are not piping gas, and the Europeans aren't receiving gas. So, given the lack of Nord Stream action, yeah, I think that it is absolutely accurate to say that it's not happening right now for them.
Yeah, of course, through Nord Stream, no, but it was disclosed into the public that the Wintershall was still doing business with Russia by selling them fuel or something like that, jet fuel or some. I don't remember exactly. Some kind of, I don't know, derivative for
if
jet
you have an
fuel.
article or something to send me, let me know. I was not following this specific piece of info as closely as apparently you were. Happy to go read up because apparently I may have missed something.
Up next, I think we have a polymath. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to pose a question to finance or anyone else that wants to comment. Ben and Gunther were having a great dialogue earlier today about, Gunther's question basically was, what signs did Ben see, or what was he looking at or watching regarding possible collapse or severe downturn in the Russian economy? And so obviously you discussed the printing of money. Is there anything else that you're keeping an eye on, finance? Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, I'm actually don't think that is as easy to keep an eye on as maybe it should be or it is or whatever. I am more looking at as far as the economy of Russia goes, not the printing of money per se, but internal inflation rates. That's how they're doing it. That's something I'm really curious more about industrial production and any signs that things are stopping to come out of their military industrial complex, right? So imports are still the thing that I like hearing about. I really like hearing about anything involving sanctions and secondary sanctions, and I'm trying to figure out like for instance, how much Turkey is importing, especially machine tools to Russia is a big thing whenever we can get numbers on that, because Turkey doesn't really make a lot. So whatever Turkey's importing, that's probably a cutout for a European country. So those are the kinds of things I'm looking at now. And, and obviously the question that got arisen today, why in the world are we seeing Israeli, US, UK parts in these Iranian drones? Is a question that I would like to have the time to go hunt down, or see if I have any friends who have that hunted down, because it's not exactly a who's who of Iran's friend list that has parts in their drones, and these are all countries that do not like Iran and do like Ukraine. So it is very disheartening to see that kind of action. Also, welcome to the panel, Carlos.
Hello, everybody. I just, I guess I heard some things about aircraft parts, and I wanted to bring up okay, small background. I moved from military to commercial space, but it's still under, government contracts, if that makes sense. And we basically fly third. We talked about third generation, fourth generation fighters before. We fly third generation fighters that are basically upgraded to fourth generation. And one example I'll give to you was South Africa during apartheid. They were able to get around sanctions, but nobody knew about it. I mean, not that people can't guess these things, but they got around. They had some Kafirs that they needed to upgrade, and they made them into an aircraft they called the Cheetah. They were able to upgrade the radars, the entire weapon systems, airframes, everything. From what I have heard anecdotally, in Russia, they have a lot of aircraft that they just were leasing, and that, of course, they didn't give back. And at this point, they're cannibalizing some of that fleet. So they're able to cannibalize because they're not flying as much. But the broader point here is that that gives them enough parts to kind of go into flying what they need to. And the second part of that is there's no doubt that they're overflying some of the suggested hours that you would have on a part. So they can just kind of, again, overflying is something that a lot of people do. It's not, there's usually limitations on it, but when you're on a war footing and people are not giving you stuff in the normal channels, you will, that's the technique.
Yeah, thank you, Carlos. So you think they're currently overflying, or you think they're able to, between cannibalization, all the other dirty deeds, getting the job done that way?
To be honest, I think they're doing all three. I mean, I there's no way that they're not getting parts through various means, and I guarantee you they're doing overflying as well, and then I think they're cannibalizing as needed.
So basically, we're back to the AC/DC song, "Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap." Apparently, I'm the only AC/DC fan. No laughs. Got a 100 from Carlos. Oof, tough crowd tonight. All right. Well, thank you for the approach, Carlos. For those who haven't checked out his bio, is a foreign current. I don't know if you're a former military pilot, correct, Carlos?
Yeah, I'm a retired Marine, F-18 pilot, and current adversary fighter pilot in the commercial spaces.
What is an adversary fighter pilot? For those of us who have no clue what that is, me, I'm those of us.
Yeah, no worries. So, because the U.S. military and NATO forces don't have enough active duty pilots to be able to provide their own bad guys, which is also termed red air. They've hired commercial companies to provide that. And so it's called adversary air. So it's adversary commercial air. It allows them to be the quote unquote good guys and use all their assets and money towards fighting the way that they would and not having to do red air themselves. So we are the full-time red air, which means it's going to sound kind of weird, especially on this channel, but we play the part of Chinese fighters or Russian fighters or Syrian, as it were, whatever they need as their adversary for that particular mission.
So you are then an expert on flying Soviet-style craft, if I understand, given your job?
Yes, that is affirmative. So we fly FSU, is the term, former Soviet Union tactics, all the way up to fourth and fifth gen replication. So we can fly, as well as Chinese fighter. and it's all about replication, which is, the whole complicated conversation I won't go into.
Great. Well, thank you. Do appreciate having you in the space. Happy you found us. Like your contributions. All right. We have a couple other speakers coming up. And if anyone has a military question, I would direct you to our friend Carlos, who is a veteran, as he just told us, and can also answer at a very high level of detail all of your aerial-based needs. If you have a military question, please do not direct that to me. You can, but I will just look at you strangely because I will never have your answer. That said, we have Nolly and Gunther both with their hands up, courtesy of Twitter. Nolly's hand showed up first. So Nolly, please speak. I think it's Nolly. Yes, Nolly.
Yeah, it is. And firstly, I want to tell you, Finance, that you are not the only AC/DC fan on this forum at all. So rest easy. Then my question is about the sanctions and sanctioning electronics parts, because I've seen writings and pictures regarding the Iranian loitering ammunitions and stuff like that. And one article was complaining about a voltage converter on on a circuit board. And for those of you who don't know electronics at all, a voltage converter is a really simple part, which is beginning from the electronic hobbyist upwards, use that part. So my question is, where is the line being drawn for dual use parts that have to be sanctioned, and also dual use parts that aren't sanctioned? That's my question. Thank you.
Your question is excellent, and I do not know exactly where the line is drawn, but given the recent announcement, it seems it just got moved and in the right direction. I wish I had a better answer for you. Unfortunately, I've only got the answer I've got, which is not perfect here. But, the U.S. may have been, this seems to have spurred the U.S. and especially the current Biden administration, which had definitely some institutional holdover from the Obama administration as far as willingness to deal with Iran. And definitely this spurred them into a different view of action than they may have previously wanted to partake in. So from that perspective, I would say that the level of action just got increased. Yes, you are asking the right kind of question, though. What we consider to be dual use and what is not considered to be dual use is absolutely a useful question. And it's been very clear until now that U.S. industrial policy has not been wedded anywhere near heavily enough to national security policy. It is understood if you brought it up, but it has not been holistically approached that way in at least recent years. So yes, there's people in the intelligence community who track it. We know this because we have reports from, say, the Soviet era of like Soviet production of that are like non-redacted now in public, like CIA reports and things that academics publish and stuff. So we know the intelligence community tracks it, but as far as holistic policy, it's just not married yet. And I'm definitely hoping it moves in that direction. But that is an excellent question. Also, thank you for also appreciating the excellent music of AC/DC. Gunther.
We want to rock. I'll say that much. So years ago, I took a flight that, as an American, I wasn't supposed to, from Cancun to Cuba, and I had the pleasure of flying, I assume, on some sort of Soviet aircraft, small windows, and it was the strangest experience because right as we're taking off, the whole interior of the plane filled up with fog, like it was some sort of a disco or something. I was survived, and so, hey, Carlos, this is my question, which is, what do you think about Russian, in particular, not necessarily Ukrainian, but Russian aircraft development and design over the years, and how has it changed, and how do we kind of think about it now? And I'm thinking mainly in sort of the commercial space. It's sort of a broad question. I know.
No, not at all. I totally get it. The thing is, there's been so much cross-pollination between commercial aircraft. Obviously, there's a huge firewall between military. The commercial spaces, they moved more towards so less internal production, more leasing, and so I know that their internal production went down, but in terms of like the kind of aircraft you're talking about, so post-Soviet Union aircraft, not creating the disco effect with the fog machines, yeah, they've definitely improved, and their safety records improved, and there's also parts that are more universal. So even though they're maybe not, the aircraft themselves are not engineered exactly the same, there is more universality in parts, and I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So is there, like, in Russia currently, like, one major commercial manufacturer of like commercial aircraft, or is there more than one? Or were there more than one?
There's definitely more than one. Last I counted, I think there was 6, but 2 major commercial, and the rest are basically feed into that. They do more regional type aircraft.
And then another one, just at a high level, like Russian 5th generation fighter aircraft. What are your thoughts on those?
They definitely don't have the. So we use the understood term is stealth, and the new term is low observable, because nothing is stealth is kind of the way that the thought goes. They're definitely, all countries are behind in that low observable space, which is why the Joint Service Strike Fighter, that was a purchase amongst many countries, has that technology. So I would say their 5th generation, that's the one thing they lack. Their radar cross section is a lot higher than NATO aircraft, and so I call theirs a 5th generation minus, because they do have upgraded radars. They have, obviously weapon systems. The other thing we talked about a week ago or so, was that a lot of their weapon systems, or munitions, I should say, are external storage. So they didn't go with the low profile base, basically. And if you notice, a lot of our weapon systems are now internal to the aircraft, which lowers their radar cross section. So ours are definitely fully 5th generation, and their aircraft are 5th generation minus.
And if you don't mind, one more question. Have you been surprised that they haven't appeared to use them at all? Or at least, or are they just been using them from deep inside their own airspace?
Very sparingly from deep inside their airspace. They do not want to lose their premier aircraft. They don't have as many. They don't fly them as much. They're definitely not as proficient, and they haven't truly used them during large force exercises to integrate with their ground forces. So that's kind of, I guess, one of the reasons. And I did tweet out an article that was put out by War on the Rocks that kind of talks through their air order of battle. But even though it doesn't mention that specific, what we're talking about, they don't have as many pilots that are trained. They don't have as whole squadrons of their 5th gen either.
So if you saw them being used, that would definitely raise some eyebrows, because that would show like a certain level of concern and maybe desperation on their part if they were used in a more forward way.
I would say that is the case, but it's also intelligence driven on their part. If they're not being, they would definitely be feeling more confident, I would say, in working towards air superiority, maybe closer to the east, which they definitely don't have, obviously, as been demonstrated.
Hey, I appreciate answering all those. That's really great information. Thanks again. Thanks for your service too, by the way.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much, Carlos. And so, Carlos, with all these air bases being hit, obviously we cheer that, especially in my joking fake company, the Attic Infrared Cigarette Company. What's it going to take for Russia to stop being able to do all of these civilian terror missions that they're using their Air Force for right now? Like what kind of what's it gonna take for those to stop?
So unfortunately, because of the air bases that we can't, and I say when I'm saying we, I'm talking about, and to include Ukraine, obviously, we can't strike, or nobody has the desire yet to strike Russian targets on Russian territory. So those air bases can be used no matter what. What I do know is that during the beginning of the war, they used them a lot more, and that's what that article I referenced from War on the Rocks, they went back and looked at some data and were able to find out that their air order of battle, they did fly quite a few sorties in the beginning. Again, they were looking to mass their forces, used a lot of munitions, and they thought that they would be able to gain air superiority quickly. They were able to take out, I think the statistic I saw was about 75% of the static Ukrainian air defenses. But the ones that survived and how they were able to quickly disperse them and bring them back up, they were able to basically deny air to the Russians. So this goes to the thing that we all keep foot stomping, everybody talks to. We need to keep this a ground fight for now. And that's going to be done by air defense, which will ultimately protect your artillery, the HIMARS, all of the scheme maneuver for the ground forces. As they push further east, you're going to see a lot that that Russian air, particularly tactical fixed wing, will be able to engage more because they can, their combat range won't be as limited. But there's no way they can take out the runways that they would use and all that stuff. Unlike, obviously, Russia has been targeting their airfields, especially in the past, to deny them use of those. And obviously, there's other ways to get around that. Obviously, the UK and the Marine Corps had the jump jets, Harriers, which obviously are in the process of going away, and that's why they chose the JSF B variant, which is a STOVL for the short takeoff and landing and vertical landing. But does that answer your question, or is there anything more specific?
That answers my question. Thank you. So basically, it's gonna be a while, is the short version of that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a while unless the allowable risk changes in terms of being able to take out somehow be able to deny their air within Russian territory.
Lovely. Wish I could say that was an inspiring answer, but I do appreciate it was an honest one. Anyways, with that, I will kick it to you. Joseph, are you with us?
I am finance.
Back to you.
Thank you. Well, I will put out maybe another call for some hands. We got maybe one more person coming up, but the panel's always open, folks. We got finance here pulling a late shift with me like the old days, which is nice. So if you have any financial related questions on such matters, you can always press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We've also got Carlos, who is a JTAC, also a pilot, knows a lot about aviation. So if anyone has any questions about anything in that field, it's a good time to ask. So we got a couple of hands. I will first go to Dave and then Christian. Dave, please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. I have a question for Carlos. About it seems like if Ukraine was able to really have a good air superiority setup, then they'd be able to end this quite a bit quicker. And I'm wondering, there's been a lot of noise about if the U.S. should send F-16s, or if they should trade with Poland or somebody else. And a lot of the argument against that I've heard is that it just would, Ukrainians wouldn't be able to use these F-16s. It would take them too long to learn them. But how long would it take to learn a new aircraft, an F-16, and be able to use it competently?
So this is specifically why I actually was able to find this channel. Somebody had asked me this maybe, I want to say, just over a week ago. And that's how I learned about this great space. So if you ask a current active duty military guy, they're going to broadcast a year and a half to 2 years. That's based off of a very rigid military syllabus. What I've been advertising since I'm in the commercial spaces, and we actually take active duty guys and teach them a completely new aircraft, because you're taking combat experienced Ukrainian pilots and putting them through a shorter syllabus. Flying something like an F-16 is very easy. It's a fourth generation fighter, fly by wire, very easy to fly, take off, land, emergency procedures, stuff like that. Maybe the part that they would have to study more, which is obviously part of this whole package, is using the upgraded systems, the RWR, the radar, how to employ maybe weapon systems they haven't used before. It's not that they're complicated, it's just that, again, that's the part that would be more of an academic thing. So given the fact that we have use of many awesome simulators, you could basically train them in, I would say, 7 to 10 months. And again, that's a very short, from the short end of the stick, but it's totally feasible. Now, we're talking about a future of the Ukraine Air Force. This is not a stopgap measure now. This is for when they're already rolling back, hopefully getting the big win by pushing Russia out to their original borders, and the future of Ukraine being able to deny and go toe-to-toe, at least in the air picture, as a part of a greater alliance. So the F-16s definitely need to be talked about. I will hold off on bringing up something, but I'll make sure I can find an open source thing. But I think there's some talk, I'll just say that for now, of Northrop Grumman is starting up the F-16 line again to sell not just to other NATO countries, but possibly to Ukraine as well.
Oh, thank you for that.
The F-16 seems to still be the be-all and end-all of systems, right? Like, it's still the thing. Am I missing something here?
No, I mean, obviously there's other fighters we could talk about. There's, by tail number, all the commercial guys and every military knows all the tail numbers out there. For example, you have F-18s out of Australia that they're going to be giving up. There's some in Canada, obviously, but the F-16s they're very prolific. There's tons of them out there. Lots of countries have purchased them. Obviously, there's a lot of older ones, and there's going to be new line of them. So the reason the F-16 is so good, the cost per flight hour is lower than other aircraft. There's parts, there's a lot of maintainers, which is an important part of this conversation that we haven't exactly talked about, but you have to have maintenance know-how. So there's a lot of people that have worked on F-16s, their engines, their avionics, all that kind of stuff. So there's multiple countries you could quickly get teams together that have worked on those aircraft. And again, it comes down to cost, right? So a single engine, which is an amazing engine. And again, very prolific aircraft.
Great. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Finance. By the way, I sent you the Wintershall article. Since we've got Carlos here, I want to ask him if he could do a comparison between F-16 and a Saab Gripen, because I've asked some other people and they couldn't really give me an answer on which is better. Of course, F-16 is battle tested and the Saab Gripen is not that battle tested, but do you have any opinion on that?
Both are great fighters. I mean, if you were to go, this is where there's two different ways to think about this. Everybody likes to put people in a mano-a-mano type of situation where you have F-16 versus a Gripen. And to be honest with you, I really think it would come down to the pilot in that circumstance. They both have great radars. They both have great turn radiuses and also low radius. Their turn performance is really great. So that part is not really what we care about. We care about the beyond visual range piece of it. Both have very capable weapons. Both have amazing radars. I would say the reason that the F-16 is superior is purely because so many nations have it. And so the cost per flight hour goes down quite a bit. Both would be great to have, though. I mean, so I wouldn't deny one over the other than to say that it would be a lot easier to get your hands on a fleet of the F-16s, and that would be my answer.
Awesome. That was a hunch. Thank you. Very good answer.
So,
Christian.
folks, next we go to Christian.
Thank you. Since again we have you here, and I just want to ask you a bit about the incident with the rocket landing on that Polish farm. Could you speculate, if you can, and if you feel comfortable with it? For example, Biden said that it wasn't launched from Russian territory, which I agree. It's along or I don't agree, depending, considering the fact that we've seen a lot of missiles launched from the Caspian Sea. But anyway, I'm not an expert on that. I won't contest anyone on that because I don't know. But would you say that this could have been air launched, depending on the missile type? Because I'm not convinced that it was an S-300 system.
Yeah, I'm going to steer away from this, other than to say, I know that I can't remember if it was Colby or somebody else had put out pictures that they had collected from the wreckage, and that's ultimately what's going to be able to identify the type of munition that was used. I mean, so the forensic piece of it is really twofold, right? The wreckage pieces, and then there's radar data that somebody has tapes of, and they will be able to. That's why they're saying with some confidence what they are advertising so far. There's usually point of origin and then the point of impact. I would kind of take it one level higher than what we're talking about and just say that the broader context is that because Russia is using these drones that everybody's talking about, they're kind of using them to congregate in the loitering munitions and using them to mass these attacks together to try to overwhelm the air defense picture. That's the ultimate cause of this accident, if you will. So I'd say in the broader context, you could firmly blame it on Russia, even if it wasn't necessarily directly launched from their territory or an aircraft. The second piece of this is my plug for the air defense, is that, you know, the S-300 and some of these other systems are, you know, they're antiquated. They've done a great job in taking care of their equipment, but there's two things that need to happen. The system that they have in place, they need to obviously continue to take care of them. Everybody needs to help with finding the parts for those particular older pieces that are Russian built, and augment them, which is a lot of the talk that's been going on today. A lot of countries are making either commitments or are sending air defense, whether it be especially the simple ones, man pads, right? The man portable ones. This will continue to deny air for tactical assets for Russia, but it will also be able to help them take care of these drones that they're using in their punishment campaign. And then the third piece of this is it causes Ukraine to use a lot of their munitions to shoot down things, rightfully so, right? They're trying to protect the civilian population. But in order to sustain this protection, the munitions need to come from all of their allies and those that are willing to support. I hope I kind of broadened the question answer.
If I can, well, there's no doubt that Russia is to blame for this. It's 100% settled on this. I think no one else can contest this. But I'm just going to give you a bit of a context. I used to be a national security advisor for Romania, for Romanian MPs, and in some cases I still am, not officially, but anyway. I'll give you this really cool joke from the Romanian culture to maybe see what's happening, because the inquiry and investigation, yeah, awesome. But let me just start this. So there's a contest, yeah, to settle which security service is the best in the world. So there are three nations that were participating. This is a really old joke. It was the US with the CIA. It was the Germans the Israelis with their secret service. And there was the Socialist Republic of Romania with the Securitate. So they were made, the contest was like this. This is a forest, there's a rabbit in it. Find him. So the Americans went in with their surveillance system, high tech, whatever, came out with there's no rabbit. The Israelis came into infiltrated, talked to sources, deep infiltration, so on and so on. they couldn't find the rabbit. It came out of the forest and said, "There's no rabbit." The Securitate guys went into the forest, came out 5 minutes later with the bear by its neck, screaming, "Okay, okay, I'm the rabbit, stop hitting me." So I trust investigations and inquiries as much as intentions and the outcome that is wanted, if you get my point. I don't know if I'm coherent. So I'm from political reasons and from political communication that has happened. And I know how procedures are, and sometimes they take a long time, sometimes they don't. But I'm still not convinced on this issue.
Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from with that. And I think this is a battle that all of us have. There is a certain level of trust, and I know you've heard this saying before: trust but verify. And I just don't know that we can get so anchored in on this one incident. To your point, by some degree, there's no way that we would ever know if we didn't give a certain level of just, I guess, trust to certain not only individuals but agencies, and that's why I was trying to tie it into the bigger picture as far as I'm concerned, because especially as a battlefield commander, it's like you can only do the after actions come after you have time to kind of digest these things, and it is good that we're able to kind of mull over these things together. But I do understand your point, and I do agree that not all things can be trusted in these types of investigations. But I mostly really do care about tying it to the broader strategy and moving forward to be able to prevent or at least minimize the instances of this occurring in the future.
Thank you, Carlos. Christian, you had some follow-up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph, and thank you, Carlos. Absolutely, I agree. The broader picture is more important, but this has some effects on the broader picture. So if indeed this was a test for reactions and after effects of such actions, of such red lines crossings and so on, considering with whole of NATO and everybody has been saying that they will protect every square inch of NATO territory, which is true. I believe that 1000%. It's no problem on this. But if they're trying to bury this and the Russians know it, this is going to invite so many other things because if we, again, taking a step back and looking at the broader picture, if we can remember that they have no issue with assassinating people on NATO territory and NATO countries and doing all sorts of ill-conceived things, and considering, for example, you surely know this, Carlos, that their official, unofficial military doctrine is to fly, for example, on the line of anyone's airspace, and we've seen such accidents happened in Turkey in 2015 when they shot down those Sukhois. We know that these guys have the balls. We know that these guys have the courage and the intent to not follow any rule. So I wouldn't want a conclusion where they would think they are allowed to do whatever they want, and this is a really big, big strident red line, in my opinion. If this is the case,
Yeah, exactly. And I think one small thing I would add to this is, even the U.S. military and government has withheld key information from its citizens before in an attempt to try to shape the narrative or keep the agenda between. But here's the thing that I would say, in their heart of hearts, each side, especially the people that are in the know, they do know what happened, or can speculate a lot better than, let's say, we can on this particular format. So I think what I think is important really is that all of our coalition that is now calling out war crimes and seeing the true nature of what this Russian war has turned into, really, it's about the time of our choosing, if that makes sense. Just like Ukraine is going to maneuver in the gaps when it's advantageous to them. And that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we're wrong on here a lot in terms of being able to know their exact movements, because that means that they have good operational security and that their plans are, basically not coming out and being broadcast. And so I kind of look to this particular thing the same way. I think ultimately, I don't want to have such a hairpin trigger on something. I want there to be a calculus behind the scenes that we learn about and then can talk about and celebrate.
Thank you, Carlos. Yeah, good points. If anyone does want to come up, I'll put another call out. Please do feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I will also use this opportunity to say, please do retweet the space. Let people know we exist. Spread the word about the Maria Report. We do appreciate it. Also follow the Maria Report host account. Thank you very much for doing all that stuff, guys. One last thing. Please do check out MriyaAid.org. It is a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They're focused on being run completely by volunteers. That means there's no overhead cost, no administrative costs, or cell phone bills, anything like that. Everything goes directly to procuring non-lethal aid and shipping it to Ukraine. So if you're so able, so inclined, please check out MriyaAid.org and give what you can. Thank you very much. Luca, welcome up. It's been a while, buddy. Go ahead.
Oh, hey. Yeah, thank you. No, I agree with what you guys were saying. Yeah, fundamentally, even if this was like Russia testing the alliance, if someone makes a move, and they're trying to take the initiative, I'm thinking in terms of like playing like a board game. You don't necessarily like some of you were saying now have to respond immediately after, right? Clearly, we do not want to send the signal that if this was a test, Russia has free reign to do whatever they want. So there has to be a response, but it doesn't have to necessarily be an immediate, response that is publicly made. I feel that this could be potentially what has happened. If indeed was not an accident. I came up already twice or three times where I said I really do not believe it was a Ukrainian blunder. If it was like a failure of like an interceptor, maybe. But, when you look at all the news, there are a couple of like, shady back and forth. So, yeah, it might have been a provocation, and hopefully, like we discussed in here, it will motivate some of the more unsupportive parties in the alliance to pony up and support more Ukraine. They're doing what they need to do to kick the Russian ass, and we should support them more and more, especially if this was a provocation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. It's always good to have more than one perspective. So do come up, people, share your perspectives. I appreciate Luca coming up to discuss this. So it's been, of course, quite a week, or I guess week and a half or so. Of course, the liberation of Kherson province, or Kherson city, I should say, not the entire province yet, was a very, very significant milestone in the course of the war. We've seen now a complete change in sort of strategic, the strategic military situation, as well as arguably sort of the overall picture of like the political objectives of the war. You know, the Russians are sometimes sort of consoling themselves with this idea that they'll be back, but I would say that any realistic planners on their side are pretty obvious. It's obvious that they've lost this situation. So, you know, the liberation of Kherson City and the continued pressure on the Southern Army is a developing situation. Of course, in the north, Ukrainian forces do seem poised for yet another breakthrough. We've kind of had our eye on it for a while. I believe Svatove is the city that everyone kind of keeps their eye on in terms of if Ukrainian forces are able to push through there. It would sort of really hamper Russia's ability to supply a lot of the Donbass front, or I should say, it exposes the Donbass front to a lot of like strategic problems if Ukrainian forces are up there causing havoc. So I would say overall the situation is very positive for Ukraine. The strategic momentum is on the side of Ukraine. I would say for the last about 2 months or so. Ukraine has basically been dictating the battles on their terms, with one exception, and that would be Bakhmut. Of course, Ukrainian forces are bravely resisting Russian attacks. And the Russians, when I say Russian attacks, I mean, these are literal suicide attacks. These are send, 100 guys and, 20 of them come back. And, maybe the 10th time the Ukrainians run out of ammo or they decide, our position's been given away too much, we're going to get hit by artillery or whatever. And they say, okay, we got to pull back. And these attacks went on and on. Ukrainian forces have been fighting tooth and nail. As pointed out by our friend Konstantin, the forces in Bakhmut have not been given, all the latest and greatest NATO tech and the new guys with the new training and stuff. They're fighting with as limited resources as they can to provide as much supply replenishment to the current offensive operations in the Kharkiv front and the Kherson front up to now. And possibly continuing. So those guys have been fighting very hard and very bravely, and we should never forget that they have been keeping the Russians at bay with literal like suicide wave, human wave tactics for months and months. And relatively recently, the Ukrainian forces were able to counterattack and basically set the Russians back one month of progress, which was quite impressive. So the Ukrainians there even have shown a bit more operational momentum than maybe the pessimists would give them credit for. So it's definitely a good situation in terms of the initiative for the Ukrainian army. We're just very curious to see what happens next. There's a lot of possibilities here. We obviously always say we don't have a crystal ball, but it could be quite. There's a lot of ways that we've wargamed this out where there could be quite a spectacular collapse of the Russian army, but there are also other ways where it could be a much more slow roll, I think. So we're getting Charles up, I believe, but we do have Edvard at the moment. Edvard, welcome up.
Thanks, Yusuf. I got a question for finance, if that is okay.
Only from people not named Edvard do I take questions. So I only take questions from non-Edvard listeners.
Ah, damn it. Well, I quickly changed my name now. Finance, I've been looking at some figures regarding the inflation rates in Russia, and they have publicly stated, I think in October, 13% or 14% or something like that. You surely have the better figures, but some analysts suspect that the figures are rather in the 50% range. What is your take on that? What do you think about the real inflation?
50, I have not seen a 50% number yet, but it wouldn't shock me. I have heard the 20 to 30% numbers, the guys I heard banning around, those are a few months old. I would expect it to be higher now. It is definitely different depending what region you're in. certainly it is only going up, especially as they've now blown a fat hole in their budget. Russia cannot keep this up indefinitely. So certainly I think you are 50 is probably at least spiritually closer to reality than whatever silly number that the Russians are pretending it is. So I think you're more onto something with the bigger rather than smaller numbers on that one. So, I think 30% was around where I used to be. My guess, it's over that now, 40%. 50 would be on the high end. Probably in some regions it's getting there, but if there was some good research showing it, I think that's a more believable number than 13% or whatever line of what's the G-rated term? I'm supposed to be G-rated now. Shiitake mushrooms that they're trying to sell you.
Thank you, Finance.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, Joseph.
Oh, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah. Reason I'm asking this is because, in my opinion, this is also important, for the whole situation, because when people can't afford to buy food anymore, that will also, perhaps, my wishing, but perhaps, so to speak, I have some hard time finding words here, but it will affect the population in the right way, so to speak. That's my hoping anyway. I know economists are inevitable, and the Russians will feel it. That's my hope anyway. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. They will feel it. The question is, look, Russians don't revolt, right? They would rather allow the revolting activities, excuse my pun for a moment, of their government rather than actually revolt against it. So I have zero optimism that even if the Russian public feels the pain, that they'll actually, do something useful like rise up against their vile overlords and, demand a better life for themselves. More likely, they will keep demanding more war and more atrocities because this is Russia and that's what they do.
Look, Finance, I know I looted your Instapot, but could you just give me the code, dude?
Was that English?
Sorry, just a reference to a story. So a Russian soldier stole an appliance from a Ukrainian, and they apparently called them and said, "Hey, like, what's the code for this thing?" They were like, "What? Like, are you kidding me?" Anyway, Nolly, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question for probably finance most, but I just read that Siemens is about to leave Russia finally. I thought they already did that, but and Siemens is absolutely a huge deal because Siemens is involved in pretty much every aspect of life, from automation to hospital gear. So my question really is, do we know anything about other actors in that sector? For instance, Honeywell, Eaton, or Omron is a big one too. And specifically regarding the automation part of industry and stuff like that, do we have any clue what is happening on the sanction front in that regard? That was my question. Thank you.
Excellent question. The short answer is I don't know. And sadly, given the history here, there's a heavy duty, I'll believe it when I see it vibe going on, because Siemens, as you pointed out, has already left Russia And if they continue to use cutouts to sell and or ship the upgrades and the other parts that way, then they can have left Russia without leaving Russia. So I'll believe it when I see it sort of vibe here. And I think that's the way I'm going to have to approach it until we have some better evidence that they're actually gone.
Thank you, Finance. Now I've seen two people. So Jorn raised his hand, and now it's not raising Charles. So I'm just going to try this. Jorn, did you have anything you wanted to add? No, he says no. Charles.
No, actually, Finance answered it. So I know Siemens quite well. Yeah, and he basically answered it. Yeah, Siemens AG, the parent has said that it has stopped business. Siemens Energy, still, which is over the years, Siemens has split up into several smaller companies to become more agile, as companies do. Siemens Energy is still doing some business there, I believe, but I need to check exactly what it is. The healthcare division, Siemens Healthineers, is still doing business in Russia fully. Kind of a topic we discussed last night regarding the sanctions and pulling out in the healthcare industry and pharmaceutical industry. So, yeah, but Finance got it. Seeing is believing.
I will say that I am fading quickly. So if y'all have any more finance questions, I'm taking like one or two more, and then I am sacking out for Charles, who hopefully has more energy than I. I am going to have to apologize for the low level of energy. At this point, I'm a low energy host. Cue up all your favorite political jokes. At this rate, I'm going to sound like a former president attempting to announce his 15th.
It from me.
That's what I'm here for, Lucas. Stealing all the jokes, kind of like I steal all that corrupt money, while like a 15th former president who's trying to run again to avenge his loss that he would have sacked. Not that I'm just theoretically there might be such a person.
No, Finance, I definitely appreciate you staying a little over time to help me out today. Do appreciate it. And I'm glad that I will only have a short time before I will be saved by Doman. And I've got Charles here. I got a great panel. So I do appreciate it. I do have maybe a two-parter for you. It's sort of a Gazprom extravaganza, a Gaz-stravaganza, if you will. So the first is, in my
Sir,
understanding...
this is a G-rated show. G-rated show. That sounds like way too inappropriate, sir. You cannot say that on my show.
Okay, so as far as I understand, in Russia, the Russian state is currently sort of looting Gazprom, right? They're like taking out the pension fund, and I don't remember the specifics, but Ben kind of told me about it in sort of, I'm sure in a lot of detail that I don't remember because I was asleep in Ben's class as always. But there's that going on. So Russia's looting that, and my question is just sort of like, what does that mean? Like, I assume looting the treasury of Gazprom will make it less stable. What does having an unstable Gazprom do for the Russian sort of state and the state treasury and all that? And then the second part of that is, in my understanding, Germany's like nationalizing their part of Gazprom or doing something to that effect. So is there like, what sort of implication will that have for Gazprom? Is it totally a separate kind of entity, or is there going to be some knock-on effect to the mother company, as it were? Go ahead, Finance.
So yes, I actually think that Germany looting. I think that I want to say Germany looting Gazprom, which technically isn't the case. Germany nationalizing their part of Gazprom, which wasn't being properly run according to German law, is the more important story because that pushes Gazprom further out of Germany, makes them less able to act in the country, lowers that Russian influence level that's in Germany. Not that any, say, chancellor of Germany by the name of Olaf Scholz would be under heavy Russian influence and lick Putin's boots every day. I mean, not that we see that happening or anything. But no, in seriousness, I think that's actually the bigger story. It will pull them out of there. It will reduce the dependency relationship that we see there. I think that's the bigger story. On the other hand, when you say looting, look, there's a lot of profits being made by Gazprom, just like all other energy companies, and the Russian state is saying that belongs to us. Now, the Russian state taking those profits, instead of those profits going to an oligarch's yacht or going to Russian shareholders or going to foreign shareholders or going to any owners of capital, normally I would say the biggest problem here is how are they going to raise money in the future. However, they're already under heavy sanctions. I would say that there might be problems with future investment when they want to use that capital. However, given the sanctions, they can't use that to invest in the future. And in the future, they have the worthwhile projects to invest in that if they can find somebody technically useful, willing to come in, there's ways that they could get them compensated. So bizarrely, I don't know how much this is a long-term problem for Gazprom as a company, because the finances they're taking just aren't as important as all of the other sanctions disaster hitting their ability to work with foreign companies, their ability to acquire foreign talent. So all of the major holes that just got blown in Gazprom's ability to access, acquire, and utilize foreign talent, foreign technology, and foreign partnerships, money doesn't really fix those. So insofar as they run as a company, I actually, unlike Ben, don't think this is as big a deal from that perspective, because all the things that this sort of shuts down, they can't do anyways due to all of the other crap going on in this war. So there's a certain logic to it that I understand. Obviously, it screws over the Russian investor. And I would rather the Russian investor have the money than the Russian state, only because it would be harder to do genocide as an individual than as a state. But yeah, that's sort of the way I'm breaking that down. I actually think that the foreign nationalization activities, where their assets and facilities and leadership in foreign companies are changing over and no longer being possible FSB agents, I think that's the bigger story and the better long-term story. I don't think that this is a major long-term obstacle in front of Gazprom. And if it is definitely lower on the list than all the other obstacles I just listed.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, the way you laid it out. Like, it's a company that basically, because of the circumstances you described, like output is going to be going down basically like a rock for the foreseeable future. If they lose some of their money that was dedicated to company operations, it's probably not the end of the world. And as you said, there are like much bigger concerns. So thank you for that breakdown, Finance. I think we maybe have one more question for you, and we'll let you get out of here. Christian, please go ahead.
I just want to ask you, Joseph, actually, they're raiding the pension fund from Gazprom employees or from Russian citizens?
I wish I paid more attention to when Ben talks, but Ben's quiet sometimes. It's hard to hear him. But yeah, I think I just understood that the sort of Russian state went around to Gazprom, to various divisions, and just sort of took money out of places that were meant for company operations, be it pensions, be it other things. Finance described it pretty well, though, that like they might be taking stuff out of places where there's no longer like an operational company existing anymore. That makes a little sense. Christian, go ahead.
Well,
I can answer a little bit. One, there is an operating company existing, but they can't use capital. Like the major theme I keep coming back to when I discuss the Russian economy is they're not like declaring them a non-market economy is accurate. They cannot use capital to buy the things that we can buy in normal Western nations. So like we can spend here in the US $20 billion to build a semiconductor factory, and it might not be the best semiconductor factory. There might be some pork involved, this, that, the other. But at the end of the day, we're going to build relatively modern semiconductors in a factory on American soil. Russia had $20 billion. They needed industrial semiconductors. They literally have no way to spend $20 billion to make a semiconductor factory that works. They can definitely try to spend the $20 billion, but they're going to have $19.5 billion of yachts and Swiss bank accounts and $500,000 of concrete poured and zero semiconductors. So that's sort of the way to think about their inability to spend things when they can use only local talent, because of just how corrupt the system has gotten there. So that's sort of the way in which you look at it. And, yeah, the pension fund is something they agreed to pay their employees, but this is Russia. And if Russia screws over a Russian employee, what are you going to do? Sue Gazprom? Like, you can. Good luck.
Yeah, this is like a
finance,
long-term problem.
I
Go ahead,
want to
sorry.
say something like I saw like a movie, well, a documentary a few months back about World War II, and towards the end of World War II, when Japan was doing pretty badly, they started to do similar moves because their corporations still had cash in their treasury, but the state didn't. They started to go in there and not really nationalizing the corporation, but the state started to raid their treasuries, basically. So it was actually very similar story.
Linus, didn't you do some academic work on like the Zaibatsu and all that, or no? Am I mistaken?
Yeah, no, you're actually right. My thesis was on Japanese economic reconstruction in Allied occupied Japan. So he's actually referring to my exact wheelhouse. But yeah, I'm more versed on the exact post-war area than the during-war area. But yes, my understanding of how the Japanese state dealt with the Zaibatsu in the wartime Japan is as explained.
And just real quick, I guess, I know you're trying to get out of here, but like, do you think that's there's any value to an analogy between the Zaibatsu of Japan, like imperial Japan at its kind of, expansionist height and modern Russia, or you think it's just a totally different situation?
Normally, I like incentive arguments over culture arguments as an economist. That said, while the Zaibatsu have really high levels of centralization, the Japanese economy today has high levels of centralization. They also then and now have significantly better efficiency than the Russian economy. It's night and day. So I'm going to have to go with the comparison is there to be made, but the general efficiency and ability and capabilities of the Japanese corporations is so night and day better than the crap that Russia has right now that it is a difficult comparison. Notably, I'm skipping using the words corruption because there's all sorts of corruption, often formalized in the Japanese zaibatsu and economy, but we're not talking about like factory foremen selling out the equipment of the factory, which is the kind of crap that happens in Russia. We're talking about, a polite, heavy gift giving culture, money definitely greases the wheels, a very close relationship between government and industry in ways that would be deeply problematic or viewed as deeply problematic in Western countries, but in Japan, it's just sort of the way things get done. So it is a very different culture and setup of business, but despite this sort of different approach, definitely there's certain things that look a whole lot like corruption, and I'm not going to argue they aren't, but these companies are way more efficient. They're far better at getting things done on the ground. They were then, they are now, and I would not compare the centralized mega giga holdings of Russia as compare very unfavorably to the also centralized, but albeit more diverse mega giga holdings of Japan, which, despite whatever else and large corporate structures and whatever nepotism, significantly achieve better business results, more foreign competitiveness, ability to export, and ability to produce domestically in a far broader range of industry. So, yes, I see the comparison there, especially due to that centralization aspect, but I really dislike it just because of how much better those corporations are, and they're not directly wedded to the state in the same way that the Russia is some sort of bizarre corporate kleptocracy as a government form, and that would not be the way you would have described Japan then or now. So I don't like it perfectly, but I absolutely see how you get there, and I think it's a very valid comparison. Does that explain my thought process on where you went there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like on paper it makes sense, but like in practice, there's like a lot of problems in terms of like applying the example. So yeah, great points, Finance. Thanks for that. We'll maybe close it out with Christian. And then, you got to go to bed. All right, yeah, we'll do it.
If this is a question for me, this is my last question. I am so dunzo right now. It's actually funny. Christian, if this is for me, great. If it's not for me, I'm just done.
No, go to sleep, man. Have a great night.
Good night, all. Slava Ukraini. And please continue to support Ukraine. Please come listen and help out here on MriyaReport. We do love you. Share and retweet the space. And if you do have a couple extra ducats, MriyaAid.org is an excellent organization. I've also donated myself. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you very much once again, Finance. I always appreciate you coming up to help out. And yep, I just gotta hold on for another 30 minutes or so, and I should get Doman up here. Everything will be great. But until then, please do consider helping us out. I got of course my good friend Charles here. I got Carlos here. My things might take a little bit of a military turn soon, based on the panel. We'll see. But if anyone has any questions in the meantime, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll bring you up. Until then, we'll go to Christian. Christian, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. So this has a link to the previous discussion. So what happened after '89 in Romania after the revolution is Romania suddenly became a market economy, if we can call it that. Unfortunately, what actually happened is these guys from ex-security apparatus and security service from Ceausescu actually took over and privatized these countries, running them into the ground, since all of these guys had no real market economy knowledge, because how can you really, if you've had a planned economy for 40 odd years and you have no actual clue to how to actually raise and accumulate capital. So capitalism in Romania in the 90s was really wild, really wild. So basically they run all these factories and companies, ex-state owned factories and companies into the ground, because they've never been capitalists. They had no clue how to trade. They had no clue how to administer these companies, and what happened was quite obvious. So this is the case in Russia to some degree. This is the same thing that has happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, and with a twist. All these companies, not all of them, but especially in the energy sector, for example, Gazprom, might look like private companies, or if they are to some degree, but they're not. They're still Russian owned, Russian managed, and they manage it according to political gains and or expectations, or what they try to achieve with this. Basically, it's really known that they have a strategy of energy dependency on everybody else, similar to what China is doing with the Belt and Road Initiative. So we've seen what has happened in not only Germany, but Austria and some other countries being dependent on Russian gas. So saying that Russia was a market economy is a bit of a stretch. They might have been to some degree, but not really. And I'm just trying to say one more thing. The political aspect of all this raiding funds and pension funds. This will cause some displeasure among the employees, and not only. And we've seen that in the past, in the history, that all these dictatorships and fascists and whatever countries have always appealed to nationalization and self-cannibalizing their economy in wartime, and it only leads to the eventual fall, because let's face it, they won't be able to keep this up any longer. I'm not, although I'm an economist, I'm not that prolific in it. Ben is in finances, of course, but what this will do politically, this will speed up the supposed or possible fall of Putin and his cronies. So this is good what they're doing. They're cannibalizing their companies. They're really running them into the ground.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. I think it's excellent points, right? I would say that the one thing a command economy can do, and not even that well, is they can pull raw resources out of the ground, right? I mean, you can. It's not that difficult, right, for a command economy to get like concrete or something. Even then, I'm not arguing that the command economy is better at it even than a market economy. But once you start getting any more sophisticated than literally like pulling stuff out of the ground, you start getting these ridiculous inefficiencies that just can't be reconciled. They can't really be dealt with. The only way to deal with them is to basically just have a system where you say anyone who talks about it gets shot, right? I mean, that's kind of what eventually winds up happening. So it's an excellent point, and it's why I think it goes a long way to explaining why Russia is currently unable to even produce like nails, as Ben likes to point out, right? It's very difficult for them. So thank you very much, Christian, for those observations. It's a good point. I think there's a lot of examples of Eastern European economies transitioning into market economies that would definitely apply here in terms of case studies. So maybe we can discuss that further. Eric, welcome up. Please go ahead.
Hey, Joseph, you mentioned earlier the possibility of good news from the North coming up soon here, and the possibility of Russian military collapse. Can you go into more detail on that?
Yeah, sure. So, unfortunately, I'm of course not an expert, but my understanding is that in Kherson front, there is of course a city called Svetove, and Svetove is a city. Let me pull it up here. Let me pull up Svetove for you real quick. It is a city that is in Kharkiv, or I should say the northern front, like the Kharkiv front. And it is, so if you remember, right, Ukraine did this big counteroffensive in Kharkiv front, and there was a river there, and they took everything up to the river, right? So Tove is like the first big city on the other side of that river, if anyone kind of remembers the geography of the Kharkiv offensive. And so once they take Svetove, basically it puts Severodonetsk, and if we all remember, Severodonetsk was like a major inflection point of the war, when Ukraine basically decided we're going to hold out and basically delay the Russians here as long as we can and kill as many Russians as we can while we hold them off. And they absolutely bravely fought the Russians in a very, very intense urban combat, first in the Rubizhna, which is sort of north of Severodonetsk, then in Severodonetsk itself. And then we assumed that Lysychansk, which is a city that's very close to it, would also be a major battle zone. But there wasn't as much of a battle there. Presumably, Ukraine decided to take some favorable exchanges with Russia and redraw their line. So point is, if Svetove falls for the Russians, Severodonetsk is in extreme danger. And there's another city called Starobilsk that's sort of behind it. That city is now under fire control of the Ukrainians, or under threat of fire control. Svetove is controlled by them. And that would mean that like Severodonetsk would have a lot of problems getting proper supply. The Ukrainian forces could get behind it, they could get around it, they could do all sorts of things to it. And quite frankly, the road to cutting off Luhansk is now not that crazy anymore. Like, it wouldn't be that difficult if they can get past the Svatove line. So it's I would say Svatove doesn't represent anything like inherently. It's a relatively important logistics hub for the Russians right now, just because of the way their lines are set up. But like strategically, the reason it's more important is it would be their Ukraine's first foot in the door of like a larger maneuver to potentially like hook around the entire northern front and sort of get behind the Russians, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense, Eric. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah, it does. So, I mean, from what we're hearing tonight, I think this is just a matter of time before Russia implodes. Any of the finance guys want to speculate on a post-Putin era where they've seen the light and they decide that they're going to start following more democratic and market norms, and what they want to speculate on the possibility of something like Russia becoming a halfway decent country?
Sorry, thanks, Eric. Yeah, so unfortunately, I think most of the finance guys have gone to sleep. But if anyone does want to weigh in on this, I'm happy to take any people weighing in. That said, I can maybe speculate a little bit and say, based on what I've heard about the the state of the Russian economy, I think that the thing is, what Russia did when they made this move is they crippled their actual economy like long term for I would guess at least 2 decades. Even if the West just decided magically to turn everything around and say, oh, we're going to be friends with Russia again. I mean, obviously, if they went absolutely out of their way, they could probably speed up the timeline here. But I mean, think about this. Millions and millions of Russians left Russia because of this, right? Educated people. The Russian society and the Russian economy paid to educate those people and raise them and clothe them and feed them and do all that stuff for years and years and years. And now, in the most productive years of their life, when they're supposed to start paying all that back, they left. They ran away because Russia's a crazy country, a bananas country, right? So because of that, they've lost an investment that would have played out over the next 20 years, right? So that's going to hurt them for a long time. Same with a lot of these economic things, right? You don't just become a market economy overnight again, recognized by the United States. You don't just get back on the what's it called? The oh man, all these financial terminaologies escape me. But I'll just
most
say,
favored nation status.
That's right. Thank you very much. Yeah, most favored nation status. Thank you, Florian. Those things aren't easy to get back, right? They take a lot of work. It would be a major diplomatic achievement for Russia. Probably it would be the diplomatic achievement of the decade for them to get most favored nation trading status. I would say that was the major achievement of China in the 90s, was getting most favored trading nation status or whatever. So it's a very we're only seeing the very beginning ripples of this economic problem. And for us, that's very frustrating because we want the war to stop now. We want the war machine to grind to a halt and for them to say, oh no, we're out of to pull out their pockets and they're empty and go, oh no, I guess we can't do the war no more, right? Unfortunately, that's kind of just not how it's going to work. Instead, it's going to be this slow dumpster fire that's just going to keep burning and burning. They're going to try to put a hose on it. It's not going to work because they've seeded their destruction so completely here economically by these sanctions, by the loss of favored trading relations in the global economic system, by the loss of skilled labor, by the loss of any perception that their society is like free or market oriented or a place where like if you work hard you get ahead. They've sort of lost any conception of that. So I would say in the long term, the prospect for the Russian economy over the next 20 years is extremely bleak. Maybe not as bad as a century of Soviet mismanagement, but quite bad. And I don't basically Russia was on the verge of basically seeing through a number of reforms that had sort of made Russia into something close to a rational economy before the sanctions started. And even after 2014, for 8 years, the current finance minister of Russia, I forget her name, that was like her goal. That was her pet project. she was like at the end of a decade of work to like sort of get that in order. And of course, this happened, and it totally just destroyed all the work she had done. So even in favorable conditions over the last 20 years when Russia was transitioning, it was a huge effort for them to make the changes necessary to play in the global market competitive economy. So all that to say, this is going to absolutely hurt their economy in ways we can't even fathom. I would say at least 2 decades, probably more. If anyone else wants to weigh in on this, Florian, I don't know. I heard you pipe up if you wanted to say something about this. Otherwise, we'll just go to your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to pitch in on the discussion before on Gazprom in Germany. So Gazprom controlled all German major gas storages. And by losing them, they lose the ability to control the European gas market. And also, the German subsidiary of Gazprom was the guys who did the LNG shipping. And by Germany taking over, they notified, for example, India, that they will not comply in the LNG contracts anymore. So the LNG promised by Gazprom to India is now off because the Germans do the shipping. They simply said, we don't comply with that anymore. And this, together with the killing off the Nord Stream pipelines, kills off around 60% of Gazprom's actual delivery capacity. And then there's other capacity through Eastern Europe, through the Ukraine, which is also shut off. So Gazprom cannot deliver. And it doesn't have much LNG terminals. It doesn't have the stuff to buy LNG terminals or produce them. So they cannot ship their gas anymore. It's about 80% loss of gas shipping now. And for good, forever. That means the second pillar of the extraction economy, the gas, the still oil, is gone. And that's a major long-term impact. And this will not be recovered any soon because the sanctions will not be lifted. The gas pipelines through the North Sea would take another decade to build. Nobody will finance them. There's $55 billion lost on the Nord Stream investments, so on and forth. So I don't think they will in the next 2 decades. I think they will not recover. And I think I don't agree with you. I think it will be worse than the Soviet Union, especially worse than the Soviet Union in the late 70s, early 80s, where they got all the resource income and so on.
Yeah, thanks, Florian. It's a good point. Very well could be even worse than that. And that was very bad, right? So hold on to your hats because, yeah, the Russian economy is not headed anywhere good, I would say, in the next 20 years. And I would say anyone who tells you otherwise, that this is all good for Russia and they've actually, de-dollarized themselves and they're headed for some kind of a 3D chess strategy where they're a new global economic competitor, they're crazy. There's nothing here that has benefited them economically. It's been an absolute catastrophe, basically from day one of the invasion, arguably since 2014. The Russian economy is a real mess. I understand a lot of people think that means that, the war machine will grind to a halt tomorrow. Sadly, no. But if we're thinking long term, oh boy, it's bad. So thank you very much, Eric. Oh, go ahead.
And one further point. There's only 3 major production hubs for real industrial goods. It's the EU, it's the United States, and China and Southeast Asia. And then they're locked out of 2 of them. And the 2, the US and Europe, usually do the deep stuff, like the machinery to build machinery, or the chip designs, this is the American forte, and so on. And if you don't have the deep goods, you can only assemble things. The Chinese actually assemble more than there's made in China. The stuff is still made in Germany or made in the US or made in France or even in Switzerland. And by locking yourself out to the major 2 production sites that have sort of the deep technologies, you're really screwed. You're really screwed. You cannot build new factories. And this is this ongoing story, which I like best. They cannot even make ball bearings. With ball bearings, nothing that rotates works. No tanks, no machinery and tools, no cars, nothing. And that's not a viable strategy. And the Soviet Union still had this capacity, but they don't have it and they cannot recover it because, as you said before, they're lacking the skilled labor. They don't have the people who do that. And in this sense, they're in a deep shit now. Sorry.
No, thank you, Florian. So it's definitely a point worth making. I understand a lot of people kind of had a hard time or have a hard time wrapping their head around this, that like, how can it be that bad? How can Russia not be able to make a ball bearing or a nail? How can Russia not be able to understand how to pump oil out of the ground at a competitive price? But it's true. It's just the way that the Russian economy is structured. As finance said, it's a corporate kleptocracy. It's like the Wild West, but giant companies run by gangsters, and as a result, they just cannot. They're not a market economy, as Christian pointed out. So real quick, I'll go to Christian, who probably has a point on this. Then we'll go to Craig. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. As I've said before, my dad used to work in oil extraction, and he told me this way back regarding to your point. He said exactly this: if for whatever reason Russia does some ill-conceived plan, and the West really wants to hurt them, it's really easy, because what Russia has done is exactly as you've said. They provide the resources, but they don't have the intellectual resources, which means all the experts, all the specialists, all the engineers required to extract those resources mostly come from the West. And he said, in like the second that the West decides to pull out everything it has from Russia, Russia will land flat on its head.
Thank you very much, Christian. Yeah, excellent points. Greg, go ahead.
Good evening, Joe. Good evening, everybody. Sorry, I've got to go in about 5 minutes or so. I've just been interested in the speaker earlier who said he's an economist in Romania. Is he still available?
Christian,
yeah, I'm not
Yeah?
really an economist. I'm a political advisor, national defense advisor. I'm specialized in economy. My university degree is in economy, but yeah, I'll answer as much as I can.
Oh, no, that's okay, Christian. The reason why, and I'll be quick, so like I said, I've got to go somewhere in a few minutes, but I've been waiting just to ask this question. I was actually on a cruise back in 2018, and we stopped in Constanta. And I know Constanta, I saw many DW news reports on the port itself and the port facilities when, of course, Odessa was blocked and Ukraine was desperately trying to get grain out to Africa and the Middle East and everywhere. And it was on the news regularly back then, as you can recall. But I remember when I actually, the cruise ship actually docked in the port, I walked past the actual, the train station at the port, and all I saw were 40-year-old derelict wagons. And it just amazed me that, something can be left, but such an important infrastructure hub, to rot, so to speak. But I remember when Odessa was blocked, like I said, and everybody was desperate trying to find solutions to help the Ukrainian farmers trying to get their product to market, that was a very strong candidate to help get that product to market through that port facility. But unfortunately, there's been so little investment in the port facility for so many years, it's been left to, go into ruin, that it was constrained regarding how much it could actually move, because, of course, it also had the barge traffic from Europe to contend with to export as well. And then I also found out, which I wouldn't mind your comments on this, and if I do disappear, it's only because I've got to be somewhere, like I said, but I will be listening, is that apparently the wagons, the train wagons that were clogging up the port facility weren't able to be moved because of a court injunction from a legal dispute. Are you able to clarify any of those points? Because I think it's quite an interesting story about that particular port and how it's ended up being in a state of disrepair that it was, and how important it is to the world's economy now.
Oh, so really, really good points. You've actually answered yourself a lot of things. So on the state of the port of Constanza, welcome to Eastern Europe. This is the case, unfortunately, in a lot of other countries. So I'll go straight to the point. 33 years of corruption. 33 years of corruption made it so that the infrastructure present into that port, which has the potential to be the biggest, it is already one of the biggest ports on the Black Sea. So 33 years of corruption brought us here. So the infrastructure is really suffering. Unfortunately, we don't have the silos required. You know, everything. I'm not really an expert on this. We have Daniel, who's from Galatia. He's way more versed than I am. But the whole thing is, you can all sum it up to what I said before. After the revolution, after socialism, communism, these guys took over. And I'm not talking about only about private companies, but state companies as well. So generally speaking, I don't feel comfortable talking bad about my own country, but generally speaking, the issue is whichever mayor ruled, Constanza had a cut. So this is the corruption part of it. Had a cut into that port, and fortunately, so this is the greatest thing that, so or maybe two greatest things that ever happened to Romania after 89. Fortunately, we were accepted into NATO and we were accepted into the European Union. And these two entities, plus our most valued partner, the US, have actually emboldened us to stop with the corruption, to fight corruption, and to actually develop and to actually make this country that has a potential for 80 million citizens, which currently, let's say it has 18 or 20, close to that, to actually do something with ourselves, you know. And regarding to the transport, yeah, the capacity was so that when we had to take over a lot of things from the Ukrainians, it got clogged up. And these are for so many other reasons, and I'm not an expert on it, but from what I remember that Daniel said and some other people said, and from the media, is basically they already had, as you've said, a lot of orders and a lot of other commercial routes and orders and so on, that when all these ships came towards Constanza, it made a huge queue. But the good news is it's already being upgraded. It has already been upgraded. The infrastructure there has been, some of it has been repaired, and it's going well. Unfortunately, it does have its limitations, which I don't know. So I hope I, answered correctly on some of those questions you had.
Great, thanks a lot, Christian. I know he said he had to go to a meeting, so it looks like he's probably dropped down to listener. So, question. I mean, from Romania's point of view, and the Black Sea, and all of this. I know what impact does this war have on the role of Constanza and the Romanian agriculture and things like that. What role does it have on that now?
Well, again, I'm not really an expert on this. I'm not an agriculture guy or not even a real economist, to be sincere. But from a political and strategic point of view, since we have war has to be won by if we think about those influence, really unfortunate for both of those countries. But right now, if Ukraine wins, and we're talking on this scenario, future scenario, which is possible, of course. If Ukraine wins, then suddenly Romania is not a border country anymore. So it will be behind the umbrella, the protective umbrella of Ukraine, for example, which means if we assure our safety and security, we could theoretically benefit from this progressing even more and expanding even more, and actually having a better economy, better infrastructure all around. But this doesn't only depend on external actions as what's happening right now. It hugely depends on ourselves. So we could have done this before without having this illegal war in Ukraine. But as I've said before, Constanța is and can be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, port in the Black Sea, or in competitivity with Odessa, at least. So, depending on which part you consider, from an agricultural point of view, we don't have that much of efficient. I don't know how to say it. I can't find a word for it. We can't compare with Ukraine on agriculture, even though a lot of things can be done there. But if you consider the position of Constanța, for example, instead of going to Rotterdam, things or products can go straight to Constanța. So you go through Suez, then you go to Bosphor, and then you go to Constanța. And this is the part we suck at. We don't have a highway from Constanța towards Hungary, like uninterrupted, one line, straight line towards Hungary, which could benefit our economy hugely. And we could take some of that trade from, example, the Adriatic Sea or from Rotterdam. It could be all efficient. Everything coming from Asia, for example.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, one of the things I like about this space is how, you know, we get voices from countries who are right on the border with Russia and have a history with authoritarian regimes, such as Romania or the Baltic states, or Finland. Obviously not authoritarian, but in that case, but bordering with Russia. And so to help, you know, an American like me, albeit interested for many years in Eastern Europe, but really to understand, you know, what this Russian threat means, and obviously we're seeing it in you know, full HD on our screens at the moment, but really to get that kind of insight. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe just go to a couple hands here. I think Eric was first, and then Luana.
Hey guys, I just wanted to give a quick breaking news update that President Zelensky just tweeted that the grain deal has been extended for 120 days. That's all I had.
Ioana's probably up here for the same thing. Ioana?
Yes, and for the Port of Constanza also. So it's very difficult to understand, and Christian explained a little bit about it. The problem is that the port administration and the railroad are state-owned companies, and in this type of companies, investments are done very poorly and take a long time. On the other hand, the port of Constanza was developed in the last years, like 15 years maybe, as a container port, not really a grain port. So Romania exports grains, but not in a very large amount. We do export towards, I believe, Libya, Lebanon, and Egypt, and some other African countries. But the port was sufficient for the Romanian needs. We had 2 terminals for grain that covered a little bit this, and the rest of the port is really developed as a container shipment port. Also, it is true about the railroads; they were not updated. There is a project now to do this, and about the highway, it is also in construction, let's say. I think it's about 70% if we calculate from Constanza to Hungary. But again, when this situation with the Ukraine occurred, efforts have been made to just try to accommodate the Ukrainian export. A 3rd terminal was opened in the port of Constanza, but there is also a limitation of, for example, man force, because ships have to be piloted, have to be loaded, unloaded. So it's very difficult, especially after the pandemic, when jobs have been affected by this. But still, Romania exported, so Romania was involved in exporting grain from Ukraine for over 5 million tons. And taking into account the grain deal, which is 11 million tons, the 5 million tons is quite a significant amount. And also some other things were done to enable exports via land routes and via the smaller ports from Galați, and then by barges to arrive in Constanța. So indeed it's difficult because Romania is a former communist country. The first 15 years until 2004, when we entered NATO, were like crazy years, and afterwards, from 2007 onward, basically our commercial relations were directed to European Union, and the former Soviet countries were not really preferred partners in trade. So that's why the trade towards Ukraine was not developed, and things that were existed before were practically abandoned, like the Soviet gauge railroad that went into the port of Galați. It was completely abandoned, but then now this year it was reopened. So efforts are done. Of course, it's going slow. Some of them are because some of the problems are because of the lack of investment. The other maybe because state-owned companies do not do so well on developing and on seizing opportunities on the market. But again, we are trying to do the maximum that we can.
Yeah,
Thank you very
thanks a
much
lot.
for the update.
Oh, go ahead.
Go
You're
ahead,
back,
Charles.
Joseph.
Well, I
Please.
got to say, Charles, if you wanted to hop up and be co-host, buddy, it's quite late for me. If you're free, but I know you have work sometimes at this time. So if you did want to get up, let me know.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I can jump up. I just I thought
Sure.
you were doing a switchover, so I took the hand.
Well, it's always nice to have a little company for Doman up here. Get them going, and it's always great to have a military sapper when we're talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Stuff tends to blow up, typically. So it's always good to have you, Charles. So I will hop down. I'll hop back up as speaker, and I'll stay here for a little while. But I'll let you guys get to it. Doman, I looked down and I looked up like 1 second, and you were there, and I was like, Doman, welcome, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is there anything, Doman, waking up that you're like, oh goodness gracious, what now? Is there anything that you saw that really stood out to you?
Well, you mentioned things blowing up, and Jankoi, was it a truck bomb, Joseph?
I don't know, Doman. I'm completely agnostic to what blows stuff up anymore. People get so mad when we decide something blew something up that I don't know.
Yeah,
But is this an occupied territory?
I have pretty much the same attitude there. As long as it's repeatable, who cares what it was? Just let's hope they can do it lots of times over and over again.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I used to care, I would say, but I don't know. Just people got so I would say I've never gotten more heated DMs than when people thought that with the bridge, right? And I didn't even have a conclusion, right? I've never come out and even say, it was just like what other people on the MriyaReport said about the bridge. People were mad at me about, and it's like, ooh. So I've decided to kind of stay away from the big mysteries. I'm happy to say I have a theory, but I'm not gonna say, oh, it was this or it was that. Quite frankly, I don't know. I'm happy. I would say I trust John's judgment usually. He's once in a while, especially now, he's spread a little thin. Like yesterday, he was like doing an exam. He had the Artemis launch going on. He was on here trying to do stuff. So I think he's been spread a little thin lately, but I would say overall his judgment's pretty good. John's first take lately has been a little bit rough. So I've been taking John's second take, Doman. I don't know about you. Like the KH-52 was his first take, and he was like, bad source. I used a bad source on that. So now he's like, I think it looks more like an S-300 wreckage, this recent thing in Poland. So I usually trust John about what blew up what, but it can be a dangerous game. I try to avoid playing it unless we absolutely have to for analytical reasons, I guess.
I think that's a wise attitude, Joseph. But yeah, so is it clear what blew up in Jankoi? Because there's lots of things that can blow up. Is really what I think is interesting. Not what did it, but what happened. There's the main rail junction. For anybody who hasn't ever looked at a railway map of Crimea, go ahead and do that. It's a good starter map because it's real simple. There's not that many railways. And basically, all of Crimea is one big railway cross. So if you imagine Crimea is kind of a diamond, there's a railway cross that where one line goes from the Kerch Strait to Jankoi. Another line goes from the southwest, from Sevastopol sort of area to Jankoi. And then two lines go north. One goes to the northwest towards Armyansk, and the other one goes northeast in the general direction of Henichensk. And if you've not heard of Henichensk, shame on you, because that is now where the seat of occupation authority of occupied Kherson Oblast, the part that's still occupied, is now based. Why? Because it's the only bit of Kherson Oblast that is now out of published range of the regular HIMARS, GIMLRs, the 85, 90 odd kilometer range. That's why it's there. Curious things all around. But Charles, do we know what actually happened to Jankoi? What suffered? There's also an airfield there. So what I was trying to highlight is all the railways in Crimea go to Jankoi. The old one, all roads lead to Rome. Well, all the railways in Crimea lead to Jankoi. There's also an airfield there. It's one of the larger Russian air bases in occupied Crimea is based in Jankoy. So any ideas yet of any sort of battle damage assessment yet, or nothing at all really yet?
No, not yet. Yeah, just common pictures of things on fire and lots of speculation from lots of different people, but no, I really don't have any idea what did it, and I'm not sure exactly how much damage was done. But yeah, there's an airfield there. There's all the rail stuff. Yeah, it seems like it was at the air base, but not sure.
So we're not sure what did it. We're not sure what it did. We just know where whatever did happened. That's about it. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I look at the, when I look at the video, it looks like there's a lot of fuel, maybe even some kind of munition cooking off, but it could just be a smoking accident.
No way.
You don't think so?
My spidey senses are saying for the first time ever, this is not a smoking accident.
All right. Yeah, I don't think it's a smoking accident either, but it could be. Could be a smoking accident, like finance says.
No, you see, finance left Europe because Russians wouldn't buy enough of his wares for it to be sensible to keep pushing them. So yeah, no more smoking accidents unless they're using back stock.
No, I mean we did have a report also yesterday that the Ukrainians hit a rail bridge. I don't remember the name of the town, but this is the main rail line that runs there past Melitopol. That they had hit a bridge there. I didn't see concrete photos of it, but that obviously makes much more sense. That's in HIMARS range, and it makes sense why they would hit that. But yeah, the strategy of the Ukrainians over the last, forever has been hammer at infrastructure, hammer at headquarters elements with their long range precision weapons. Yeah, makes sense.
Was that missiles, artillery, or was it partisan action? Because around Melitopol there tends to be a whole lot of partisan action.
Wasn't clear. I mean, the report that I read said it was HIMARS, but maybe Ioana, she keeps track of this. Maybe she knows more.
Oh, I just raised my hand to say that Mokers has checked yesterday this explosion in northern Crimea, and she said it was geolocated not really on the airport, but near the airport. I'm trying to find if she posted something. And also to say that according to Gerashenko, there is a new wave of missiles in Ukraine, a new air raid alert, and explosions are already heard in Kiev. And according to the map, there is all territory of Ukraine is under alert now.
Oh no, not another day of this.
Well, there are things that bring stuff to an airport, right? Maybe by rail, maybe by road. Maybe one of them got hit. So, Joseph, any guests today? I think today might be the day.
Today is the day, gentlemen. So I believe we've got two regularly scheduled segments. So first, we've got Dr. Ivana Stradner coming. She's going to come at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's New York time. And she's going to have a special guest, Ian Garner. Ian Garner, of course, an expert on Russian history, media, culture at large. He's been a guest on the show, I believe, twice at least, maybe more. Great guy, absolutely fantastic. One of the people, before I even knew about the space, I followed on Twitter. I was like, this guy's so cool. And then one of my early experiences on the space was they brought Ian Garner on, and I was like, wow, I can actually like talk to this guy and ask him questions and stuff. That's really fantastic, because I was always very impressed by his posts. So that was a really a highlight for me early on in my time at the MriyaReport. So it's great to see him coming back and being interviewed by none other than the wonderful, brilliant Dr. Stratner. So I'm sure it will be a great segment. It's going to be, again, at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Yeoman, how many hours is that? Oh, great time wizard.
Sorry, what time?
Sorry, 6 p.m. Eastern time.
6 p.m. Eastern is in just under 15 hours.
Gotcha, just under 15 hours. Yep, so that will be in just under 15 hours. Then a little bit later, we will have Bullet Points with Chuck Fair. That's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So it should be right after, I guess. And I believe that's it. Do we have another guest, Doman, besides that, or is it just the two regularly scheduled segments?
Now, Joseph, I think that's it. But I'm very much looking forward to them. I don't know if I'll still be awake, but I am nevertheless looking forward to them.
Indeed, yeah, and it's great to have these people come and do these regular segments for us. I think it's going to be a great addition to our programming. Dr. Stratner's already done, I believe, at least 2 of these, and it's been great. We've had to float her segment around a little bit to make sure the interviews can work out, but Chuck is going to be here every Tuesday, every Thursday for his segment. So we're hoping, to maybe let people know, like people who like Chuck, right? You're going to know you can come Tuesdays and Thursdays. You'll see him at that time. So that's kind of moving forward. We want to get some of the people who are regular contributors to come and have maybe more structured content for you guys. It's something we've been working on. And I think it's really, today is like the first day I'm seeing it and going, wow, like it's really come to fruition, Doman. It's been a lot of work to get this stuff in place, and I'm pretty pleased about it all.
I am too. This is great to see that we get to have these regular segments now, and I really hope we get more of these. Now that we figure out more of these, because it's really nice to have a little bit more structure, and they tend to be really fun as well.
Actually, I think you just reminded me, Doman, that I made one that I forgot about until right now, and I have to go DM someone. Thank you.
Well, there we go. Thank you, Joseph. Edward, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. I'm just thinking of something, and I have a quick question as well. Wouldn't it be fun if it turned out to actually be a smoking incident? I mean, if that was revealed a couple of months later, that would actually be quite funny, right? Just my thinking there. I'm gonna stop about the smoking accident. But I actually have a question regarding that, and since I was a bit late to this party, this MriyaReport, and what did the Russians actually use a smoking accident as a reason publicly, and when was it they did that? That's my question.
Yeah, because it's a really convenient excuse. Remember, even in peacetime, things do sometimes burst up in flames in Russia, because observing health and safety codes and safety at work codes is sometimes optional, or is just made, kind of optional. That's why they do actually happen. So that's why the running joke of, yeah, it was just a smoking accident. Sometimes it does actually happen that there's an actual smoking accident. What did I want to say? I wanted to note this. There have been cases where things have been attributed to smoking accidents, both away from the front as well as at the front, because it's a convenient way. It's believable to everyone. It's good enough. It's close enough. And that's where the joke came from, because, many things very clearly are not smoking accidents, but they can get written off as such in a very official report.
Absolutely, and it's I have always thought that it's quite funny, you know, when you see these big booms and stuff, and yeah, it's a funny expression. Yeah, I have nothing more to say about that. Just funny.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Edvard. Joseph, Charles, Joanna, what came out of Ramstein 7 yesterday? Were there any big announcements made?
It feels like a Charles question to me. Doman, I think I am actually going to call it a night. It's been quite an exhausting day. I'm gonna clock out 10 minutes early. I do apologize, but I'm handing it over to, of course, a very skilled panel here. So I will ask our audience, please retweet the space. Let people know Doman is here to answer all your questions. You've got Charles, blow up expert Charles Ray is here to answer any questions you have about things blowing up in Ukraine, and of course also other military matters. And also, if you have any questions for the panel, they're great guys. They are excellent in answering any questions you might have. Press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up. And of course, we already went over the two segments upcoming today again at 6 p.m. Eastern time and 7 p.m. Eastern time. There we go. And I just wanted to say also that please check out MriyaAid.org. It's a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. It's a charity we've all chosen to support. We are not directly affiliated with MriyaAid, but everyone at MriyaAid is great. It's just like us. It's run completely by volunteers, and they're focused completely on getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. So check out their website, MriyaAid.org. And if you're so able, so inclined, please give what you can. It's a great way to support Ukraine, save Ukrainian lives. I know we ask about it a lot to support MriyaAid, but I just want to stress once again for the record that this is really a way that you can directly contribute to Ukrainian victory. There are things that Ukrainians need on the ground. They need bandages, they need body armor, they need drones, they need night vision, they need thermal vision, they need vehicles, they need medical services. And these are things that MriyaAid and other organizations that we support provide. So it's a way that you really can be a participant in history. And of course, as I said, if you're not financially able to participate that way, there's lots of other ways to help. There's all sorts of Russians making up all sorts of garbage on the internet. Go fight them. Go tell people that they're wrong. Go spread good news about Ukraine. Go spread accurate news about Ukraine. Of course, we would ask that you retweet our space, but there's lots of information out there. And of course, if you can, please come and participate in our space. Come ask questions. Come answer questions if you have an area of expertise that people want to know about. So yeah, there's lots of ways to participate, lots of ways to help, and it really does matter. It makes a difference. This is we're living history right now. This is the moment to act, and we really appreciate everyone stepping up and doing the right thing. So with that, Doman, I will leave it to you. Slava Ukraini, buddy.
Heroem Slava. So, Charles, any news from Ramstein 7?
It's so vague. I didn't see the entire press conference from Lloyd Austin and General Milley. It was a lot of general. We will support, and we are continue to be dedicated. There was stuff about Ukraine will receive modern tanks. But this seems it wasn't really specific what I could see. That seems to be just the 90 T-72s that the U.S. and the Czech Republic were working to already provide. So I'm going to keep looking and see but there's no formal readout that I could see on the Department of Defense website. But if I can find out more details, I'll let you know.
So you're saying you're having to disappoint me. You're telling me we need to continue our Free the Leopards campaign. They're not been freed yet. Animal cruelty continues, and Ukraine is still not getting what it needs.
Yeah, the phrase "a very productive session" was used.
I mean, that's great and all, but that doesn't free any leopards, does it? Not in itself.
No, exactly. That's not what we need to be hearing at this point. I don't need motion, need momentum.
Anna.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see a lot of information about Rammstein 7, but there is not too many. Nothing spectacular as far as I'm seeing. Greece will deliver some 155 ammunition to Ukraine. Poland will provide additional artillery and ammunition, as well as short-range air defense equipment. The Hawk missile launchers will be received from Spain, and RSZV launchers from Germany. 500 million for weapons and winter equipment from Canada. This was already announced previously. The package from Sweden to $270 million, also announced previously. As far as I'm seeing, yes, the modern tanks are the T-72, modernized by Netherlands and US, the 90 tanks. And the only thing that seems new and interesting is that Stoltenberg promised today that Ukraine will receive more air defense in order to create an integrated and echeloned air defense system. So basically, they are saying that they are really trying to provide Ukraine with a network of air defense and integrate this system into probably the European system. This is the only interesting news. The rest is previously announced things, nothing spectacular.
So one of the big things that I picked out of that, other than the Czech tanks, and I mean that is fantastic, obviously, is quite a lot of focus on winter gear, right? Did I get the right feeling, or did I just listen out for some things and not others?
No, there is winter gear, but I let it aside. I just concentrated on weapons. Yes, they will be provided with winter gear by several countries.
Charles, why is that really important?
Yeah, well, I mean, short answer is it's cold as hell. But the cold, what's so important about it is that we've seen these articles about a winter pause, right? We've seen them even in the Wall Street Journal saying that everybody's getting ready for the winter pause, like somehow this is 1860. And there isn't going to be a winter pause, but there could be a winter pause if they didn't have the right equipment to fight in the winter. And so that's why this is important, is to make sure that the Ukrainians can push the initiative and keep going even in the winter. And it's small stuff, but it makes a huge difference. Cold causes casualties. We often think of just casualties as bullet wounds and shrapnel and all of that kind of stuff, but cold does cause casualties. Not only things like frostbite and whatnot, but it causes higher rates of illness. So staying warm, staying dry is really, really important. And that's more than just using like a wool blanket. The modern cold weather gear is really, really good. It's waterproof. You're more flexible in it. It's more comfortable. You stay much warmer. And this will all go then a long way to ensuring that the Ukrainians can keep up the offensive. And of course, it's one of those things where everything that the individual soldier can carry provides a combat advantage against the other soldiers. So we talk about NVGs, we talk about ballistic plates. Yes, true. In winter, cold weather gear, good cold weather gear can be a combat advantage. Now we've seen that the first snow has fallen. And so the game is getting real now in terms of the winter warfare.
What difference does it make to infantry? Let's say infantry on the front line, non-mechanized? What difference does it make that they have just the right stuff as opposed to, regular old civilian jackets and maybe snow trousers or whatever else you might imagine somebody going skiing in?
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, a lot of the modern stuff isn't that much different than what you would find high quality brands for outdoor wear. It's actually quite similar, but it tends to be more robust. The biggest thing is, at least in my experience, has been boots. Boots and good socks were by far the biggest. Now, we actually had a problem with boots. This sounds kind of counterintuitive, but in the U.S. military, our winter boots were so good that if you were actually on an attack or really active, you actually wanted to change out of them because your feet would sweat so badly. So the winter boots were actually, you would put on your winter boots for the night, or when you were in some kind of guard duty, if you were in a foxhole or something like that, when you didn't have a lot of action, because then you would stay warm. But when we actually got active, we would actually change our boots back into waterproof normal boots. Does that make sense?
That's really interesting. I guess they were really designed for what? Alaska, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Anna.
Yes, so I guess the winter gear is that thing that is important when it's missing, because as Charles said, it offers what in economic terms will be a competitive advantage to Ukrainians in comparison to the Russians. As we have seen, they tend to be not really well equipped, and modern winter gear is much lighter in terms of weight, and it has that permeability one way for water, so it's resistant to humidity. It let air pass through the material to the synthetic material, and it's very important because when you are cold and wet, you tend to be really not well. And also when the body is trying to adapt to a cold weather, it consumes a lot of energy. So if all the energy of the body is concentrated on heating the body, you tend to have less energy to just fight. So I guess it is very important, and in comparison with the Russians, it will matter. And also the rubber boots that the Russians receive, we have seen them. Well, rubber is very poor at insulating, so the feet are frozen instantly if you just wear rubber boots. So modern boots are essential.
Charles?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing onto that, because she's right, and I totally agree, is it affects sleep. That's a huge factor. Sleeping in combat operations is already a challenge. You very rarely would ever have like an 8-hour, sleep time. That's why soldiers are kind of famous that they sleep anywhere. Because typically when soldiers are moving around and they have to wait, the first thing they do is lay down and go to sleep. It's kind of a soldiering thing, because you may not know when you'll be able to go to sleep again. And when you're cold, it really affects your sleep. So you can imagine, I think, most of us have probably been through this if you're camping or something like that. If your feet get cold, or your face is very cold, or your hands are very cold, you can't go to sleep, and you can't stay asleep. It doesn't take very long before sleep deprivation really starts to affect you. This is why in a lot of the elite training schools, why sleep deprivation and food deprivation is built into it, because it really stresses the body very, very quickly. After about 2 or 3 days with only 1 to 2 hours of sleep, everything starts to fall apart. You start to even have hallucinations. You cannot make decisions. It's difficult to understand people when they're speaking to you. You start to have daydreams that it's sort of like a half sleep, but you're still moving. All of this stuff starts to happen, which makes you really ineffective on the battlefield.
Thank you, Charles. So you're saying winter gear not just to move, but also to sleep in, crucially, so that you can stay warm and be useful and productive and attentive. I guess attentive might be the word of the day here the next day. Thank you, Charles. Nale, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I second what Charles said about your feet and sleep, because if your feet are not happy, you're not happy, and that's how it is. But I had a question regarding the number of troops Russia has and how all that works, because I read a short piece of an interview where they were interviewing I think it was a tank commander from the Ukrainian side, and he was asked specifically how he perceived the skill level of the Russian troops, and he answered it by saying that there's really nothing wrong with the training, but it appears that they don't know exactly where they are, which was quite an interesting answer for me. So that's one part of the backdrop of this question. And then another part would be that we have mentioned these numbers of the mobilization in Russia. And I've heard on this space that it is over 300,000 mobilized persons. So the question would be regarding the quality of the troops that they are getting and how many mobilized troops they actually have used up already without any training, and for the remaining part of the mobilized troops that actually are getting some training. And when are those troops coming to the front lines, if they are at all? And what can we expect from them? Probably more towards springtime, I guess. I've heard also mentioned. So that's my very incoherent and long-winded question. And if somebody can answer it, that would be great. Thanks. And have a nice day, everybody.
Thank you, Nale. I'll start with some bits of it. I can't answer all of it because I don't know, frankly. I don't know all the numbers and the dispositions and the like, right? But what I can tell you is the following. Russia has been pushing forward a lot of the newly mobilized. A lot. The reason why, to a great degree, why casualty counts have been so high of late compared to previously, right? Previously, whenever there was a day that it went over 300, like, oh wow, that's it's a lot. It's over 300 in a day, right? I've not seen today's yet. Today's is actually very low, 400. Now suddenly 400 is low. We've been averaging, numbers, or the general staff of Ukraine report, daily morning report, there we go, has been averaging 600 plus for the last 3 weeks. That's because, and there's been a lot of testimony on that, and some Russian opposition media have been writing quite a lot about it, and some other ones as well. Chris O_wiki has been compiling a lot of the information on it over the recent weeks, and especially in the area around Svatovo, so northern Luhansk Oblast, there seems to be almost, can we call it routine? I guess we can call it routine situations where entire units of newly mobilized were being wiped out. So what Russians seem to be doing is sending forward units of newly mobilized forces without any training, really. Now, sometimes they say, yeah, we had maybe 2 weeks of training, or we had 10 days of training, or we were mobilized and then they kept us in the barracks and we were drinking heavily for a few days, and we were told, no, you guys are fine. You guys are going to be staying in your native region, the border region or Kaliningrad or something. And it's okay because you're just going to stay there and you're just going to defend the region, and the professional soldiers are going to be sent off. And then they were drinking for a few days and they were in a drunken stupor. And I'm not making this up. I'm not, this is literally what the reports have been saying, allegedly from family members of these Russian mobilized groups in Russian opposition media. This isn't, this isn't me being silly. This is what they say has been going on. And then suddenly they found themselves on a plane off to Belgorod, still in very much in a drunken stupor, or Rostov, and then moved on from there. They say that even the better units that are now being backfilled with reservists, like even including VDV units, for example, we're training in Belarus. There's a unit training in Belarus. God knows why, but they're training in Belarus because apparently Russia doesn't have enough capacity for training grounds anymore. And they were training with kind of the good Russian equipment. That's what they consider good. I don't know how good it is, but the regular good Russian equipment. And then after a few weeks, they were going to get deployed. All of the equipment was taken away from them. All of the bulletproof vests that might actually work were taken away from them, and they were given some knockoffs that can't stop a bullet, can't stop a knife, can't really do anything. They just look like a bulletproof vest. And what they've been doing with a lot of the newly mobilized, the ones that are completely untrained, is just send them forward into the fight. Send them forward without, with barely rifles, and say, yeah, you should go forward and you should charge the Ukrainian positions, or you will be in this frontline trench and anybody comes, shoot at them. That's the extent of instructions they get. So there were cases where there was a company of newly mobilized, about 90 something people. 4 of them survived. Everybody else is dead. They don't know how to offer frontline help to their comrades or to themselves. They might not even have the equipment on them, but even if they do, in 2 weeks training, what CJ said at something, I literally asked him, so what can you learn in 2 weeks training? He said, well, you can learn to shoot the rifle halfway, and that's it. So good job. I'm guessing the medical bit is probably the bit they're particularly willing to skimp on, right? They are not going to be doing well. Many of these newly mobilized have already been deployed. In the tens of thousands, probably in excess of 100,000. Tens of thousands are already dead and or grievously wounded and will never be able to fight again. And it's only been, a month and a half, more or less. There are more that Russia is actually training, and they're very much counting on the winter. We've heard this from several sources now. They're very much counting on the winter to get training and to then be able to actually deploy them in the spring. And this is where, what we were talking with Charles about earlier. Charles, what difference does it make if Ukraine gets to be mobile, gets to keep the initiative, gets to push during the winter, as opposed to it actually being, very little activity and very static, kind of almost a frozen conflict over the frozen winter? What difference does it make to Russian ability to spend time training troops versus, not?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, obviously, Russia is trying to buy time with everything that they're doing, and like we said, they were hoping for a freeze to try to get more time. Honestly, I don't think it makes that much difference. I mean, I think it's obviously better for Ukraine to keep the initiative, to keep pushing, because Russia is weak and getting weaker. Obviously, you don't, when your opponent is staggering, you don't stop hitting him. You hit him until he's actually on the mat. but the reason why I say that the training I don't think is going to make much difference. Like CJ said, what can you do with 2 weeks training? But is halfway fire a rifle? I mean, in comparison, I mean the U.S. Army's basic training, just the basic one is 10 weeks long. You know, that's not even. Then you go into a specialty training for whatever your job is, which is another 3 months to a year, depending on what your job is. But the point is that they won't have any officers NCO training possible. And so that means, yes, you could have longer training. Yes, maybe they could shoot their rifle a bit better. Yes, maybe they could dig a little bit better fighting position. But they still will not be able to fight as a cohesive unit. So yes, I think it's important that Ukraine continues the momentum, because obviously it's better for Russia if they can not only heal their existing units, but also bring in more of these conscripts who may have, you know, at least half a step of training. But in the end, I really don't think it makes much difference in terms of what they will actually be able to achieve in training, because they just don't have the structures for it.
So I think the biggest difference it's gonna make. This will sound very silly, but I think the biggest difference it's gonna make is going to be in terms of the number of Russians that are going to be available for the Russians next spring. That's the biggest difference it's gonna make. Okay? It's not about what they can actually learn. It's a question of how many of those that they have now in the military, in one form or another, are still going to be around come March. Because if these numbers continue, the numbers that we've seen over the past few weeks, 700 Russian KIA a day, continue for the next 3 months, that will be a doubling pretty much of the total Russian KIA, from going from 8.5 months to 12 months. And I think that is very significant. At some point, they run out of material to give them. They're already running out of material. I don't think the training is going to do them much good. The vaunted Third Army Corps that were training over the summer, they were given what was left of the good equipment, and half of them either fled or got routed in Eastern Kharkiv Oblast. The rest of them were being slowly attrited elsewhere. They still didn't know how to use whatever good-ish equipment they were given properly. They still didn't know how to use the MSTA self-propelled howitzers. They still didn't know really how to use the various T-80U tanks. I think they were using, right? I really think that's kind of the end of it. It's not about that. It's simply about how many they enter March in, what locations they enter, what positions there are still when they enter March. And there's a significant difference if they have half as much territory under control, or a quarter as much territory under control, and if they have had another 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000 dead, and 2 times as many still wounded. I think that's the big difference. Charles?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I guess kind of what I'm pushing back here is this narrative that I see sometimes that the Russians are holding back a lot of this conscript force, up to half of it or even 2/3 of it, and that they're really being trained, and that somehow in the spring they're going to emerge as this beautiful fighting force, highly motivated, well equipped, well trained, and that doesn't make sense. That's not going to happen. But so I that's why I totally agree with you. I think the Russians know that as well, and so that's why I think that the number of conscripts that they've been throwing into the meat grinder is higher than some of the numbers we've seen reported, because they really are desperate to hold, for example, that northern line. They really need to hold it. They've been throwing tons of conscripts in there, and also with the attacks further south around Donetsk. I think they've really been pushing a lot of them forward, because I think they also know that there's really this whole idea that you know, a whole combined arms army is going to emerge in the spring, based on this conscript thing because of their outstanding training is a total myth. Does that make sense?
Well, exactly. It's not going to happen, right? That's a clear one. It's just a question of how many they're still going to have actually on hand, and if they have to do another big mobilization drive, and if they have to disrupt not just their economy but their society yet again. I think maybe there's a bit of a difference, but also, you know, there is just the despondency that is coming out of some of this reporting of, you know, they're keeping those that refuse to go and be cannon fodder in a dungeon somewhere off in occupied territories as well. And you know, maybe there might just be enough discontent that, you know, they start fragging their own officers. Who knows, right? There's a range of options there. Alan, thoughts?
Yeah, really very much second almost absolutely everything Charles said. I just wanted to add that yeah, in 4 months, if you have 100,000 highly motivated conscripts and about 10,000 highly motivated NCOs and officers, which are skilled, you would be able to train a significant force, and we have seen that the Ukrainians did that, but the Russians have 100 or 300,000 unmotivated, drunk conscripts, and a few officers who are not exceptional in any way, teaching them the wrong way of doing warfare. What you would get, though, I think, is maybe a unit, which is more of a unit than what they send it in now. So what we're seeing now is like a bunch of people dressed in green clothes sent to the battlefield to die, right? But in March, if they send in 100,000, I don't know what, conscripts that stayed in training for 4 months, I think we will see that they probably keep together a little bit more, maybe stay in their positions, follow order, maybe, or maybe they will be more likely to surrender and managing to escape the Russian blocking units, because they are a group of people who know each other better. They might be maybe even have chosen an internal leader amongst them, or their natural leaders will emerge from the groups, platoons, etc. And those might be more able to frag their officers or surrender to the Ukrainians, etc. Because their fighting force, their fighting skills will anyways be so much inferior to the highly motivated, highly trained Ukrainian army, which is for sure going to be a lot better equipped than these soldiers, who may be able to fire their rifle okay, and maybe even to maintain their rifle a little bit more. But movement under fire, all these things, they will not manage to teach them that in 5 months with the kind of officers and NCOs that the Russian military has available right now. So unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit of a hassle for the Ukrainians, because there are lots of people, but no more than that, really. So that's my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Alan. Nale, which bits did we not cover? Because I know there's more. I know there's more bits of your thinking and questions there that you want to talk about.
Yeah, your coverage is excellent as per usual, but I heard Pekka Toveri say about this problem they have, that if they actually would read firstly and then follow their own field manuals and doctrine, this would progress much better for the Russians. But if they don't, that's their choice, and good luck with that.
Well, that's exactly it as well. And with their actual professional, officer corps dwindling very much. I mean, yesterday there was some very interesting news from the wonderfully named account Killed in Ukraine. Russian officers killed in Ukraine, and they were reporting on the death of a major in charge of targeting, I think, sort of loitering munitions. So Ukraine somehow figured out where that HQ was, and they destroyed it with precision fires, killing the guy in charge of I don't know what sized unit, but for something as specialized, I'm guessing that's pretty high up. I don't know, Charles, what do you think for the guy in charge of a unit? Probably covering what a large segment of a front. If you have a major in charge of loitering munitions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he's probably more of a staff officer. So he's probably working in the headquarters element of a brigade or a regiment or something like that. So he himself may not have huge direct reports, let's say, in company talk. So he wouldn't maybe necessarily be in charge of that. But those guys, those staff officers with key expertise, are very valuable because they're the ones who do all the planning and make the decisions and gather the intelligence, and they are important. It's one thing to do things right; it's another thing to do the right things, and that's what those guys are for.
And Charles, with their dwindling numbers of career officers, how important, and with the structure of the Russian military being so reliant and so top down, how important is it for Ukraine to find out their HQs and being able to elicit smoking accidents in those?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're seeing the results on the battlefield. You're seeing, when we had the reports coming in just yesterday around Pavlinka that, they couldn't get in touch with brigade commanders, and because there's no initiative, because there's no officer corps, and there's no initiative and intent and purpose is not established in the Russian military. What it means when you take out those guys is just like nobody does anything. Like they just sit there. They don't move back. They don't move forward. They don't get supplies. They just sit there and get hammered by artillery from the Ukrainian side. So yeah, that's what that centralized command. If you take out the command, you see that in American wars with airstrikes and so on. That's usually some of their first targets, is to try to take out command and control, not only the people but the ways that they're able to communicate, radios, these kinds of things. Because even if you had a competent force, by taking that out, that force doesn't even know what to do, and they don't know what's going on around them.
Charles, what kind of trust can new recruits have now? Even if they get training, when the people in charge of the training and then the people that are going to be commanding them have already had tens of thousands of them killed.
That is an interesting question, Doman. So I think, I mean, the clear answer is not much, but what's difficult for me in answering these questions is because I have the inherent bias of I see everything relative, right? So I see everything in comparison to Western militaries, and the conscripts, especially the conscripts, and apparently many of the Russian officers, even at the highest level, don't. They simply see what they have. So you see these videos of training, and you see these videos of them making decisions, or these images and so on, and they actually think that that's good. So when you talk about trust of the common soldier, it could actually be the case that they do have trust, because they think that the person who's talking to them actually knows what they're doing.
And the other part is they don't actually know, right? there is actually a lack of information percolating through on the Russian side, and maybe there's ever more because there are ever more Russian conscripts, especially ones that were not previously in the military and were maybe a little bit more apprehensive or didn't want to go from the start, and it's now spreading to a few more different geographies. But nevertheless, there's very little information that comes through. There's very little understanding of a more, let's call it, global picture, much less so than we have. Right? We're looking at this, thinking, goodness, what? Why? How do they still, function? How is this still a thing? Look at what they're doing to them, and it's clear to us. But that's because we get, all of the little bits of news trickling in, and they themselves do not. Charles?
Yeah, I mean, let's just take a simple example. We've seen that really. Okay, it's funny for us, right? But where there's a bunch of soldiers, there's a unit standing on a parade ground, and a vehicle drives through and runs over one of the guys. I mean, we look at that and we just see about 10,000 things wrong, and how could that ever happen? What I'm saying here is there could be the possibility that within the Russian military and within the soldiers standing there, they think, oh, well, that happens, not realizing that no, that doesn't happen in the rest of the world. They really don't know how incompetent they are. I think that could be a possibility, but it's clear that the casualties are having an impact on the overall society and on the conscripts themselves. So it's certainly not without an impact, but you see the narrative, the propaganda narrative back to that is that this all out total thing is kind of normal and expected,
I think that's the little bit that's maybe coming through now, with these just vast human wave into shelling attacks that they're trying to do now in the north of Luhansk. It's really astounding, but I think that is actually going to at least partially percolate through some places where it otherwise wouldn't. Do I think it's going to make a big difference? No, of course it's not going to make a big difference. Nothing yet has made a big difference. So why would this be making a big difference? But slowly, surely, there will be a little bit, I think, that will that will start making a little bit of a difference in some places. I think the other thing that will maybe make quite a considerable difference isn't just winter gear, but Charles, how much will it make a difference to where various, let's say Russians especially, are going to be stationed during winter time? Is this something that we should pay attention to? How long does it take to learn how to prepare an appropriate place to be based from, an appropriate place to stay during winter?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it takes a long time to learn. I mean, what we can expect, and this is and Thomas Tyner, I think, mentioned this, and I totally agreed with him, is what you're going to expect is that the Russians will, villages and settlements will become very, very important to them. They are likely not. They haven't shown that they have the equipment or the know-how to actually build facilities. Actually have tent-based forward operating bases with diesel generators and heaters and all of that stuff. They don't have that, and it seems, I mean, to be honest, even on the Ukrainian side, they don't seem to have a lot of that either. So villages, settlements, occupying homes, schools, warehouses, auto workshops, whatever they have is going to be normal. Now, what's kind of interesting about the way that here's a riddle that's going on in my head. When I look at images of the Russian front lines, I see very little material. I see very little plywood, boards, concertina wire, sandbags. I don't see any of that. And what's also kind of curious about it is there are materials on the battlefield that they could use. So I mean, they could. There's rubble everywhere in these villages. I mean, they could repurpose. They could take rubble and stones and make themselves better dugouts, make themselves better fighting positions, and they haven't really done it. So I don't know why that is, but I mean, to actually learn how to build a shelter and everything, I mean, they're basically just going to be living in the basements of houses, trying to stay warm, burning wood, cutting down trees, that kind of thing, which doesn't really take much to learn. It's just by necessity.
Based on what you've seen of Russian positions, still in the summer, especially when, say, Eastern Kharkiv Oblast was being liberated, do you think they have the desire, the discipline to actually go ahead and do it? And how important is discipline when you enter the cold months? How much more important does doing things right and doing them correctly every time, every day make?
Oh, it makes a huge difference, because the margins for error become much shorter or much smaller. Whereas this comes back into basic fieldcraft, right? Now, you may have people in the Russian military who have fieldcraft. Maybe they enjoy camping. Maybe they live in a remote village where they don't have running water and electricity is spotty, and they're used to that kind of thing. So they may be able to share it with one another. But what's clear is that nobody is telling them to do the right things. So nobody is telling them. So let's take sanitation and hygiene, for example. Sanitation and hygiene become very important in the winter. They're very important all the time, but they become very important in the winter. Think of a situation where you've got 20 guys sleeping in a basement or in a house, and they don't have the discipline to manage their waste, human waste, and food waste, and they're cold, and one person starts to get sick. The whole group of 40 guys is going to be sick very, very quickly. If they don't have things like, I realize, taking a shower and washing yourself is not easy on the front line, but I mean, I've gone 40 days, I think was the longest, 40 days without taking a shower and wearing my chemical suit the whole time. But we still had the discipline to use baby wipes and things like this to try to get some of that bacteria off of you, because then you start to get infections. You get little cuts and you get infections, and these infections make you a casualty. So in the winter, I think these things just become more and more important. This is where non-commissioned officers come in, and in the lack of non-commissioned officers, what comes in is people who have at least some knowledge in fieldcraft and who care about one another. So I think it's very important, Doman.
And one little one, Charles. How different is it if let's say you're in a quiet bit of a front line or close to a front line, nothing's really going on. What's the difference between getting completely blackout drunk in August versus getting completely blackout drunk in January?
Yeah, we need to go to.
I'm just guessing that this might happen at some point. It might have happened at some point.
Yeah, well, certainly. I mean, I'm not an expert on alcohol and what it does to the body, but I'm pretty sure it has circulation effects, which accelerate the onset of things like frostbite.
You're right.
Exactly. And what I'm getting at is, if you are in, say, January and it's -6, -7, it's a cold night, but it's not the coldest night imaginable, right? But it's a regular cold night, and you're not sufficiently sober to, put all your night clothes on the right way and zip up the sleeping bag, and maybe you leave it open somewhere, and it's +2 in whatever room you're staying in. You're not waking up in a good state if you are. Now that's really what I'm driving at. there are just going to be consequences in that way. People think that alcohol might warm them up, and initially it does, because it does dilate your capillary, dilate the capillaries in your skin, or close to your skin, and gives you a warm feeling initially, but then it also makes you go really, really, really cold. Mr. M, good morning.
Good morning, Doman, and good morning, George. With the alcohol, also the alcohol makes your blood thinner, and basically the Russians become Russian ice popsicles. So they are gonna freeze to death.
Well, there we go. Charles.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you the idea of kind of what I'm thinking here, I mean, and these are things we normally don't think of in our normal day lives, but I mean, we're talking about things like lice. We're talking about things like diseases that we don't even talk about anymore due to unclean water, unclean food, eating where you defecate. These are the kinds of things that are going to start happening to the Russian soldiers, and if they aren't happening already, and assuming that the conscripts live past their first week on the front.
Yeah, you're totally right. The hygiene is very important. If you get an E. coli infection, it's gonna be very very bad. And as I think of it, the Russians must be smelling miles and miles from their point where they sit. So the Ukrainians could even sniff them out with their noses, basically.
This is the one good thing about cold, right? It's you smell less. Eric, good morning, early morning.
Good morning, guys. Say, I was listening to all these, listening to the horror stories of being a Russian conscript. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I went through basic training in Fort Bliss, Texas, back in 1981, and I was stationed with the 25th Infantry Division in Schofield Barracks, Hawaii. So I understand a little of the conditions of being out in the field and things like that. I never saw combat, but I could understand maybe tolerating those things if you were motivated and fighting to defend your country. But if I were a Russian conscript sent there by a dictator who certainly doesn't give a shit about me, what keeps these people there under these conditions? I mean, are these conditions that they're used to in Russia, or this is they just accept this as their fate, their lot in life? That I mean, I personally, I couldn't tolerate it, and I would use every opportunity to surrender. So I'm just curious about that, and maybe what is the desertion surrender rate now?
So I'll give you a quick one. There seems to be an uptick in surrenders of whole units. There seems to be some degree of refusal. Yesterday, 2 days ago, there was an account published in a Russian opposition media about apparently there being the basement. I think it was a school close to Zaitsevo, which is maybe 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers behind the front lines on the Russian side, in northern Luhansk Oblast, very close to the Russian border, where they're keeping hundreds of those who outright refused to go to the front or back to the front, in basically a dungeon in the basement. I think it was a school, something like that. Feeding them maybe once a day, officers coming in, abusing them, and that's kind of, those are the lucky ones, basically, of those who refuse to fight. There have been reports otherwise when there were smaller numbers of there being either summary executions or beatings or whatever else. So there's numbers are hard to come by. Maybe Charles, maybe you've gleaned something that I've not.
No, I haven't gleaned any numbers. And obviously the Russians are not going to tell us the numbers of desertions that they have. Let me remember what I was going to say. Yeah, I think so. One thing for me why desertion is difficult, or a couple things why it's difficult. One, the Russian conscript likely doesn't really know where they are, and how to and where to go. Two, they are in occupied territory. I'm sure that they feel that quite prevalently or quite acutely, that they're in occupied territory. So even if they were to somehow escape the front line, they're still located in Ukraine. And the Russians will have all kinds of systems to prevent and to stop them. And such as checkpoints, monitoring of all kinds of transportation methods. I think it's very difficult to actually get away. You may be able to get from the front line, but you wouldn't be able to get too far. Then, of course, we know the more draconian measures that they have. I mean, they have troops whose mission is to prevent that kind of thing. And I think that the individual soldiers are aware of what happens to those who try it. So when you add all of those things up, it makes desertion extremely difficult. Even for those but I think desertion and giving up and surrendering is largely an individual choice. It is good to see these whole units. You can see that the whole units are coming together and saying, look, we've had enough. But yeah, I don't know. So that's about desertion from my side.
So thank you. That clears it up for me. Yeah, they're basically trapped. So I mean, I guess if I were that in dire straits, I guess I would think that maybe wounding myself or even just ending it completely would be an option as well.
Yeah, I actually tend to think that there are probably several people who have hand and feet gunshot wounds.
So I think what we see is, not whole units, yes, but often just what remains of whole units. No, whatever is actually there left behind, because a lot of the time it's a unit that got completely decimated already, and then it's just whatever is left.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. I have a little bit of news to share that I don't think has been said on this here space yet, but it's meaningful news. Apparently, according to the Ukrainian Ministry of Infrastructure, the Black Sea Grain Initiative will be prolonged for 120 days. So you might remember it. It started off it was signed in July. It's called often as the Grain Deal, or it's referred to as the Istanbul Initiative, because that's when it was signed. And it's basically two pieces of paper, separate pieces of paper. Now changing gears entirely here. Two pieces of paper. One piece of paper signed by Russia, Turkey, and the UN. The second piece of paper signed by Ukraine, Turkey, and the UN, because Russia and Ukraine didn't want to enter into a treaty with one another at the same time, and under the circumstances. So apparently the initial signing was for 120 days. Apparently now it's been extended for another 120 days. The first 120 days were about to expire next week, I think. And now it's been extended for another 120 days, which means that the three southern Ukrainian ports of Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Pevdeny are going to continue to be able to export grain. Combined over these past 4 months, they've exported over 10 million tons of foodstuff through those ports. Over the next 4 months, one would expect that to go up, despite winter usually being a lower export period compared to some others. Peaks in normal years around October, November, I think. But nevertheless, there should be actually an increase simply because in the early days of it, in August, there were very few ships going out and going through. So it's a great thing that this is going to continue happening. There was a lot of fears about there being an end to the grain deal, or that Russia wouldn't be willing to extend it. We spoke with Elena Nerova, a Ukrainian commodities market, especially agri-commodities markets analyst, several times here on the space. She said that there's a lot of concern in the sector within Ukraine, the agri-business sector, about what's going to happen with those and with the initiative. But now it's been extended, so that is definitely very much good news for Ukraine. It's not an end all be all. There are other ways to get to market. However, it's a question of throughput. And what these three southern Ukrainian ports do is assure throughput. There was suggestions that the port of Mykolaiv would be added to it as well. The port of Mykolaiv, of course, is on the southern Bukh River. But for that, it might be very advantageous for Ukraine to have secured, the Kinburn Peninsula, which there was some talk about earlier in the week. Sadly, very, very little, very, very little coming off it. So there we go. Anybody want to talk about the grain deal? I am here all the way to talk about ships and trains and the like. But apparently Mykolaiv didn't come through quite yet. The official announcement will come from Guterres and probably Erdogan later in the day. Also a note, there is an old video circling, which is from apparently the summer from around Belgorod, of big explosions being attributed to Jankoy last night on Crimea. It's a little bit too bright, and that tipped some people off. And it's been now told to me that definitely not the video of what happened yesterday in Jankoy. However, of course, whatever did happen yesterday in Jankoy is very significant, or could be very significant because Russians were known to be storing a lot of missiles and standoff munitions, including loitering munitions, at that airfield in Jankoy. So if those got hit, that might have wiped out a lot of Russian capacity to hit Ukraine from Crimea. So to hit, free parts of Ukraine from occupied Crimea. And hopefully we do get a battle damage assessment at some point soon, or no, smoking accident assessment. Either way, I'm happy with either. How can we? What can we say? BD? How can we make that into a smoking thing? It's a challenge for someone else. All right. Who's first? I think Nale was first, and then we'll go to lunchtime. Nale.
Yeah, so during the past half an hour, can I summarize
Of course,
the answers by saying that we are actually saying that Kim.com is wrong?
We can absolutely say that. Yeah, that's it's always fair.
That's great. Okay, well, I actually have a question about the grain deal, or sort of the grain deal. Are Russian ships allowed in ports around the world, and where are they allowed or not?
So yes, depends on what they're carrying, but broadly speaking, yes. With sometime in early December, in a few weeks, there will be some sanctions introduced specifically on shipborne, that is to say, non-pipeline borne crude oil, and then later on in February, I think, non-pipeline borne petroleum derivatives, so refined crude oil derivatives coming from Russia. whether on Russian ships or ships under other flags. Remember, with ships, there's two different things, right? There's who owns the ship, what company the owner or who the beneficial owner of the company that might be. For example, okay, you can have a ship that's owned by a company based in Cyprus that's owned by a Russian. You can have a ship that is owned by a Russian company but is sailing under the flag of Panama. And then you can have a ship that's owned by a Russian company and actually sailing under the Russian flag, right? So those are three different types of ships, and they fall under different kinds of regulations slightly. And then it also depends on what they're carrying and where they're carrying it from. So if you have a Russian flagship carrying something from Russia to somewhere else, that's different from having a Russian flagship carrying things between two third countries. And also, it's a question of what they're carrying. So if they're carrying sanctioned material, or they might be likely to carry sanctioned goods, so there's lots of complications. But in broad terms, yes, there are Russian ships that are allowed in other ports around the world, including imports in Western countries. Though in some cases, we've had port workers actually refuse to unload them or to touch them, which had made them have to go elsewhere, which is quite impressive. Sort of individual action or grassroots action. It depends on what. But I don't know the specifics of the bat, Nale. I know that some things definitely are limited. Russia does export quite a lot of stuff still, even through the Black Sea and out through the Turkish Straits, including a lot of food, including a lot of Russian-owned grain, as well as grain that was stolen from Ukraine. And notably, they were doing that before the grain deal came into force already. So that didn't really change the situation on the ground with respect to that at all. Not really. All right. Sorry, Nale, I can't give you a better answer. Maybe Ben can. Maybe Ben later on when he comes up can give you more of a breakdown because he follows the sanctions even a little bit more closely than I do. All right. Lunchtime.
Oh,
Good morning.
Good.
Great. Hi there. Can you hear me, Tommen?
Yes, we can, actually.
Great stuff. Okay, so morning. I see that there's more missiles going to Ukraine this morning, but it's not clear how many are getting through. I've seen a couple of reports of a couple of casualties, but I don't know. Is this on the? I'm hoping that it's not at the same scale as yesterday's barrage. Would that be right?
For now, it seems so, but I would hold back. And okay, I'll put it this way: I don't think that the Russians are likely to be able to do as large a barrage as they did on Tuesday, simply because that's difficult for them to do. It takes them a long time to prepare a large missile salvo like that, or indeed a series of them. So that makes me think that probably it's going to be lesser than the one that on Tuesday. But I'm not going to go outright and guarantee that.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that was my hope and suspicion as well. I also wanted to just highlight something that I found quite an interesting. Well, there's this sort of theory going around that if you take, now which way around is it? If you take the latitude of Kyiv and the longitude of Lviv, then I think you get close to the Polish, the impact near the Polish, well, within Poland's territory.
Come on, lunchtime. What's the town name?
Oh God, no! Don't do this to me.
Przewodów.
Hang on, wait. I know you just said it, but hang on. I'll have a go. Przewodów. It's a V, is it? Przewodów.
Yeah, Przewodów.
Nice. Przewodów. Okay, well, so I saw this theory advanced, right? So then I plugged in those coordinates, and I got somewhere like 10 kilometers away in Vyzhlov. so it seemed plausible on the surface, but then someone replied to this post saying the Russian military use a different system of coordinates. They use SK42, which I was trying to Google, but I couldn't really make any sense of it. It's some sort of ellipsoid coordinate system established in the Soviet Union, which, according to this guy, would give completely different numbers for those locations. So yeah, I don't know what you think about that. I mean, that seems yeah. So there we go. Just thought I'd throw that to you or to the panel for comment.
Well, I'm very happy to comment on that. I will say that yes, this was an amusing theory when it first came out on Tuesday evening. I thought, oh, this is interesting. That'd be interesting. When you say, you got 10 kilometers off or whatever, that's fine, because the metropolitan area of Kiev is rather big. Like it's like about the size of the M25 ring in around London. That's a really big area. So 10 kilometers up or down, that's all right. Lviv, not a small place either. So on the face of it, you could say, okay, it was targeting something broadly in Lviv. It was targeting something broadly in Kiev, and that's why it lines up well enough. So that's fine. That's not a problem with the theory. I didn't actually hear before about the ellipsoid thing. The problem with the theory, if it is actually an S300, which it seems to be, I think the real problem with the theory is that I don't think there's anywhere in Belarus that can hit both Lviv and Kiev. So either way, it would be kind of out of range. So unless they would say, they're in Belarus, they're using an S300 in the ground attack mode against Lviv, but they've entered the latitude of Kiev because they've had it pre-entered somehow from before, or it gets really tenuous, much more so than it would seem from the get-go. So I think that makes it a little bit more complicated. I didn't previously hear about this whole alternate coordinate system that they're using. Sure, that's completely believable. There's many ways to determine a point on a sphere-ish kind of place. So I wouldn't worry too much about the details of that. I still reckon, it seems to be the official line is seemingly that the missile that ended up in Poland was a Ukrainian air defense missile. Now, I don't know any better, but that seems to be the official suggestion line from various Western sources. That's fine. The Polish government, the US, NATO, etc. So that's good. Beyond that, I will say I think I know why there was a need for Ukrainian air defenses broadly in that area. It was either because somebody was trying to hit Lviv, or what I think they were trying to hit was some electrical infrastructure close to the Polish-Ukrainian border. It also fits with what the Russians said, that they weren't targeting anything within 35 kilometers of the Polish border, and that particular power plant is about 38 kilometers from the Polish border. So right within their exemption zone. And to my knowledge, it's not a power plant they've previously hit, so it would make sense that they would now be trying to hit it. One of their previous waves of massive missile strikes was aimed at the substations outside all of the power plants, all of the big hydroelectric power plants, the biggest hydroelectric power plants in Ukraine. The one on the Dniester, just north of the Moldovan border, and then ones in, I think in Kaniv, Kremenchuk, and Zaporizhia, if I remember correctly. This is now weeks ago. I did tweet about it, but I did slightly forget some details of it. So I'd suggest that that's why they were probably launching missiles at that general area. It fits exactly into their what can we call it, the MO of late. to try to destroy Ukrainian electrical infrastructure, disconnect power plants from the grid by hitting the substations outside of power plants. It's very close. That's why I reckon there were Russian missiles in the area in the first place. That's my very weak suggestion there. Very much non-specific beyond. Yeah, it's really close. And with S-300 missiles sometimes malfunctioning, it can happen that a missile that was supposed to detonate itself in air, flying over and ending up somewhere that it never should have ended up in. That's plausible. It's not an out there scenario. With the sheer number of S-300 missiles that have been used by Ukraine, yes, occasionally you're going to have malfunctions, and the ultimate fault lies with Russia for launching missiles at Ukrainian civilian targets in the first place, or at Ukraine in the first place, invading Ukraine in the first place, right? Invading Ukraine in the first place in 2014. Really, ultimately, all of this is Russia's fault, and that's clear to everyone. I was very heartened yesterday when I saw that everyone was saying that as well. There were from Scholz to Meloni to Jens Stoltenberg to a bunch of other leaders from the West, saying, "Look, this is why. This is why it happened in the first place. It's all Russia's fault. Russia's to blame. All I want from them now is more action in terms of what they have, what they can give to help Ukraine avert the Russian invasion going forward. That's the really important bit still. But let's not be too particular, I guess. Does that help, Blanche? I don't know about the ellipsoid coordinates. I'm really sorry.
No. Yeah, no, thank you. Of course, and I completely agree with you that more supplies would be, of course, very welcome. I have seen it said that Zelensky disagrees. That he says it's not a Ukrainian sort of like. I think what I've seen is that he basically said something like he wants to be involved, or Ukraine should be involved in the investigation, and obviously, if it is a Ukrainian missile, then they will accept full responsibility. But he seems to have information that that's not the case. So there's like a bunch of I don't know how you describe it, turmoil. I don't know, storm in a teacup stuff. Well, it's probably not the correct thing to say there, because that trivializes this very serious issue. But there is some sort of friction and discussion around the subject, suggesting that there's some claims of a cover-up or claims of NATO doing the expedient thing and ignoring that it is a Russian missile, which is a bit tinfoil hat. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah. So the situation remains. We just don't know, do we? We don't know what happened. But yeah, just like I did have a wee look at this alternate coordinate system, and it is slightly beyond my ability to understand it by just reading it very quickly. But it does seem like it's based on a different way of establishing, of establishing a location, right? So instead of just XY coordinates, it has things like it's imagining like a triangle on a plane and then taking more precise sort of measurements. So yeah, and this is for sure a Soviet thing. So it wouldn't surprise me at all that it's a different system, and in that case, that theory is kind of moot. So anyway, there we are. So anyway, I should drop down actually, but thanks so much, Domin. Have a great morning. Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lunchtime. What can I say? I'll say this. That is a complicating factor, what you brought up. I don't want to necessarily go too deeply into it because, as you say, we don't know. There is something of a conspiracy theory going around, which is sufficiently plausible that Russia could have launched an S-300 missile in a ground attack mode from southwestern Belarus, and maybe they were aiming it at Ukraine and ended up hitting Poland. That's quite plausible in that area. Maybe it fell short. Maybe it's going to Lviv and it fell short. Entirely plausible. They've not really been using S-300s in ground attack mode from Belarus before, but hey, it's the first time for everything. I am not willing to entertain the various conspiracy theories beyond acknowledging that they exist. That's fine. They exist, and the truth will come out eventually. That's not the point, however. The point is what Ukraine is given, what is delivered to Ukraine to help fight off the Russian invasion thereof. All the truth in the world regarding this isn't going to make any difference, certainly not anything like the same amount of difference as a couple of hundred ATACMS were there, freeing the leopards were there. That's really where it's about and what it's about. That's what I'd say. I think, Lunchtime, we are definitely in agreement on that one. Wyszniakowski, good morning.
Good morning. It's what a wonderful coincidence. You've been talking about exactly the topic I was waiting for talking to you guys on MriyaReport. And coincidentally, I just popped online when you were discussing. So in my opinion, it should be quite easy to establish where this missile came from, because S-300 missiles are not exactly bullets in a rifle which you might spray and pray. I think every single missile which is used should be accounted for, and if there's one less in the launching system, that will be known to whole of Ukrainian chain of command until up to Zelensky. So I do think that there's no investigation in some mud needed. I think people just need to lay their list of or like their evidence on the table between Poland, Ukraine, any NATO asset which also had some observation there, and the question should be answered without looking at parts and screws in the field. So to me, it appears a bit strange that there is some investigation needed, and to me it appears like a smokescreen. Yeah, I also don't want to entertain the different theories that you mentioned. So there can be quite manifold reasons for where the missiles could have come from. Did Ukrainian missile chase a Russian missile? Where is the second missile gone down? So I just think one thing is certainly sure, that it's way clearer than we are told where this missile came from. And if there's a disagreement between Ukraine and NATO, it seems at least a bit odd to me. And I don't want to go deeper in there. The one thing which I say is NATO again and again and again and again is trying to wiggle itself out of helping Ukraine to end this war fast. And that we see now from Meloni to Scholz saying, hey, wherever the missile came from, we blame Russia. It's nice. It's nice to say those words, but those words are not going to help a single Ukrainian life that's at risk from Russian missiles, not a single one. And that here's the problem. The only thing that we've seen so far from Western nations is piecemeal help to Ukraine, way too slow than what was necessary. And now, after the Russian escalation, where maybe there's been a Russian missile on Poland or not, we don't know. The evidence is not laid out. And we have two conflicting statements from two at least equally believable entities. So it's 50-50. It seems odd that they're dancing around this topic, and it's disingenuous on the NATO part. If a missile has been caused from Poland, right? If they say, hey, this has been, maybe it for sure has been triggered by Russia, right? By their missile attack, then there should be a bigger response. And we've been talking, when the 100 missiles were flying at Ukraine, we've been talking, hey, what could be the stronger response? and we see no sign of a stronger response. We're still discussing if maybe this one more system gets delivered, or maybe plus one NASAM gets delivered. Maybe now is the time for freeing the Leopards. And we're going to continue talking about this a month from now, maybe 2 months from now. It will all be the same story topic of which weapon system could be delivered to Ukraine, instead of discussing how to stop this terror bombing. I think the problem is that currently there is not being discussed how to end the terror bombing that Russia is conducting from its various assets in the air. And as long as there is no really concerted effort from the West to stop this, I'm sorry, NATO is as guilty as they are of not helping Ukraine and now trying to wiggle themselves out with some shady investigation where not everything is clear, and they try to drag their feet again. I'm sorry, I'm very disappointed in Stoltenberg, in the Biden administration, in Europe, in the EU, in the response, and nice words are not gonna cut it for me anymore.
So, Vyshnikovsky, as to the missile origin, right? It's forget about everything else. Radars know exactly where it's from. Taino went into some technical detail. If you want to understand the technical stuff behind it, check out Thomas Taina's account. He has I think, explanation in sufficient detail to satisfy most anyone to exactly what ability Poland and NATO have to establish exactly what it was, where it came from, that was flying through the Ukrainian and then Polish airspace and crashed in Poland in Przewodów, right? In Przewodów. So that's not really under question, I don't think. The fact that there is disagreement about it is a problem in its own right to some degree. But again, Vyshnikovsky, you're more frustrated than many often, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, it is all about what ends up being delivered to Ukraine, what enables Ukraine to put an end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That is really the only thing that really matters here. It's just a general point.
Toman, just last word to this. So let's agree that this missile in reality does not matter, right? It's maybe one item for us to bounce about and have a discussion, yes or no, and it maybe is even a distraction for me, at least. So one thing I 100% agree with you, it does not really matter. This missile, it happened, it does not really matter. So there I agree with you. I think we just disagree on the measure, on the assessment of the Western help. I think there is our big disagreement, and it's not really just frustration on my side. I just see it morally wrong the way the West has been approaching this war, and there we have a bigger disagreement. The missile, let's agree that the facts will be established, and in the end it does not really matter, because those few meters really don't matter. If it has been 1 kilometer east or west, let's forget it.
Oh, exactly. No, but I don't think we are in disagreement with Vyshnikovsky. It's just a question of how much more explicitly you're willing to voice it. Then I think that's really the question there. Lunchtime.
You kind of took the words out of my mouth there, Domin, because Vyshnikovsky, I was treading very carefully there. I was trying not to set off like a big sort of conspiracy theory discussion and all that sort of thing. But I completely agree in lots of ways that I mean, I've said it often that more should be done and more could be done, of course, and more certainly should be done. And it seems like all of this. I mean, this is standard. If you were to be cynical about such things, which I sometimes I'm accused of being, then the very thing that you would do in order to delay a decision or to at least remove it from the immediate focus of public perception is to have an inquiry. Now, I'm very familiar with this. For example, Boris Johnson.
Sorry. For example, Boris Johnson. I muted everyone trying to do something very silly on my phone. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. For example, Boris Johnson, our dearly departed PM, when this whole thing about him going to, I can't even remember the details of this particular. That was a storm in a teacup, but yeah, there was this thing of him going to regular. I don't know if party is exactly the word, but these gatherings at the height of the rest of the country being in lockdown. And so, the answer was an inquiry, a deep and detailed inquiry, which took forever. And, that's just the general sort of, it's the general tactic if you want to sort of move on from something that you don't really want to focus on because it's not expedient. So I was trying, I think we're all aware that's a standard tactic. And I would say, I don't think that Domin and Wisniewski that you guys are in disagreement. As it's just a question of, it's obvious more could be done. And more should be done. It's absolutely obvious, and it's equally obvious that any delay, any of this sort of delay, is just it just costs Ukraine. Ukrainian lives and suffering. And it's, if it was up to me, then I've said it before, we should have parked. If we took this seriously right from the get-go, we should have parked the entire NATO bus, as much of it as possible, right on the border and forced a recalculation. The thing is, for some reason, the people in charge don't seem to understand that unless there is a military cost to Russia, it's not proving. I mean, all these ideas of sanctions and so on, it's good ideas, great stuff, but we've been at this for more than 8 months now, and it's clear that unless there's a direct military consequence, Russia will not desist. They're just going to keep doubling down on idiocy after idiocy because that's what the tiny percentage of well, I don't know how big the percentage is, so I should not say that. But the ruling class basically will just continue to double down for one reason or another, and we can is that a word?
Kremlinology.
Kremlinologize is what I was going for. that was a bit too ambitious, but yes, exactly. We can indulge in criminology till the cows come home, but ultimately, yes, we know what needs to be done. This space knows what needs to be done. We know the left need to be freed. We all know this, anyway, so a long-winded way of saying, I think, your frustration is shared. Anyway, I really do have to drop down. So thanks again for the space, and I'll drop to listen now.
Thank you, Lunchtime. And once again, I don't think Wisniewski and I are in disagreement. Adrian.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, well, as I remember, I think the night it happened, I got really angry and overly excited, being convinced that it was a Russian missile. Well, yeah, it does not matter where it fired. We all agree here. It does not matter who sent it. I'll have a controversial opinion that I still believe it was a Russian missile. I'm sorry. I have no real proof, but I don't think the Ukrainian government would say it if it wasn't otherwise. They would just say nothing or I don't think President Zelensky would reiterate 2 times, and the officials in Ukraine would reiterate that it was or request an investigation. So I tend to believe the Ukrainian government. This is what we've been discussing on the space for 8 months now. We trust the sources from the Ukrainian government. So let's stick to that. Why change our minds in this incident? Nevertheless, beyond my opinion, I agree with Lunchtime also that I think this will just embolden Russia. They got a huge propaganda victory right now. It instilled doubt. Not to mention that the attacks on Tuesday kind of disappeared completely from the news. 100 missiles hitting cities all over Ukraine. That kind of disappeared completely. Which missile?
So I have to say, sorry, Adrian, I have to say, 15 odd missiles hitting, 75 being shot down.
Yeah. Good point. But yeah. No. You're right.
100 missiles being launched at Ukraine. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, let's leave it at that. Yeah, correct, Domen. So I mentioned this 2 nights ago when this happened. Like, it just gives me the vibes of MH17 all over again. Of we are outraged, we make some statements, but we're not essentially going to do anything. Now, maybe NATO is doing the smart tactic and secretly delivering Ukraine ATACMS, and now they're hatching up a plan to hit up those air bases, and sometime in December we'll see a nice Christmas present for those Tupolevs in Astrakhan or on Russian territory or in Belarus.
Are you saying they're gonna get nice illuminations?
Yeah. But let's not kid ourselves. I mean, we were saying in June that, in September or August we'll be seeing ATACMS all over. We haven't. It's almost December. So the public response was weak, in my opinion, and flaky. Okay, you act strategically, you act smart, you don't have to posture, whatever. But I really can't trust NATO. I'm sorry, I'm Romanian. Christian said it last night very well. We're Romanians. We're skeptical when we see different officials flaking around. So my only hope now is that NATO indeed is delivering the heavy weapons that Ukraine needs and is helping it prepare a strike package for Russian targets, that it will be carried out exclusively by Ukraine, because the point is not to involve NATO in a big shooting war. I'm not rooting for that, but it's just a hope. And I don't know. And the public response, in my opinion, was kind of flaky, and it handed Russia a huge propaganda victory and also a huge public opinion victory, because people who might support Ukraine but don't follow it as much. Remember that here in the space, like now there's 482 or 500 listeners, and there was like 1,500 at the peak during the night, maybe more. I wasn't here that much. So,
but in part it was because we also had Kyle Parker on, the chief of staff of the Helsinki Commission. That I think, and just before that we had the Azovstal hero, Azovstal defender, Sergei Skripal, right? So the combination of all of those.
Yeah. By the way, I listened to that and I thought it was a very enlightening interview. Thank you guys for setting that up. But anyway, my point is that people who are on the fence, who care about Ukraine, but don't know, they are more confused now. So Ukraine rocketed Poland. Why? These are people who don't analyze that, air defense. You might use an air defense missile to shoot down another missiles. There's dumb people out there who are good people and say, why did Ukraine rocket Poland? And the propagandists are taking advantage of it hardcore. So unfortunately, the people in NATO has a better PR team than NATO, I think, because they still don't understand the information warfare angle as much as Russia, and they look like cowards, in my opinion. Sorry, maybe I'm too harsh. I'm waiting for disagreement.
Let's be clear on one bit, right? There's reason why there would be sort of interest in keeping things quieter rather than louder. And the reason is because it doesn't really help Ukraine if NATO is made to make hard choices. What helps Ukraine is, Western allies giving them more stuff to fight off the Russians with. So I think that's an important thing to remember here as well. I really liked the response from Kaja Kallas. Immediately, I think this is from yesterday. So immediately she got herself on the right side. Honestly, maybe put her in charge of public communications for NATO. She has a lot of jobs that I would make her do all at the same time. I don't think we have enough of her time in a day for her to do all the jobs I want her to do, but I want her to do lots of jobs because I think that's that's the always the correct, sober, sensible, appropriate response to whatever the situation is. But the biggest point that she highlighted was that we must keep supporting Ukraine by giving more military support, more humanitarian aid, more financial support. This is the way towards peace, and that what is clear that this incident would never have taken place without the full-scale war against Poland's neighbor in Ukraine. And also yesterday, she sat down with Christian Amanpour, the famed journalist, reporter, interviewer, saying one very clear thing to all of her NATO colleagues: please look to your storage, look to your warehouses, find things that you have, make agreements with the private sector so we can send the top equipment to Ukraine and end this war once and for all. I think this is the right way to communicate. It's the right stuff to say, and if we could have many more of her, have her run all manner of positions and post, I think that would have been for the best for everyone, and especially the best for Ukraine. Just an idea.
Domen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm sorry, I thought you couldn't hear. Kaja Kallas also apparently knows how to use a javelin. Yeah.
Well, at least she held one once and had an excellent picture taken of her. Yeah.
It's not that hard to learn. It takes like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. They design, or so I'm told. I mean, I agree with you, and I appreciate your more optimistic take on things. I'm more of a downer sometimes. So yeah, I'm glad for her response. I'm actually surprised for Scholz's response. I didn't expect it to be this clear, but still, I just hope it translates into that, because for now, I mean, we're gonna speak again in January or something. If again we're having the same talks, when are they giving the Leopards? When are they giving the TACMs? When I don't know what else they need, the jets. When are they gonna do the Defense Production Act in the States to give them transformers or something like that? Yeah, until that happens, it's just words ultimately. It's not a full commitment. I understand the idea that NATO, it's not in NATO's interest to be the one who responds kinetically, militarily. It shouldn't be. I mean, I'm not rooting for that. I don't. I privately want that as a human being who loves Ukraine, but as a person understanding the long-term consequences of that, of course, I don't want that. So that's like the difference. Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Adrian. So that's really it, right? The question is what would lead to the best possible outcome, and you said what Russians are exploiting for their propaganda now. That's true, but remember, whatever happens, they exploit for their propaganda. They're very good at exploiting whatever it is for their propaganda. So that doesn't really change things one way or another. So that's not really a relevant point of comparison to be making, right? Imagine how much more they would have had there been an allegation, an accusation, a kinetic response. It really wouldn't serve the benefits of Ukraine. It really wouldn't have served the benefits of anyone else, really. So that's why I think this is important. Right. Let's go to Edvard and then to Vishnikovsky. Edvard, go ahead.
Thank you.
You said it right there, Donna. It's from my point of view, there are no sane people who thinks that that Ukraine would send missiles on purpose to Poland. That's I mean, it's unthinkable, and I think for the whole West, it's no one believes that. It maybe some Russians in Vladivostok or something, but as you said, Doman, you said what I was going to say. There's been everything, and it really doesn't matter. Yeah, you said it, Doman, so I get that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Edward. All right. Wisniewski.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I agree with Lunchtime, who said that most likely what we're seeing really is just buying time to find the appropriate response to the incident of the missile landing in Poland. I think it's just buying time, because if it was not about buying time, we all know that immediately they could lay on the table which missiles have been launched of what S-300 system, and how many missiles shot down another missiles, how many missiles missed. And this information is clearly known, and if they wanted to have a fast answer, they could have it already had yesterday. But so yeah, I think it's buying time, whatever the cost, whatever the goal. And I also wanted to say one more thing, which I'm a little bit on the side of Adrian, right? I'm the pessimistic one looking at the war. But why am I pessimistic? Simply because I'm not looking at the Ukrainian-Russian war out of a geopolitical perspective, which in my opinion is the one that politicians and decisions maker in NATO are taking. So I think they very much take geopolitical approach to things, and that will be also I believe the approach that the Pentagon is taking, right? They are not counting the number of civilian casualties, but they think how they can maximize the cost on Russian side, right? Or how they can optimize their own outcome in this war. And I think the frustration or the pessimism comes from the perspective that as someone who is not in this decision making cycles, not involved there, what we look at is simply the cost of human life. And when we see a decision costs more Ukrainian lives, it's simply frustrating, and that dampens the mood, and that dampens my mood extremely, and that makes me frustrated. But what I see is that, or where I'm convinced and where I'm positively looking at things, I think at the end of this path, however many lives it costs now, I think there I'm very frustrated, because I believe it will cost a lot more Ukrainian lives than necessary because of the Western response. But I say at the end of it, I'm convinced that Russia is losing. So I'm 100% convinced that Russia will not walk out of there with a success. That's for sure. It's just the path towards this success, where I'm absolutely in disagreement about with NATO, not with you, Roman, but with NATO and the Western nations' response. They are too slow, also on delivering the weapon system. Yeah. So, but the outcome will 100% be that Russia is losing, in my opinion. And one item which Adrian mentioned, which is the value for Russian propaganda. I think we should not underestimate it. I think that's where the West is playing a dangerous game by dragging the feet and buying time on this missile incident. I think they need to come to a clear answer fast, because I think it's also again undermining support in the West, right? Because Russia has now a wonderful opportunity to paint Zelensky as the lunatic who is not accepting that it was his own missile. He doesn't know what's going on in his country. Ukraine is shooting missiles at Poland because they want to escalate the war. Crazy warmongers. Those are the Russian stories, and we in the space, we know it's all bullshit Russian fake narratives, but 90% of the population in the West going about their normal lives, their normal business, and only read the news and scroll across their phones in the morning, seeing what new has happened. And it will inform their decision making, what Russian propaganda manages to get out of the current situation. And I think it's dangerous to underestimate it. Because a majority of people, a big part of people in Austria, you have 30% people voting most right-wing, anti-vaxxer, anti-foreigner party. So 30% of the people are at risk.
Okay, let's forget that. Just remember what their foreign minister Karin Kneissl did about 5 years ago. Just focus on that bit. That I think illustrates things a lot more.
Yeah. So absolutely. No, I'm just saying there is a danger in Austria, at least. There is a bunch of stupid people.
Hello. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know who is talking there, but I made my point, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Vyshnikovsky. I just want to remind everyone that the party that Vyshnikovsky is talking about was a part of the coalition government a few years ago, and the foreign minister at the time, a lady by the name of Karin Kneissl, got married while in office, which, fantastic thing. Great to see people finding their future even while in public office. Lovely. The problematic bit was that she invited Putin to her wedding, and that was the more iffy part of all of that. Right, Adrian, go ahead, and then we go to Eli. Adrian.
Yeah, thanks, Vyshnikovsky, and for that reminder of the Austrian foreign minister. Yeah, I mean, I'm also optimistic long term. I'm speaking with my friends in Ukraine. They're defiant. They know that even the ones on the front, they say that it's very tough, but they know they're gonna win. Like, they don't have a doubt about that. My friend from the east gives me an estimate of 8 months with a heavy sacrifice, but that's what she says. And she was right. She predicted the war was going to happen last August. So I don't know. She's usually right about her instincts. So I hope she is this time as well. So I'm optimistic about the victory. What I'm pessimistic about is that what I mentioned before, that people can be influenced. People are not as engaged as we are here in the space. And you just trickle this bullshit, I'm sorry, news stories, and then they get frustrated and get confused. Fortunately, I saw that the Romanian press covered it pretty well and explained it pretty well. And at least from what I'm seeing in Romania, there is anger at Russia, not at Ukraine. But, the trolls are really fighting hard. They're still there. They're still commenting. They're still writing. They still have a few influencers, not as many as, public figures that speak pro-Russian words. Not as many as in places like Germany or Austria, but still there's a few. So yeah, it concerns me that Ukraine is definitely gonna win this fight, but on the side of the information war, Russia is winning. I can't put it any other way. I do feel that on the information war, Russia is winning. They are trying to make it all about Zelensky and money, completely ignoring.
Yeah, Adrian, sorry, no, that's nonsense. I have to say, they're not winning. Of course, they're not winning. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
On the information front, you don't think so? Okay,
no,
okay,
definitely not. Absolutely, definitely not.
Okay, I'm willing to take that. I'm willing to take that. Then maybe I should change my media habits, or the algorithm is really putting me in a bad mood in the last few weeks. Yeah, well, then I'll concede that point. I would rather take some good news, and I trust your opinion, Domen. But yeah, so I'll cut it short. I'm just concerned that people will get tired. I guess that's my main problem. And tired people are easily influenced. That's my fear and pessimistic part. But I do hope I'm wrong.
No, I have to say this. They're definitely not winning on the information front. They're trying. They're trying hard. Go back to Russian doctrine. Read what Russian doctrine regarding hybrid warfare says, and information warfare, cyber warfare. They say 80% of warfare is non-kinetic, as far as they're concerned. They put a massive emphasis on infowar, right? Massive emphasis. They think they're good at it. They're not. Every single time thus far, they have failed massively in their attempts to conduct information warfare, even in places where their victory was nigh assured. I'm not talking about going to Norway. I'm talking about, in Bulgaria, in Montenegro, places where they had actually a lot of soft power influence. And they fell flat. And they keep falling flat. They're also falling flat now. Yes, they're getting the usual suspects, the loud ones, those who engage in conspiracy theories left and right. Sure, they get plenty of those. But just because they're loud doesn't mean that they're winning. That's the important bit to remember, Adrian. Yes, they're loud, but they're not winning. They're still a small minority, and it's the same minority, even a lesser minority, than it was 8 months ago.
Sorry, Domen, just a quick follow-up, because I see another hand and I don't hog the space. Yeah, I think the loud ones concern me because, I know, I'll just take this FTX thing. It's like they're just launching conspiracy theories, and I'm more concerned about... Okay, I won't, but I'm just concerned that the biggest backer, which is the US, will be influenced by just... I mean, come on, there's more people listening to certain podcasts that amplify this stuff than are watching CNN. We gotta be realistic. It's a new media space, and that's what concerns me, essentially. If Roger Waters goes on Joe Rogan, that's like 5 million views in an episode in like less than a week. That's way less than an expert on CNN who can explain to you the situation very clearly is gonna get. It's just the truth of our media landscape, and that's like my fear long term. I take your point. They're not winning. They're not winning in Romania. I mean, we've kind of woken up here since the war. That's my feeling since February, that we don't buy the Russian bullshit anymore. The people who express these opinions are kind of isolated. So Russia expanding the invasion of Ukraine in February kind of like jittered our heads and reminded us, yeah, Russia was always our enemy. Russia always wants to take over Eastern and Central Europe. So we're fine. We're fine. I'm worried about the Americans who are far away and don't see tens of thousands of Ukrainians getting killed and their cities getting bombed to bits. They see Zelensky laundering money for some... That's my fear.
Stop looking at fringe nonsense stuff. Statistics are clear. Voting is clear. There isn't anything like enough numbers, even in the US, and definitely not in the US, who would be thinking that. Yes, there are people spreading conspiracy theories about pallets of cash, using videos from when US was unloading pallets of cash in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia in 1990 to be able to pay its soldiers the daily whatever it was. I forget what it was. Maybe Charles knows exactly what that was for, right? Sure, whatever. Normal, serious people look at Pentagon releases that come out every week that say, we're sending them so many Gimlers and so many Javelins and so many M113s, etc. That is the actual, way it's Ukraine is getting support. That and some transfers straight to the Ukrainian central bank to close the budget deficit. It's not going in cash, it's going by wire transfer. It's all clear. It is all, it is all thoroughly transparent. There's always conspiracy theorists, but it's the same minority. It's the same ones, it's the same usual suspects. Just because they're loud doesn't mean that most people believe them, doesn't mean that sufficiently many people believe them to make a difference. Yes, they'll go ahead and claim it's pallets of cash when it's actually army surplus from the back of the warehouse, which most of it frankly is, right? Or most of it frankly was until quite recently. Just because they're loud doesn't mean they're winning. Just because they're loud doesn't mean they're in the right. Certainly not in the US, certainly also not in the UK. It's not just Poland and Romania that realize that. It's far from it. They think they're good at it, but every time thus far, at least when it came to them affecting the West, they have failed. Every single time thus far. So don't beat yourself over the head too much with worry about that. It's not happening.
Thank you, Domen. I should come more often in the mornings here to restore my sanity a little bit. I appreciate it.
Yes, please do. Please do. I am very happy to tell you that your worry is excessive. Big fan of doing that. Right. I see we have Ali. Ali, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this space. So actually, I want to make echo to Adrian. I also believe that Russia is still losing information war, but not same as it was in February. It is very clear. When you just look at the amount of the articles which supports Russia or push Ukraine to negotiate with Russia compared to February, there is increase in the amount of these articles. Like, we need to be honest and we need to be clear. Yes, Russia is still losing, but not same. And it is very clear that the economic outcomes of this war has impact on the people. And these people, these interest groups, they are now just changing their positions, because actually, especially in France, in Germany, in Western countries, unlike in Eastern countries, since they cannot feel this threat as much as Eastern felt, it is very easy for them to say, okay, maybe Ukraine can compromise from its position. So I believe that increasing the amount of these articles, increasing amount of these voices is very natural because of the economic outcomes of it, and it will be increasing. So pushing Ukraine to negotiate will be normalized, especially after this winter. And this is really scientific outcome of any potential war, because it is now entering, like, this is not a conflict anymore. This starts to be a protracted conflict. And as a result of this protracted conflict, so people will have enough of that, especially economic outcome. Because of the economic outcome, so these interest groups will push their governments to push Ukraine to negotiate. So we see the examples of it, like in Germany. We see that in the social movements, some parts of the society has already want Germany.
I will really need you to be more specific, because it's really difficult for me to counter arguments that are, social movements in Germany, because I wish to explain to you something, but I really need you to be more specific, because otherwise it's hard for me to do so.
Okay, thank you. So I cannot give you the specific ones, but we see that there are pro-Russian or anti-government stand in Germany on the streets, which says that Germany should not send any weapon anymore, should not support Ukraine, and support the negotiations. So I think this is a fact. Like,
okay, Ali, that is a fact. The point is that you're saying it's increasing, whereas you're not providing evidence that these are different people than the ones that were screaming all along, give Russia everything they want anyway. Do you see the logical disconnect here? You're saying there are people saying this, but you're not evidencing that these are additional people and different people compared to the ones that were saying this all along and that were waving Russian flags and that were supporting Russia all along, right? So this is the disconnect, and this is where I need you to say there are new people and show that there are additional people, not
So
just
you-
new talking points by the same people as before.
So you say that these are same people, but their voice is just we hear their voice in a high volume. So
We hear their voice in a different with different talking points, but they're fundamentally the same folks. And maybe I can have Knut, who's German, lived in Ukraine for a long time, but kind of living between Ukraine and Germany for a long time, maybe speak to this a little bit because he's very involved with both sets of media. But what I want to say is, look, Russian info warfare, yes, is pushing different talking points at different times. I completely agree. That's what they do, right? They adjust. With changing times, they adjust the way they approach things. And yes, they definitely have been pushing this whole inflation is to blame on Ukraine, high energy prices. Let's give Russia whatever they want so that we have lower energy prices. They have definitely been pushing that. However, that doesn't mean that it's different people pushing it. It's been very much the same set of people pushing those talking points the whole time. It's just different talking points that they're pushing. What they have attempted, for example, is starting in late August, early September, Russia has started financing protests, first in the Czech Republic, and then later on in places like Bulgaria and Romania, and then later on as well in places like Germany, with a very specific set of talking points all around energy prices. What happened, though, is if you look at European natural gas prices, they peaked at a very high level at the end of August when they were starting all of these heavy protest movements, somewhere on the 330, 340 euros per megawatt hour for natural gas. However, just after these movements started, and this was this spot pricing, or was this maybe it was next month pricing, whatever it was, right? It fell off a cliff immediately following that. These were next month pricings. So 1 month ahead features, I think. Right, immediately after that, it started falling, and as of about a month ago, it's been hovering just above 100 euros per megawatt hour. Right, basically very similar prices that existed last winter. Indeed, often sometimes last winter, they went well above that already, right? To sort of 150 thereabouts, right? 140, 150 thereabouts. Even 180, I think, was the peak at sometime last year in late December, around Christmas. So their kind of argument for the economic reasoning kind of fell through the floor as the prices of natural gas in Europe that they're being traded in Europe fell through the floor. So they had to adjust, but they couldn't adjust because they went kind of all in on that. So you have a bunch of people screaming this, but nobody's really listening because the facts don't actually bear it out anymore. The other part is that they've been trying to associate inflation with the Russian war in Ukraine, and that's why you should give in to Russia to end the inflation, even though the baseline reasons for inflation, and this is widely understood, maybe not widely among the populace at large, but certainly widely enough that it's clear to all who are genuinely interested, were already there at the end of last year. If you ask Romanians, they'll tell you, yeah, actually, all of this inflation that elsewhere started in sort of January, February, March, well, we already started that in October last year, right? So it's a little bit of a different situation, but from an economic standpoint, it's pretty clear that this isn't caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Is it made worse by the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Sure, absolutely, but it's certainly not caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Knut, is it the same people who've been shouting all along to give in to Russia since January, February, March, or is it a whole lot new ones in Germany?
No, it's precisely the same. I think Vyshnikovsky said it before. You have these right-wing anti-vaxxers, anti-coroners, all these guys who've been listening for the last 3 years to Russia Today and Sputnik and whatever there is. You have those guys, and then politically on the left side, you have Sarah Wagenknecht from I always call them SED. I think they're now called the leftist or the left, Die Linke, which was They are on the far left spectrum, and then you have AfD on the far right, and their followers, and even their results in elections have not varied much. They're actually even going down. So you're right. There were these protests at the end of August. It was pretty much the same people attending. People pushed by Russian media, and you haven't seen it all over Germany. You've seen it in Berlin, in Cologne, as far as I remember, in some small, like big cities where 2, 3, 4,000 people showed up. But if that local team wins a championship, there's 500,000 people on the street just to have the right proportion, right? So it's I don't think that there's more people. What I do see is when you look at the general public, that inflation and energy prices, it doesn't mean that people are against weapon deliveries. They're not against supporting Ukraine. They're just they are very involved with their own lives right now, just to keep the head over the water, right? And there's a lot of people. The available income has decreased a lot. You see concerts, like big concerts being canceled because they haven't sold enough tickets. There's like big events where they use their 4 or 5 million visitors, like in Bremen, over 2 weeks, which they had like this year 1.5 million. So people spend less money. They're very involved with their own lives, which doesn't mean that they're against any, for or against any politics. But the talking points, yes, the talking points have changed in the last year, like it always is. In January, it was still COVID and lockdowns and all these things, and then it changed to more towards the war and Ukraine and all these things. But it's still the same people talking. There's not more, in my opinion. There's even less people being involved with that. I've seen any actually. I have some friends who were very deep or are very deep into this anti-vaxxer movement here in Germany, and I've seen people involved with them actually even supporting Ukrainian refugees a lot and helping a lot and being involved very much. So it has even helped keeping people or getting people out of that environment, in my opinion. So it's even less people supporting Russian ideas.
I don't want to take more time, but just I also want to ask the impact of these people. Maybe they are same amount of voice, but maybe their impact is high. What made me that much pessimist is I was really shocked about the Netherlands decision of just lifting some of the restrictions against some Russian institutions or Russian people. So after that, I thought that maybe information war, especially in the West, is returning to Russia's what Russia wants. It goes to the point where what Russia wants. Because of that, I said it. But maybe we need to be more observe. We need to more observe about the impact of these ideas, which says that Ukraine should negotiate now. So, but thank you very much. So it was really illuminative, Dolman and Kunut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali. One thing I really want to highlight, right, is it's yes, they're loud. Yes, they might be heard. But Charles, Knut, can you remind us what we heard yesterday about 865 million euros being raised in Germany for Ukraine, and how that was the largest number ever for a single cause?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it came out. I think it was it Frankfurter Allgemeine reported that for private donations that in Germany, that this is now the largest cause in history, greater than the tsunami in Southeast Asia, at 850 million euros, I believe, was around about that number. So public support in Germany is very, very high, and I really like what Knut said about it's the same people saying the same things, because I totally agree with him in Germany.
Yeah, and we have fundraising drives here, and it's people not having much money going to their employer saying, "I really want to help. I don't have the money. Why can't you donate?" So we actually get donations from companies where we don't even know why. We'll take it. We just had a donation run for a week, and we raised like just from private people 3,000-4,000 euros for food deliveries and stuff like that. So the support in the German population is huge. And Charles, I have to check that article. I think it was like 870 million over the last 6 months or 4 months. It's a huge number. So the support is growing, and that's very, very positive, I believe.
Thank you, Kuduf. I think this is a really good illustration. Actions, not just words. It's not just about who's the loudest, but what they're willing to actually do. On that point, peace for Ukraine, and then we'll go up to the Nordics. Peace for Ukraine. Bom dia.
Bom dia, good morning, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Slava Nazi and
Smrt Voraham.
Voraham. Good morning, everyone. Good to hear you. Thank you for the space. Thank you for your presence here and for all the support you bring to Ukraine. And actually, I just wanted to add 3 small information points to the support that Ukraine has around the world, in this case specifically our own community here, but also one that is Lithuania bought 1 marine drone for 250,000 euros, and that happens very fast, and within a few hours they received 12,000 votes to name that marine drone, the Ukrainian marine drone, that is called Peace, because they understand well that peace with superior firepower, it's the only way to take the Russians down, because they do not understand negotiations, they do not understand that everything they are doing is absolutely wrong and against international law. Another piece of information is that the UK, a large humanitarian aid package destined to the newly liberated Kherson city. They had a deluge of donations, and there's a 22-ton lorry that is packed up to the brim with humanitarian aid that is going. And the third information point is our own community here, our own MriyaReport community and friends that support MriyaAid. We just recently, across one day, were able to achieve the minimal target for a call out that our own dearest Verlaine made for the RBB. So let's continue to push. Let's continue to support Ukraine. Let's continue to make our voices heard. And again, donations will continue. Support to Ukraine will continue until Russia gets out of Ukraine and beyond, because we'll also help our Ukrainian sisters and brothers to rebuild, because they deserve it. This is the good fight, people. This is the right cause. If we don't do this, then we cannot call ourselves humans. This is the right thing to do. So, if you can, tweet the space out, donate to MriyaAid, call your friends, call your family, spread a good word in your office, in your bakery, in your supermarket, in your building, but do the right thing. We can all contribute, even if we cannot contribute with money, but we can spread the good word. They deserve it, because this is the fight for their existence. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peace for Ukraine. I agree with 99.9% of what you said. There's one little thing I need to disagree though on, and that one little thing is the name that Lithuania gave to the marine drone. It's named Peace Man in a very sort of 1960s, 1970s way. Except peace is in English, but man is in Russian. It's dets. So it's peace, comma dets, and yeah, it's up to you whether you understand what they're actually alluding to. But I'm not going to say it again or out loud because this is very much a family show.
Thank you very much, Domin. Cheers.
And if you don't, you can message me privately. Okay, let's go to Edward first, and then to Nale and to Benas. Edward.
Thank you, Domin, and thank you, Peace, for. I'm almost lost what I was going to say now, but yes, I'm going to say that there will always be people who are conspiracy nuts, and when you are out on Twitter and you search for them, you find them very easy, and it's just the way it works, I guess. On normal distribution curve, you will have some people which you cannot change. You cannot change their opinions, but fortunately, most of them are not in government positions and are not ruling, so to speak. So, but what I want to say about all is that I understand Vishnukhovsky. I understand his frustration, and people are dying, but I tend to focus on the positive things. The positive things is that they're still holding strong on the Eastern Front, in Bakhmut, in Avdiivka, Pavlivka, and so on. Yes, there are losses, and it's. I also think that the West support could be much better. We could finish this off with, for instance, releasing the leopards or freeing the leopards, but in the long run, this is nothing that Russia can win. They will lose. Their country will implode. There are so many good things out there on Twitter, on YouTube, on to and I tend to do that myself. I look for the positive things, and I lean on those positive things, so to speak. And I think it's hard to find positive things when you see what's happening, but we gotta keep on trying. We gotta focus on the positive things. And yeah, I just wanted to say that, Domin. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Edward. I concur. Don't go down rabbit holes. Don't go down rabbit holes. Conspiracy theorists want you to go down. Nale.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about these loudmouths that are spreading these Russian talking points and kind of obfuscating the how should I say it, the landscape of narratives and facts given to the public, because one problem I see here in my home country of the glorious Finland, which is alluded to in the song by Monty Python also, we have a state actor called Yle, which is like the BBC in England, SVT in Sweden, and NRK in Norway. So I really miss them having like a really, really long TV show with actual experts that can counter these narratives, so that guys like me who don't have academic training or even time to research stuff might get good kind of dumbed down insights how, for instance, inflation works and where it actually comes from. Because now these spreaders of false information, they have a pretty much a free rein to say whatever they want to say and spread it through social media and stuff like that. So, and social media is quite effective in this too, I think, which also works in their favor, but can also work in the experts' favor. But because the experts are usually maybe busy doing research or something, they don't have time to comment. Or in Finland's case, not even doing research anymore, but writing applications for university grants and stuff like that, which isn't research, but that's a whole other story. And that's all I have to say. And thank you for this space, and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Nale. I will say this much. The Nordics, so Finland and Scandinavia especially, have seemingly a very strong resilience among the population. The good people of Finland and Scandinavia seem to have particularly good BS detectors, and I don't mean the Black Sea Fleet detectors, but the other BS detectors. It seems to be just the best. Just the best, most resilient set of societies around when it comes to this. Now, there's some other really excellent ones, but just as a grouping and the question of consistency, there seems to be less need for it. I really appreciate how Helsinki and Santamat and Yle, I forget which one he's on more, but how often they engage in the general Pekatoveri to ask the more, let's say, military questions and to analyze the quality of Russian Russian actions and the lack thereof. I like how they engage Jessica Ara, sometimes Jessica Ara, quite often to deal with the Infowar aspects of it. But it was honestly, I just think it's less need for this in Finland, just because people end up not believing Russians by default anyway. Very consistently, and I think that helps a lot. So maybe there's less need than other places where there might actually be a serious need for the sort of stuff you raise. But you're right, a whole lot of academia nowadays is actually writing grants, which is very frustrating. Nale?
Yeah, I just thought about one of my so-called friends who he has written Pekka Katoveri many times on Twitter and on Facebook, and totally lambasting him for not being an expert. But the funny thing is, he can't ever tell him what he is not an expert in, which is really strange.
Tell your friend to stop being silly, because General Pekka Katoveri is, if anybody understands A, warfare, B, fighting Russians, and C, what Russians claim they can do and what they're actually doing, it's him, right? He's on the top 10 of my list of whom I would listen to about analyzing what's going on the ground in Ukraine. It's not Ukrainian.
Yeah, and they seem to have this really strange need for something to be 100% correct all the time, even when talking about wars and battles when they're happening. It's really strange, and I can't quite understand it. But there you go. I have to work now, but have a nice day, guys.
Thank you very much, Nale. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Tell your friends to not be silly. Come hang out with us instead. Maybe we can help them out. Knut. Knut.
Yeah, sorry, work interrupted.
No worries.
So it's just, it keeps you away from the interesting stuff, so to say. I even made some notes here that I wrote down. So one of the things that I realized for myself after this missile incidents in Poland happened on, was it 2 nights ago, right? is
Correct,
that
yeah.
I think sometimes it's a good idea just to stay calm and not to get excited, and just to wait until clear facts are there. And I still believe we don't have the clear facts. So for myself, I got really excited. And what I found really interesting is that a lot of my friends from Ukraine, a lot of other people started getting really excited because they thought now there's no other way for NATO to get involved. Of course, it's like Vyshnikovsky and many others. I do believe that Russia will, at the end, they will lose. I think they already know that they have lost, and I think that many Ukrainians were just. I don't want to say happy, but they thought that okay, now there's no other way for NATO to get involved. We will get more support. This will be over a lot faster, and I totally understand that. So that was just my private takeaway from what happened in the last 2 days. Then I heard something really interesting yesterday on a YouTube channel from, I think his name is Thomas Heinrich. He reports like every day on what's in German, what's happening in Ukraine. He is former military, is very interesting. And he had a perspective that I just wanted to share because I haven't heard it that clearly before. He said that Russia is actually not the terror, is not terrorist acts, but they are weaponizing refugees, like they've done before in Syria, and they're doing it again now. And that this could actually be a clear security threat to the European Union and NATO, because if you see another 10, 15 million refugees going west because there's no water, no electricity, and no heating during the winter, clearly people have to leave their home and go somewhere else to, especially if they're children and they're older or they need support or whatever, that this could really change public opinion in the West. So it's not his opinion, but he said that's clearly the goal of what the Russians are aiming for, and I haven't heard it that clear in the past days. So I just wanted to share that, and I think that's a very interesting thought. And my last point is, Bundeswehr released new info yesterday, and that I haven't heard that before. They are building up a, what is it called, Instandsetzung, a maintenance facility in Slovakia right now. I don't know if you've heard about that. All the material that they're sending to Ukraine will be maintained there. So there is no argument in the future anymore for we can't send them stuff that they can't maintain. So they even themselves are building up capacities there, and that General Freud, I always forget, Freuding, that's his name. He also said that at the last contact group meeting, so I think it was the sixth one, not the last one from yesterday, he said that most NATO countries who do have military winter equipment have promised winter equipment, and it has all been delivered. So in his opinion, the fighting forces of Ukraine shouldn't have no problems with winter material, winter equipment anymore for for personal equipment. So and then he talked a couple minutes about Kherson and that how you break through if there's like tank barricades and stuff like that. And he said in NATO doctrine you usually mine those. Germany sent demining tanks for the to actually break through barriers. So not to demine already liberated parts, but to enable the Ukrainian army to break through tank barriers. So I think that was the summary of what they were talking about yesterday.
So that's really good, Knut. Let me try to remember the order of all the points, and then remind me if I missed something. So that argument, the first time I've heard it, it was raised on this space by a friend of ours, Victoria Wojcicka, former member of the Verkhovna Rada of the Ukrainian Parliament. Regarding what Russia wants to inspire with this and what risks this has for the rest of Europe, having to take care of many millions, possibly next, double-digit million of Ukrainian refugees in the winter. So she was the one that I first heard this from, and after that, I also heard it very explicitly in some very mainline Russian propaganda, saying that the aims of this are to freeze Ukrainians in their homes. So whatever this YouTube guy is, great. I'm glad that he's raising these points. Maybe this can galvanize some support for it as well. And this is why it's so important to do several things at once. One, provide Ukraine with more better air defense. Two, rehabilitate the infrastructure in Ukraine now, not next month, not in 3 months, now. There are parts that are needed now in order to be able to get the electrical system back up and running. And thirdly, give Ukraine more war-winning weapons. Leopards, right? ATACMS, CV-90s, etc. Because Ukraine needs all of these ASAP in order to kick Russians out of Ukraine. Because the quicker that's done, the sooner Russians have been kicked out of Ukraine, the sooner additional measures that aren't possible before that can be undertaken by the Western allies. So let's please set the conditions for that as quickly as possible. What else was it, Knut? Right, the maintenance base in Slovakia, that's great. Also, Panzer Haubitz have already been being repaired in Lithuania previously, which is also really good. Distributing the repairs, the maintenance of especially Western delivered, but also legacy Soviet or legacy Warsaw Pact equipment to more countries. That's always a good thing, because anything that can't easily be done close to the front lines, if you're shipping into Western Ukraine anyway, let's have more hands on deck, more people who know how to do this, because it's not that much further away if you go to Lviv, or if you go on to Poland or Slovakia, right? There was something else, Knut, that I forgot.
No, I think that was it. It was just the first point that about Ukrainians, that they kind of were looking forward for NATO to get into the fight. That was.
Exactly, yeah, and this also explains, what Adrian was raising earlier. Why was there so much interest in this, and why did this overshadow? Why did the missile that struck Poland so overshadow the ones that were aimed at Ukraine, and many of which hit targets in Ukraine? The vast majority were intercepted. The reason there is because people thought, maybe this will be an Alea Iacta kind of moment, right? For NATO, for the Western allies, and that's why there was so much more interest in this, because that was different. It was very, very different indeed. Note: Finland just announced a new package of aid for Ukraine, the largest thus far. They say, I think they said the largest. Yes, the largest thus far. Of military aid. They're not specifying anything, of course. They're just saying, yeah, we're sending more stuff, as Finland usually does. All right, let's go. Let's go to AM and Anders. I see. Anders, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the space. I just had a quick comment to one of the previous speakers who was concerned about the Russian propaganda and the current propaganda narrative. And as an experiment, I just tried to type in the first 3 letters of Zelensky's name in the Twitter search field. And the first hashtag I was presented with was Zelensky is a war criminal. So I do understand how people can be concerned. And I just think it's very important to keep amplifying the truth, and the people who are seeking the truth will find the truth, and also to make sure that people who are maybe a bit more prone to be uncertain of what to believe has an opportunity to easily have the truth available to them. And yeah, that's basically just my comment. And maybe a quick question. I was following the Twitter news feed a few days ago when the missile hit in Poland. And Zelensky was very quick to point out that it was a Russian missile, and I don't know what your opinion is on that, if it was a mistake on his side to be so quick to point it out, because, I mean, it's obviously it becomes a low-hanging fruit for the Russian propaganda machine. Yeah, I don't know what your thoughts are on that. You've probably already covered it, so I'm sorry if this is already
No
been
worries,
spoken about.
no worries, Anders. Happy to talk about it. Look, first of all, regarding the Russian propaganda, I feel ever more as though they're being stuck within, yes, a very loud, a very large, but nevertheless just an echo chamber of sorts. yes, they're shouting loudly, but no, I don't think they're having much of an impact going forward at this point. So I think that's not as bad. As to what if he jumped the gun a little bit, honestly, maybe. But what's really important to remember is the collective voice of all of the Western leaders who came and said it doesn't really matter what missile it was. What matters is why it ended up there, and the reason why is clear to all. And the reason why is because Russia was launching massive missile salvos at Ukraine, at Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, at electrical infrastructure, at residential buildings. Otherwise, no air defense would ever have been activated. So if it is air defense, well, that's why. Also, remember, this is a problem within Poland, right? And it's a problem because 2 Polish citizens died. There was a missile strike within Poland. There are legal consequences, that legal ramifications that any response has, and that's why it has to be done particularly delicately and handled particularly delicately in Poland, right? And I would just say, wait. At the same time, it doesn't really genuinely matter what missile it is, and what it does actually matter is that it's is that it was caused fundamentally by the Russian assault on Ukraine. That is the only thing really that fundamentally matters here, and that's true. And an appropriate response is very simply to give Ukraine everything that Ukraine needs to defeat the Russian invaders and to kick them out. That is all there is. Today, this morning, there was another smaller 3-hour missile strike against Ukraine, 3-hour missile attack against Ukraine, with about 50 missiles plus a number of loitering munitions. Again, with civilian casualties, right? This is where Ukraine needs A, more air defense, but also B, more capacity to kick the Russians out, interdict their logistics with long-range standoff weapons such as ATACMS, as well as be able to, throw them out kinetically. Very simply, Ukraine needs more tanks, more IAVs, better ones, Western ones, to fight with. That's why Ukraine needs not just more artillery, absolutely more artillery, but also Leopards, CV-90s, Bradleys, Marder's, Pumas, etc. The whole menagerie of those. And sooner rather than later. They literally cannot come too soon. Anders?
Yes, thank you for your clarification, Doman. And well, I absolutely agree. I think that Russia is definitely in a position where all the propaganda is sort of in a, like you mentioned, an echo chamber. And I think overall, it's Ukraine and the West is definitely winning the information war, as they should, since it's the truth and it needs to be out there. And regarding what you were talking about, I lost my thread a little bit, but yeah, overall, I agree, and we should continue to support Ukraine. And yeah, I've been a listener for a long time, just haven't had the guts to speak. So yep, first time, and I wish you all a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anders. Thank you for that. That's it's always great to have more people come up and join us. Right. Shall we look very briefly at some of the news? We just covered some of the news, I think, in saying that there was another mass missile strike, smaller one, but nevertheless mass missile strike against targets all across Ukraine, everywhere from Dnipro to Kiev to Vinnytsia to many other cities, far and wide. And there are more civilian casualties as a consequence of that. Many missiles were intercepted, shot down, including over Kiev. Apparently, both NASAMS and IRIS-Ts have excelled themselves once again. Over Kiev alone, 2 missiles and 4 Shahed 136 drones seem to have been shot down. 14 injured on a missile that struck Dnipro. Sorry, 4 missiles and 4 drones and 5 drones over Kiev. a missile hit in Dnipro, at least 14 reported injured thus far. And Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of Ukraine, has been in touch with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, specifically saying, now is the time for patriots, pretty please. In slightly more positive news, there is an extension for another 120 days to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, or also known as the Istanbul Initiative, or shortly as the Grain Deal, for another 120 days. Now, over the past just under 4 months, Ukraine has exported more than 11 million tons of agricultural products to countries around the world. And while that is a lot, that isn't nearly as much as they would have normally in the same period of time. So that's 11 million tons just through the 3 southern Ukrainian ports of Greater Odessa, Pivdeny, Chernomorsk, and Odessa. Now they're trying to include the port of Mykolaiv to it as well, and trying to extend it by a year rather than just 4 months. But nevertheless, what this illustrates, and I think this is the really important point, is that Russians realize they don't really have a say in it anymore, right? The Russians realize, just as they had to realize a couple of weeks ago, when they had to say, "Oh, we're unsuspending the grain deal that we suspended," and during which period Ukrainian ships, or rather, merchant vessels, were still leaving Ukrainian ports and going onto the high seas, and they're telling them to go away and stop bothering everyone. That ships will continue, and if need be, they will be reflagged under Turkish flags, and then try it if you want to. I think that's an important thing to note as well. So the grain deal has been extended. Ships will continue leaving Ukrainian ports, and hopefully at a higher pace than they were thus far even. So over the next 4 months, let's be thinking more in the 15, 17 million tons rather than the 11 million tons of the past 4 months. I think that's a relatively realistic expectation, even if Mykolaiv is not included. Including Mykolaiv in it brings its own problems, especially around the Kinburn Peninsula. That closes off the Dniester Bug estuary through which the ships would have to pass. Oana.
Yes, so about the grain deal, yesterday there was a very interesting article in The Guardian, I can send it to you, about what Russia requested to renew the grain deal. And it was very interesting. But today Guterres and Erdogan posted the fact that the grain deal was renewed as it was. So I don't know if the new requests from Russia were met by this new grain deal. Basically, there were 2 things. One, that Russia should be allowed to export ammonia, which is a raw material for the fertilizer, through the territory of Ukraine, following a complex scheme, in fact, because they are not allowed to pass goods to Ukraine, but the goods would be bought by third parties, and then the ammonia that is brought to the border of Ukraine should be transported via a pipeline, a special pipeline, to the port of Odessa, and then exported. And the second was some lowering of the sanctions for the banks in Russia, and introducing some of the banks in the SWIFT network. So I'm very curious to know if there were some modifications to the previous grain deal. If you want, I'll search for the article and send it to you. It's very interesting.
No, I saw that as well, and my understanding is that there were none, which would obviously be a good thing if that is true, that there were no changes necessary. So that's a very good thing if that is indeed true.
Yes, this is my understanding also, because they said in the same terms as before. So
yeah, I think Russia just realized it doesn't have a choice in it anymore. So there you go.
That's a good thing.
All right. Thank you, Anna. CJ, I'm being inundated with a question. Would you like to try to answer it instead of me?
I will try my best, but I doubt I can do better than you, Doman.
No, I think you can. Okay, so I'm being asked this by lots of people, so somebody has to answer it. And I already tried earlier. Apparently they weren't listening. You must have seen the hypothesis by which a missile was programmed with the latitude of Kiev and the longitude of Lviv, and that's why it crashed into Poland. saying that it's a Russian missile with coordinates, of, again, the latitude of Kiev and the longitude of Lviv. Is that at all plausible?
No, for two reasons. The first is the these missiles that Russia uses GLONASS, which is a satellite guided system. Obviously, nowhere near as precise as GPS, but the types of grids it generates, or to correlate with Soviet and then later now Russian maps, is a completely different grid data reference system. So, for example, if you think latitude, longitude, it's sort of divided up in a certain way that encompasses the whole world at once. But this isn't how military maps work, because you never really need the whole world at once. So instead, you break it off into bite-sized datums or datums. And so what that means is, long story short, there's no way that they could have misprogrammed it like that, because they're not going to type in a latitude and a longitude in this thing. Secondly, is the fact that since it's a cruise missile, right, it's got, well, theoretically, the way these things are used is they have different ingress and not egress, but ingress points and routes. So it's going to have a bunch of different points saved in there as it travels to try and avoid air defenses and get to its target. So it more than likely would not just have had that one data point put in there. So that's another reason why it wasn't just likely a one miscalculation in that regard.
But CJ, what if it was an S-300 missile in a ground attack mode that was launched like that?
So this would be then the first ground attack version S-300 from Belarus, the only area that could range it. So it's not impossible, but at the same time, the S-300 being able to fly that direction in that way would be pretty unlikely. I wonder, I've seen some Polish sources now that say they were tracking this cruise missile that was coming from Russia, and they also were in touch with the Ukrainians who were actively trying to intercept it. And what some of the polls say, which I think is actually even more interesting and slightly more probable, is that it was a KH-101, so a Russian cruise missile, that had some new type of electronic interference in it. So a defense system and defense mechanism that could throw off and jam incoming air defense missiles. So I think that would be the most likely course of action here, is that Ukraine tried to intercept it, and Russia literally basically threw the Ukrainian missile off and into Poland. Whether that was deliberate or an accident, I think needs to be investigated. But I think that would be the most likely idea of what happened here.
There we go. See, this is what I reckon is the most likely option as well. Russia was targeting a target very close to the Polish-Ukrainian border, be it a residential neighborhood like they often like to do, or some electrical infrastructure. We know there's a thermal power plant, a mid-sized coal-fired power plant, about 40 odd kilometers from the eventual site of the impact within Poland, the explosion in Poland. They might have been targeting that. That's a plausible thing, judging by their target selection of late. And if indeed, CJ, like you said, they managed to throw an air interceptor, an air defense missile, of course, that would explain why the air defense missile ended up where it did instead of taking down their cruise missile. But CJ, does it actually matter? Does it actually matter? Or does what matters is what many leaders of Western countries, from Scholz to Meloni to many others, have said? Very simply, it is Russian fault. It's entirely Russia's fault. For had Russia not been launching a bunch of missiles at Ukraine, this would never have happened in the first place, one way or another.
It matters for the severity of what should happen next, at least to me, because no matter what, it's Russia's fault. I want to start that off very clearly. If we're talking about somebody, shooting someone in self-defense, whether it be a home invasion or any other situation, because every person on Earth is entitled to a right to self-defense. With that in mind, if there's collateral damage from it, then the question is, could that collateral damage have been mitigated anymore? And the answer here clearly is no, generally speaking. But more specifically, if Russia used electronic countermeasures to spoof either, one of two things, either to reset where the missile was headed, or to have it deliberately target a NATO member, I mean, that would be a huge escalation, and that would be very important to know, the full extent of it. Because, I mean, with that logic, for example, if they were able to spoof a GPS-guided system like HIMARS and launch it towards, say, Poland or Romania or Moldova or anything else, I mean, think about that, right? Would Ukraine be at fault at all? No, they absolutely wouldn't be, and it would be a gigantic deal. So that's why this investigation needs to continue, and that's why, too, it's important for not anyone to jump to any conclusions. I know some people are angry at Ukraine for sticking to their guns here, but, as we've seen with all of these ridiculous propaganda accounts saying, Ukraine has attacked a NATO member, all aid should be cut off. I mean, we can't listen to this crap for a lot of reasons, but there's a good chance Ukraine knows something we don't about this, and we just have to wait and get Ukraine better air defenses. So this can't happen like we saw today with this second round of missile attacks, which was much smaller than the first. IRIS-T and NASAMS had, again, 100% success rate. Some pretty incredible interceptions coming out today, videos of Ukraine defending their people. And so the better their defense systems they have, the less likely this is to happen again in the future.
Do you know what this sounds like to me, CJ? Damn it. If you hadn't been saying anything for the past minute, what I had prepared would have sounded better. It sounds to me like Ukraine needs a lot more Western air defense systems. It sounds to me like if Russians can affect air defense missiles, they can probably affect air defense missiles, designed back in the Soviet days, with a lot greater probability than them being able to affect, say, IRIS-T missiles or missiles launched out of NASAMS. Right, because they probably are much more familiar with the S-300 missiles and know how to affect them better. So that just sounds to me like give Ukraine way more NASAMS and IRIS-Ts, and this problem would be thoroughly and completely avoided. There we go. Well, thank you very much, CJ. I think we have a couple of people with questions for you. Ian, go ahead.
I had I saw in my timeline, I've lost it now, suggesting that Crimea last night was hit with extended range GMLRS, I think GMLRS. Is that possible? Because they've got an extended range of about 150 kilometers or so. Thanks.
CJ?
Well, the only way it would be possible is if they somehow got out of basically the prototype stage and got to Ukraine before the American army got them. This is something that's happened in a couple cases with weapons, but there's been no confirmation of it yet. So I would just hang tight, but it's possible. I just don't think necessarily very likely.
Many thanks.
What are the alternative methods that Ukraine might have had of causing that smoking accident?
I will say that the explosions that I heard, again, I don't even know if there's really too many confirmed videos. A lot of people were sharing old videos, Belgorod footage, or other things. And so with that in mind, it's pretty difficult to assess what it was specifically. But the explosions would indicate it was maybe something a bit larger than GMLRS. But, I think we might need to wait a little bit. Obviously this is a good reason why they should have ATACMS, because this range in this sort of base area, I mean, there's 2 railroads, an airbase, fuel depots. It's a pretty prime target, but it sits just outside of the, GMLRS range typically. So having some longer range missiles would make this not a problem anymore.
And that's the other part of our routine prescription, right? Free the Leopards, deliver ATACMS. Vyshniakovsky.
Yeah, thank you, CJ, for your explanations on the missiles. I think also that's the most plausible scenario is the last one that you guys mentioned, that there was some cruise missile that has been chased because S-300s don't get active to shoot at birds, I believe. And that resulted in an S-300 flying into Polish airspace. What I think there's still a question is if a Russian missile has been flying into Polish airspace and got chased by S-300 and both fell down or not. And that's, I think, still one of the open questions. I do think that NATO and the West are trying at all costs to avoid any sort of escalation. So I think what they might be doing, really, in my opinion, is very immoral, in my opinion, trying to maximize the way for them to stay out of the conflict. That's what I perceive. But I have a question with regards to air defense. I do think that only giving Ukraine air defense is maybe not enough to stop these terror bombings. I think one thing that needs to happen is to give Ukraine the capabilities to target the launching sites, to target the airfields, and especially launching sites also of those Iranian drones. They have not been used in the last attack, but I believe there Ukraine needs to be given capabilities. And I think it's way better to do that. And maybe CJ, you can enlighten me on that. To better to do this than to try to cover all Ukrainian territory and all substations with air defense. And the second thing is it possible, knowing that Russia has certain areas where it can stage the attacks from, and there will be certain corridors, right, where those missiles need to fly through from? For instance, let's say Caspian Sea, right? We know that there Russia is quite immune from counterattack, so they will be launching missiles from Caspian Sea and into Ukraine. If all the other areas are covered with ATACMS or whatever, to deal with these missiles from the Caspian Sea with putting air defense into the path, is there a possible strategy to cover the paths as opposed to the targets? CJ.
So I understand what you're saying. Typically, air defenses as a system are limited by, the radars that are used to integrate with them and find targets. And these things have natural limitations more than 200 to 300 kilometers, just based on how the Earth curves and a bunch of other factors. So with that in mind, you could set them looking very aggressively 200, 300 kilometers into Russian airspace. But with this, of course, you run the risk of shooting down, civilian planes and a bunch of other things that you might not want to hit, or you might not want to, in the case of random military transports, might not be worth the missiles that you send at them. So that would be the only issue with, kind of looking at these pathways, as you said. Still important to have long range air defense, but it becomes tricky when you try and shoot into other people's airspace. In terms of giving Ukraine the capability to strike where these things are, it's not worth the energy. The energy, in my opinion, and the money and the equipment would be better suited into getting them, ATACMS, of course, so they can destroy all the Russian targets in Ukraine. And then, if a lot of money is going to be spent or a lot of effort's going to be done, F-15s, F-16s to better intercept these ballistic missiles and to better intercept, Russian fighters. Because the reality is, Russia is the largest country on Earth, and these bombers that they have incredible ranges, 1,000, 2,000 kilometers. Ukraine will never be able to effectively stop these cruise missiles from coming from the launch site. It would be impossible, right? There's no system really on Earth other than giving Ukraine a fleet of of Tomahawk capable submarines that can patrol the North Sea and the Arctic Ocean. Would be the only way to feasibly stop it forever, but it's just not going to happen. So if one thing is true about these ranges, and that's they're coming for Ukraine. So the one thing you can really affect strongly is to get Ukraine the best air defenses in the world, because let's say you give them ATACMS, let's say they get the green light to attack every air base they can reach. That's great, but then Russia just pulls back slightly their air bases and they keep going, and Ukraine's in the same situation it was before ATACMS. So that's why the air defenses are the most important thing to me.
If I just may clarify, yeah, I meant strike, not the air bases deep in Russia where those long-range bombers are coming from. I meant more give them the capabilities, for instance, to hide, to hit the launch points for the Iranian drones, right? Because they don't have this long-range capability that, for instance, Tupolev has. And for the remaining threats, of course, I agree with you completely. There, I was looking at air defense within Ukrainian airspace to focus them on the corridors where they can come in. Yeah, that was what I meant. So my intention was not to say, hey, let's give Ukraine the capability to disable all Russian airports, right? That would be unrealistic. I just meant for close range, for instance, in Belarus, right? They will have the launch sites for the drones, give Ukraine capabilities to target and hit those drone launch sites, and then one nasty saturation threat is basically covered and disabled, and you have the missiles and air defense system ready to take care of the more severe threats, such as the cruise missiles. That was the idea.
So this is an interesting point, and there's not a good answer because there is some slight differences to the Russian version of the Shahed 136 versus the Iranian one. The problem I think that they're going to have is the Iranian, these Iranian drones have ranges of anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 kilometers. So you'd sort of run into the same exact problem where they pull them back and they still are relatively effective. But that Russia isn't necessarily using them that way. So they could maybe be overestimating their potential, in which case I think you'd be entirely right. But I fear that they might have a little bit more range than we're giving them credit for. But I completely agree. Give them the ability to strike as deep as possible, and that will save Ukrainian lives, especially in the short term.
Charles?
Hey, CJ. I've got a question about 777s. I've seen some videos, and I know I know the Ukrainians have lost a few of them. Is this relatively standard kit in the U.S. Army? We have lots of these that we can provide to replace those that have been damaged, destroyed.
Yeah, so the U.S. has over 1,000, and as you kind of pointed out, all these, although a lot have been damaged by Landsets, maybe 10 to 15, they aren't totally destroyed. A lot of parts can be repaired and replaced. I mean, that's how these things are designed, is to be somewhat modular in that regard. So I don't think it's as bad as Russia's trying to make it out to be. Although I would say, just generally, that's why it's so important that countries like Poland and Lithuania are offering up their maintenance services. That's really a good sign that they'll be able to continue the fight much longer. Because, as as an engineer, recovery of equipment is a key task. Even in Afghanistan, where we had plenty of vehicles to go around, you still take every effort to recover all vehicles that are lost. And so if Ukraine is able to do that, because we know Russia barely is doing it, then they'll be able to fight better in the long term. So as long as countries continue to offer up that service and the parts exist, I think they'll be just fine, because these loitering munitions are small and they're certainly not destroying vehicles every single time they get a hit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, CJ. Joanna?
Thank you, Domin. And CJ, my first point is to thank you for the explanation. I think it is the most reasonable explanation we heard, and it's really amazing to hear you. So thank you for that. And my second point is about the explosion in Crimea. Some days ago, there were reports that the Russians are trying to make a stockpile of missiles in near the airport in Zankoy, and maybe the amplitude of the explosion there can be because of the secondary explosion. Maybe the Ukrainian targeted that ammunition depot, and there were many secondary explosions. What do you think about it? Thank you.
This could definitely be the case, especially with the withdrawal across Kherson. Many supplies were moved into Crimea for safekeeping, so they probably weren't properly distributed or properly protected, and so it was a very vulnerable time for the Russians. So in terms of what exactly happened, I think we'll have to wait a bit longer, but as long as Russia keeps putting a bunch of supplies in Ukraine, there's always going to be friendly people and also special operations forces that can make it go boom in the night. So this is going to just keep happening until Russia's entirely out of Ukraine. But I'll try and find out more and get back to you.
Thank you. And whenever you are ready, I have some news about the missiles from today. So maybe later.
All right, thank you, Anna. Actually, maybe now I just want to say one little thing before we go to that, Anna. I just want to say Jankoy is very important because it's not just an airfield; it's also a railway hub within Crimea. Now, being a railway hub within Crimea doesn't mean nearly as much as it used to. since the Kerch Bridge was made less usable, especially by heavy trains. However, nevertheless, anything that Russians have stockpiled in Crimea, and they've probably stockpiled quite a lot of stuff there over the many years that they were there, knowing that they would be launching a large invasion of Ukraine, and certainly they've been stockpiling things there over the more recent months. So whatever they still have in Crimea, they'd want to ship into occupied southern Ukraine, elsewhere in occupied southern Ukraine, in Kherson or in Zaporizhia, they'd have to go through this one railway intersection in Jankoy in the north of Crimea. All the railways in Crimea lead through Jankoy. That's always good to remember. So they don't really have a choice but to go through there. If Ukraine can repetitively hit Jankoy, can possibly make the railway infrastructure there unusable, or can make the transshipping point, if they have one in Jankoy itself, which is reasonably plausible, looking at how the logistics function. That would be very beneficial to Ukraine indeed. All right, Charles, comment on that, and we'll go to Yana for a report, and then on to Thanos. Charles?
I believe I saw something that also showed that it's an electrical hub as well. So rail, airfield, road, electrical.
Give me a second. I got my map up. It is. It's not to the same degree the only one, but it's certainly a major one. It's not as limited as many of the other things, but yeah, absolutely. Also, to some degree, also. All right, thank you, Charles. Joanna, what do we know about the missile strikes today?
Okay, so let me take my notes. So the attack today lasted for about 3 hours, 50 missiles, and apparently 10 Iranian Shahid drones. Explosions reported around Kyiv, Odessa, Dnipro, Kharkiv, Izium, and Vinnytsia. In Kyiv, there were 9 combined missiles and Shahid. I don't know the exact number of each. All the 9 were engaged and destroyed by anti-air defense. So no direct hit in Kyiv. In Odessa, 7 missiles, 6 were shot down by air defense, 1 hit an infrastructure facility, 1 person injured. The most, the worst effect of the hits was in Dnipro, where they hit some industrial infrastructure, and apparently 5 persons are wounded. And also there is a video with a hit over a road and a park, and there are also casualties there. Apparently a 15-year-old girl was injured. And that's about what I have for now. There are many reports about some other civilian infrastructure hit, but I have to confirm this. The good news is that air defense worked excellent in Kyiv and Odessa.
Thank you, Anna. Right, and that's, I think, the IRIS-Ts and NASAMS were reported to have 100% efficacy on targets they were engaging once again. Once more, illustrating the utility of having modern Western systems and the greater need that Ukraine has for modern Western systems going forward to be able to intercept these threats much better than otherwise. Right, between the theory that CJ mentioned earlier, as of yet unconfirmed, of course, that Russia has some sort of system that they can use. They can affix to cruise missiles that averts S-300 missiles. Somehow, I don't really understand how that's supposed to work. Maybe Thanos can enlighten us on that one. Especially in that context, I would dare say that modern Western missiles are probably a lot less susceptible to that, whatever the mechanism is, simply because Russians haven't had the chance to study them in the same way as they've been able to study and deconstruct their own designs. And that's where NASAMS and IRIS-Ts would just help additionally, substantially, beyond just having more air defenses, but also having better air defenses and air defenses that are more resilient and reliable. Thank you very much, Johanna. Thanos.
Just one point to add. So apparently the attacks today were done with the Tupolev 95 strategic aircraft from Volgodonsk in Rostov region, and the missiles were X-101 and X-555. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so the same sort of stuff primarily as on Tuesday, not entirely, but same. The bulk were the same as the bulk on Tuesday. All right, Thanos. Good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, everyone else. I was hoping to catch CJ to pop a question to him, but I can definitely jump in here on some of the discussions. What you were discussing is Russian countermeasures on their own missiles to confuse our own interceptors, friendly interceptors. Now, while obviously there would be intelligence on such things, whether they do or do not exist, I can't get into that, but I can tell you that in open source, such capabilities do exist with many of the West's adversaries, and it can be hard to assess just how effective they are unless you are able to get a hold of them and put them inside of a chamber. A chamber is a highly insulated, electromagnetic radiation insulated area. It's usually, if you ever saw the movie Armageddon and you saw the spiky walls, the spiky walls room where they were practicing in before they went to the asteroid, those aren't actually sharp spikes. Those are made out of foam, and that's a chamber room. And so what we'll do is we'll set up an emitter, an antenna, receiver, and then we will measure the power amplitude, the modulation, the power density, depending upon distance between the emitter and the receiver, and that tells us all we need to know about how likely effective a jammer on board a missile system would be against a interceptor that we would be trying to hit it with. Now, that being said, there's been a lot of talk about repurposing of missiles. We've had pretty extensive discussions here in the space about repurposing Russian anti-surface cruise missiles to be used to terrorize civilian targets. It's not a precision weapon because it depends on either an active radar guidance or to kind of work as a passive radar, which is similar to how our HARM missiles work. So it needs something to hit a Navy target at sea. And when you're trying to just send it to hit a static target on land, and it doesn't have the benefit of GPS, hitting a very specific GPS coordinates, you're basically just providing it a vector. And then whatever it crashes into, you're happy with that. And that fits the current Russian strategy. Another similar thing that they're doing right now is using S-300s and S-400s, which are the size of telephone poles. These are large missiles, and they travel very fast and they go very high. So they can have a similar trajectory to a ballistic missile in so much as they gather a full head of steam. And then when they come back down to Earth, even though their warhead is not the same size as one that you would normally associate to a ballistic missile or a land attack cruise missile, when you put into the equation all the kinetic energy that it has due to the speed that is traveling, the distance, the ballistic trajectory, it is able to generate a fairly robust crater when it hits. It's able to detonate pretty nasty. The thing that I'm hoping we get into soon here is looking at what's called anti-aircraft artillery. Now, anti-aircraft artillery is pretty old, really dates back to World War II. It started off as flak, and then we started getting into developing what's called a time delay or radar fuse, and that would the actual round itself would not explode and shower the incoming targets with mini projectiles, the flak, until it gets relatively close to you. That's what you want, because you want to defend as much airspace as possible. So a lot of people think that when we're shooting down missiles or aircrafts, we're shooting them down with a skin-to-skin contact. Most of the time, that's not it. We're exploding before, when you get into the proximity of the aircraft, so that the pieces of shrapnel impact either the plane or the missile or the drone, so that you stand a better chance of being able to at least disable, if not destroy, your target, even if your math is not perfect, that you would get a skin-to-skin contact. So what I'm hoping is that we start seeing more of that going into the research and development arena, especially as Russia is threatening Ukraine with these drones and in civilian areas where it might be hard to get a lot of NASAMS or IRST systems out there. Something that may be a cheaper and yet extremely effective solution is to put up a significant amount of flak. You create a shit screen, and anything that's trying to fly through that is going to get busted up. Its wings will get shredded, its propulsion will get all gunked up, and then it's just going to fall to the earth. Now, hopefully it falls to the earth after its warhead detonates, but if we're trying to defend, large concentrations of civilians, we're trying to, if there's a block that is very civilian dense and we're trying to defend it because that's where the Russians are trying to throw missiles to terrorize, Kyiv or one of the other oblasts right now that they've pulled out of months ago. It's a good thing to look into, especially if we're going to need to put a lot of the missile systems defending key infrastructure. You still have to defend those critical mass areas of the civilian population, especially if that is concentrated in kind of easy to pick off targets such as apartment towers. So just a couple thoughts.
And those are especially good against those loitering munitions, right, Thanos? The more old school autocannons, as opposed to necessarily cruise missiles.
Absolutely. And the other thing too is, the more advanced ones have the feature that you don't have to worry about the rounds coming down and impacting, a house, a early morning commuter. These things will explode. They will either auto destruct or they will command detonate once they have reached, a apex altitude. They don't, anti-aircraft artillery does not follow a ballistic trajectory in so much as it hits its, apex altitude and then descends and then tries to hit something. It's trying to hit something on the way up to max altitude. So this is, the Russians are the kinds of people who shoot missiles and they don't worry about command detonation or auto detonation. Wherever it lands, who gives a shit? Well, we think differently. And so, you don't have to worry about, okay, we're saturating the air. It's not like you're saturating the air with AK-47 rounds celebrating, whatever holiday. This is strictly, you are aiming at something in particular. Or an area where you believe that a drone swarm is coming, and then those rounds will not be impacting the Earth.
Exactly. And actually, can you tell us what the mechanism is on the basis of which these bullets work? It's clearly not new technology. Everybody who wants to have it has it by now, right? Because it's literally many decades old.
Yeah, it dates back to the 1940s. So this was a invention that the Applied Physics Lab actually developed. It's called the time delay fuse, and it utilizes a rudimentary timer and radio frequency emitter that, as the frequency increases, as the time between your radio emission and reception of the reflection decreases. Once it passes a certain threshold, the round will explode. Beyond that, once it has its own altimeter on board too, a pressure altimeter. And once the round has passed apogee, or the apex altitude, either word is sufficient, it will command detonate, because it will sense a change in atmospheric pressure, and then it is able to just immediately trigger either a old school Mercury switch or however, probably the some kind of silicon chip in there is probably triggered to then command detonate a whatever small warhead is already embedded in the round.
Thank you, Thanos. And this is why the ones on Gepards, for example, right? The distance gets programmed in on the point of it being fired, if I understand correctly.
So believe it or not, it doesn't need to be. Certain missiles, that is the case. But for the basic anti-air artillery, it doesn't need to be. And that's the beauty of it, is that it'll fly up if it detects something close by. Its seeker immediately turns on if it gets a proximity detection that crosses the threshold. It'll explode. If it doesn't, once it gets to apogee and starts coming back down, it explodes anyway. So it's one of those things where it does not require a huge integrated air defense system to be effective. It just requires having enough of these rounds and having something or somebody to cue it. This area, aim, fire. And you can have, for example, like a counter rocket and mortar and artillery guidance system. You can have a ground-based radar that is providing a angle and elevation to fire at, and that's all good. But these are not smart rounds; they're just responsible rounds.
I hope that yesterday's announcement from Sweden in the morning, saying that they're providing some air defense, possibly, maybe, just might include a bunch of these Bofors cannons that George has been talking about for a long time, which are exactly the sort of thing.
That's exactly what those Bofors cannons are. They are smart where they need to be, which is providing you that angle and that elevation, that tracking, the ballistic calculator to tell you where you want to fire these rounds. But the rounds themselves don't need to be $1 million, so you can buy a lot of them, and you can buy a lot of them and shoot a lot of them and not have to really worry about collateral damage from your rounds. When your rounds hit the missile, the drone, other targets, an air target, yes, there is the horrible chance that whatever you're shooting at will come crashing to the ground. However, in the greater warfare calculus of things, it is still better than if that enemy weapon were to meet its intended target.
Thank you, Thanos. And for 50 million euros, for example, you get a whole lot of them. And my understanding is that Sweden had a whole lot of them still in stocks. So hopefully, and this is something George was asking for many weeks now, right, George? Go ahead, George.
Yeah, exactly. Thanos, I wanted to ask you, I think I know the answer, but I'm going to tap into that big juicy brain of yours. These cruise missiles, these Russian, Soviet, whatever the hell you want to call them, they're Soviet cruise missiles, really. They're flying A to B, right? They're flying straight line for the most part, right? They're not making 90-degree turns like a Tomahawk or nothing like that.
So I will quote what is currently in Jane's IDS Jane's. If you subscribe to it, if you really want to spend that much money, if you want to look onto any of Jane's publications, periodicals, or even some of their, they write a lot of books. They have a beautiful database that's online that you can subscribe to. Some of their weapon systems, some of their cruise missiles are what we call waypoint guided. Waypoints just implies that if you have the benefit of intelligence and knowing that certain air defense sectors are defended by whatever systems, you want to fly around those, you want to sneak up the back, you want to try to fly a nap of the earth terrain hugging flight profile. So flying at an altitude of X number of meters, and you'll increase and decrease and vector around. Some of their weapon systems do that. Now, it's what you end up with a straight line is when they try to repurpose systems that were not designed to be land attack cruise missiles. If you take what I was just speaking about earlier, an anti-surface cruise missile, a cruise missile that you would use to attack a Navy ship, and then you try to turn that into a land attack cruise missile, it's going to fly a straight line because it has nothing else to guide on. If you fire a S-300 or an S-400, it's going to fly a straight line because also it has nothing to guide on. And that missile has maneuvers, but those maneuvers are all predicated upon it trying to get to a point in space, a projected intercept point to hit an airplane. If you're simply firing it and saying, well, hopefully it'll hit something over in this area, yeah, it's going to fly a very predictable point to point, might be quasi ballistic, but it's going to be a point to point impact, and it's not going to have any of those the benefit of the waypoints or really any kind of crazy high G terminal maneuvers that you would normally see with either a supersonic, hypersonic, or a subsonic even land attack cruise missile that is designed to try and evade your anti-air systems.
So we were talking about you mentioned the Bofors, and I've been screaming about those getting into Ukraine. So for all intents and purposes, these cruise missiles, I know I'm oversimplifying things, but the modern day version of the Nazi V1, right? For the most part. And
well, so you have to keep in mind the Nazi V1 was a ballistic missile. It was not a cruise missile. So the difference between a cruise missile and a ballistic missile, obviously with a ballistic missile, you're talking about some kind of exo-atmospheric capability such that it is not always underpowered flight. So when it exits the atmosphere, it is then depending upon flying through some degree of space and then re-entering on its own inertia, achieving terminal velocity, and then striking its target. The cruise missiles never actually exit the atmosphere. They're airborne. They're airborne the whole time.
Sorry, really quick, Athanos. Yeah.
Sure.
So, you're talking the V2 was the one that would exit, would go into space and come.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and the V1 was the one that just cruised at an altitude. Remember, they were using a piston fighters because it only had like a cruise speed of 380 or maybe 400 miles, and they were using some of their faster Spitfires to engage them. But what I'm getting at is, they also had rings of air defense, right? Bofors.
Absolutely.
And so that's what we're talking about. The avenues of approach, because we know pretty much from what area most of these repurposed missiles that are flying from point A to point B, like you said. So they could build rings, right? Or at least anti-aircraft belts, if you want to say that, with Bofors and with Oerlikon 20 millimeter cannons. Anything that's radar guided and has the munitions, has the proximity fuses. I know Italy also has. Don't they have the 76 millimeter dual purpose gun that they also use?
Automalera.
Automalera, that's it. And don't they also? Isn't it also used in any aircraft role? Doesn't it also have that smart music, like the proximity fuse on its munitions?
Correct. Actually, you'll find that almost all NATO naval guns have a anti-air capability. But I love everything that you're saying right now. So during the war, so far, a lot of the air defense systems were being reserved for defending troop emplacements, critical infrastructure. But now that the Russians are being pushed back, where the vectors are becoming a lot more predictable, as you have astutely pointed out, yes, absolutely. This is now the time to start building layered air defense. And this is the time for the allies to start helping Ukraine to build that layered air defense. And of critical importance, again, to start defending these civilian critical densities, these dense civilian areas. And the lowest layer, just like we do it on a Navy ship, needs to be that anti-aircraft artillery, the Bofors cannons, automoleras, the Phalanx Sea Whiz, if we're able to give that to the Ukrainians, that is your lowest point defense. And it will still provide capability, especially against those low radar cross section. That means things that appear very small on radar, that are hard to track unless you're really, really amping up the power amplitude to try to track something. But those little Iranian drones, this is a perfect kind of capability to target them. And so, yes, there should be Bofors cannons emplacements around every single large civilian, housing development or cluster. And that is something that you can train a local civil defense force up to use, and to use effectively. I mean, dating back to World War II, the United States had everyday civilians sitting on top of Sears Tower, high rises in New York City. Every major city in the United States had civilians manning anti-aircraft artillery. Now, fortunately, we never really had to use it, except for once, I think, when a weather balloon was mistaken for a Japanese raid on the West Coast. But it is something that can be done, should be done, and given the intelligence and intrepidity of the Ukrainian people, something that I'm sure they would very much volunteer for, so that frontline forces could be better spent.
Yeah, I mean, I think the British used civilians, right? They had a whole corps of civilians.
Absolutely, yeah, everyone did.
Even females that were,
oh yeah,
manning stations and things like that. So
absolutely.
yeah, all you need is obviously you would need someone as a technician that would actually man the radars. But a lot of these things then aren't they radar guided? Aren't they pretty much automatically guided after, right?
So
Some of the newer systems.
Yeah, they can be, but remember also you can network in all your radar guidance, so you don't necessarily want to have a co-located radar in all cases with with whatever system you're using. You can, but you don't need to. You just need to know where the threat is, and then you can, based on your own location, your position, which is fixed, you can calculate where you need to be aiming in terms of angle and altitude, vector and altitude, and then you just open up, which is probably what you'd see. You'd probably see a whole ton of Autobolera or Bofors cannons just suddenly start shooting into the night sky, which would be a glorious thing, especially when it confounds every single one of the incoming drones. That would be incredible.
And you're putting up what a flag screen. What you're doing is just putting up.
It's cheap and extremely effective. It's cheap and effective, and it's the last line of it's the last line of defense. So your area air defense systems would have had their shot. Your more local air defense, area air defense, you're thinking something like a Patriot or a S-300, S-400. Then you're talking local, you're talking NSAMs, IRST, and now you're talking terminals. So you're absolute positive lowest range, but still effective. And that's when you're talking Phalanx Sea Whiz, you're talking the Bofors cannons, that you and I both like so much, or the slightly lesser cousin, but still capable Autobolera.
Thank you, Thanos. Yeah, and
no, thank you, man. That was a great idea. I hope someone was there taking notes when you were making recommendations for starting those rings.
Yeah, because like I know they're there. Look, they have the older ones are the L60s, and you have the L70s, and ammunition for them is being produced. Someone's just got to go into a warehouse, dust one off, refurbish it if it needs it, and send the damn thing. These are not expensive systems, right? We're not talking like you're not going to spend $100,000 to bring down a Shahed drone.
No, you're not. You know, and are there crazy 76 millimeter rounds that are super duper stupid expensive? Yes. Do we need them to accomplish this mission? Absolutely not. There is an intelligent way to still win the cost curve here and meet 100% of your mission requirements. We don't let the military industrial complex, you know, price us out of a very workable solution here.
Exactly. And the bottom line is that percentage, that 10, 12%, whatever have you, that's getting through, you're going to drop that percentage down to about maybe 2%, if not zero.
Absolutely. And what, just imagine now, imagine what that means for the population. You know, the Ukrainians have been resilient as hell. I mean, they really have. I mean, and even during, like, okay, it's Monday morning, it's time for another Russian, you know, massive missile attack. The next Monday, they're still up and going to work. I mean, these people are freaking ballsy. So imagine now that everyone gets to man their air defense like once a week or something. You know, it's your turn to go sit up on the air defense network. And just imagine, like, Ukraine is just open and thriving. And every time the Russians just throw the kitchen sink gets shot out of the sky. I mean, that's just kick in the balls.
And Zelensky was it yesterday? He said once we get that percentage down to, like, he said what, 5% and less to getting through, that's when he wants. I mean, look, they're being, I mean, just unbelievably smart in this. And that's when he said, look, the people that are refugees, I don't want you coming back, which is like, you know, that's an amazing statement to make. I don't want you coming back till we get this percentage to 5% and less. You know, he doesn't want them coming back in harm's way. I think that's incredible.
Yeah, I think that's smart too, because he realizes that if you have these large concentrations of refugees, they're going to become a target, and that's fucking horrible to think to realize that. But it's also smart. It's being very pragmatic. It says, okay, if I suddenly start recalling in all these refugees, they're going to be concentrations around rail centers, around airports, around this and that. We're going to have temporary housing established. We don't have the resources to rebuild all their homes in Kherson Oblast or Kyiv Oblast, or name the area where these people had to flee out of. And so those refugee camps will be targets. They'll be targets for Vatniks. They'll be targets for, you know, missile strikes. And, you know, until you have that more integrated, layered being more important than integrated. I'll say that again. Layered being more important than integrated air defense system set up. He's exactly right.
Yeah, thank you for your input, Thanos. I appreciate it. And good morning and good day, everyone.
Good day.
Thanos, I got two quick questions for you. One's really easy. What's the range on those Bofors cannons? 5, 6, 7 kilometers?
Man, I don't want to
roughly something like that, right?
I don't want to step on my crank here and say something I'm not supposed to. So I will just say that they are sufficient to meet the requirement that we're talking about.
Okay, fair enough. And the other one is it's about the S-300 missile. So
yeah,
the reporting is S-300 missile fell to the ground when it was used in an air defense role rather than a ground attack role, and apparently exploded on the ground. That seems to be what happened. Seems to be what's being said to have happened. Would you say that this is definitely a malfunction? That it fell to the ground rather than exploding in the air? There should be some sort of a similar thing as these autocannon shells, right? That it should have exploded in the air even if it didn't hit anything.
So I've had a couple heated discussions with friends of ours on Twitter about this. I don't know how the Soviets architected these things. I know that in America, when we fire a missile, we have a couple safeguards on it. One, if the missile detects a series of failures, it will auto destruct. If the missile has a backlink So basically, if we remain in communications with the missile and we help guide it towards this intended target and the backlink is lost, the missile will auto-destruct. If a missile misses its target and then hits apogee and has no means of reacquiring the target, the missile will auto-destruct. And if all of that fails, we have what's called a command destruct, whereby the operator sitting at any missile, the operator can do that using command destruct. I do not know how the Russians architected the S-300 back in the 1970s. I don't know if they've updated it since then. I don't know either that the missile warhead necessarily exploded on impact when it hit Poland. But I would again point to the fact that we are talking about a missile that is over 7 meters in length, the size of a telephone pole. Damn thing is massive, and it can fly, depending, upon what it was trying to hit, a quasi-ballistic trajectory such that it is gathering a full head of steam and will make a big hole wherever it lands. The only thing I wish, and this is just my own idiot opinion, I wish that there may have been some quicker accountability on where that missile came from. And then when NATO members kind of came to the concurrence of the origins of the missile, I feel like the lingering doubts or questioning or still sticking to the original story is not productive and serves only to become a distraction and an opportunity that is seized upon by Votniks and haters to say, see, can't trust Zelensky. There he goes again. He's NATO saying one thing and he's saying the other. So I feel like it was an unforced error. It was unfortunate, and hopefully something that we can move on from and learn from in short order. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Hannes. I don't think this is a good time for questions, but also the reason why things are going slowly, and I think this is important to know, is because there were 2 Polish citizens who died in Polish soil, and therefore there has to be, by the books investigation done, because the Polish government can't, survive without doing that. I think that's an important point there as well. Good thing to bear in mind. Things cannot move quicker than they can. Big Papa, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I just have a air defense question since we're talking air defense. I'm going to try to make sense of it. So I guess my question is, well, so far everything has to happen over Ukraine. It puts Ukrainians at risk constantly. And short of getting F-16s, what would it take to get their air defense to the point, or could they even? I think the S-300 is their longest range air defense. Is there capabilities like the Gray Eagle that would give them enough warning that they could engage some of these, at least some of, if not all of these cruise missiles over Russian airspace? Like, can they push the S-300s close enough and to where, put them at a little bit of risk of shit falling on their country instead of worrying about it falling on Ukraine? Can they get to that point, or is that just pie in the sky? I hope that made sense.
Hannes, do you want to speak to this? So Big Papa, you're basically asking, is there a way for Ukraine to intercept stuff before it gets into Ukrainian airspace, so that instead whatever falls down, if anything falls down on Russia?
Yeah, thank you for making sense of that. Yeah, basically an early warning enough and be able to identify the threat, so you're not shooting down the wrong target, but just see it out far enough and then hit it before it even crosses the border.
Okay, so I'll give it a go. I think Thanos has to go. it depends on where you are. If you're an air defense battery outside of Kharkiv, you can see across the border just about, over Belgorod Oblast and shoot stuff down over it for sure, right? If you're somewhere else, where you're a lot further away from the Russian border, that might be very difficult. The other part is cruise missiles are sometimes very difficult to detect because, as Thanos was saying earlier, they tend to fly nap of the earth, so at very low altitudes, using the topography to hide themselves from especially ground-based radar. Now, Ukraine doesn't have a sufficiently permissive airspace, nor I think the technical capacity to run radar, plane-based radars itself. Now, Ukraine might be given some information, possibly, plausibly, likely, from some friendly countries that might operate such planes, but they cannot operate them over Ukraine, we think anyway, right? The thing about radar is because the Earth is round, not flat, you can't see forever if at an infinite distance around the Earth if your radar is based on the ground. But if it's based on a plane, you can see a lot further. So since they're limited to ground-based radar, say in eastern Ukraine, right? Say you're in Dnipro and missiles are coming from somewhere from the Black Sea, or especially the ones from the Black Sea, because you can't really detect the launches, right? Or the launches that you can detect from high altitude planes, the strategic bombers that Russians launch out of Saratov and Astrakhan, places like that. They can see that they were launched, but they can't know, they can't exactly see the missiles. They see the launch of the missiles, but then once the missiles descend to a low enough altitude, they can't see them anymore over either Russia or Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, right? Not to mention that if you're based somewhere, as an air defense battery, even if you're around Bakhmut or just to the north of the city of Donetsk, there's still 100 kilometers of occupied Ukraine between it and the Russian border. So you would need a very long-range air defense system, longer range than what Ukraine has, to shoot them down over Russia still, if they're coming from there. And many are coming from that direction. And secondly, you're likely not able to see them because you don't have a sufficiently high elevation radar in that area to be able to see them. Does that kind of make sense, Big Papa? So if there's a missile coming in from Belarus or a missile coming in from Belgorod Oblast or Bryansk Oblast or something like that, then yeah, sure, you can still see them while they're over Russia if your radar is close enough to the border. But the trajectory that most of them take from the Caspian Sea and then over occupied southeastern Ukraine and then over free Ukrainian territories, the maths just doesn't work out.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, basically, I was going for what would it take to maybe get them there, because I remember months ago one of the U.S. packages included the Gray Eagle, which I think is like a AWACS, but it's a drone version with the radar, and then they said no, they're not giving it. So if they had one of those, and maybe more NASAMS and IRIS-T to protect it, flying over Ukraine, and then they could see far enough out. And I guess maybe the S-300 missiles can shoot far enough if you put them, like you said, depending on where you put them, and then hit this stuff before it even gets to the border. Does that make sense?
You'd need Patriots, I think, to have enough range for that. I think. I'm not entirely sure because I am no air defense expert, but I think you'd need Patriots to shoot them down. No, over Rostov Oblast still. And they were not provided yet. NASAMS don't have the range. I don't think, anyway, if I understand things correctly, nor do IRIS-Ts.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So, yeah, I get the thinking, but I just don't think it's likely or very plausible. But there you go. All right. Thank you, Big Papa. Then, John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So I just dug up some data on the Bofors cannon. So what I found is, there's several types, but there was one, I think it's called 40L60, which is a 40 millimeter, and it's got a effective range for air targets of 3,800 meters, which is slightly more than I do. I don't know, but yeah, and it can fire up to 120. I don't know what to call them, shots per minute. So quite effective, I think.
Thank you, Denjon. And remember, right, you're not actually firing for a minute straight. Most of these, the much shorter burst will be quite sufficient if it's against a single target.
First time I would have. Yeah,
absolutely,
also,
absolutely.
And also the I don't think there's a magazine holding 120 of them. I don't know, it's quite big. Maybe there is, but I don't know. Who am I?
So, Denjon, on a slightly different point. Yesterday, Sweden in the morning announced just under 300 million euro package of military help specifically. And on top of that, there was a sizable humanitarian help package as well. But the military help package was just under 300 million euros. It included air defenses. It wasn't very specific, not at all. Do you reckon there's a chance that Sweden might have realized, yeah, we have a bunch of these autocannons. They're relatively quick to train on. We have a bunch of them, lots of ammunition for them. Do you reckon there's a chance Sweden might be sending some of those?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely don't have any clues whatsoever. But I mean, yeah, likely. I'm sure we have lots of them. Well, I don't know, but we should have. So yeah, likely if we have them, I think it would be a good idea at least. I don't know. Have they been discussed outside this forum? Maybe people are not aware.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's not very clear. But hey, I guess we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to just wait and see. I wonder. The question being, is there is that even something that's likely to be seen, noticed in Ukraine, right? Often with these Nordic announcements, we often just realize what exactly was said only once it's been seen in action, and this might be too hidden a thing to be really seen in action.
Yeah, I have seen something. Now I can't remember when and where. Some clips of stating Ukraine forces using air defense cannons on the ground targets. But I can't remember how it looked, if it was a Bofors or not. I can't remember that.
All right. The other thing I wanted to raise, since you're here, after Sweden announced just under 300 million euro package of military aid for Ukraine, today Finland has announced a military aid package of 55.6 million euros, which is the largest one thus far for Finland. More than half as much as Finland has delivered in the previous 9 packages combined. So similarly to Sweden, a very extensive one. And to the best of my understanding, they have made exactly zero comment on what they're sending. Let me just check again. The auto translation function on their website of the Ministry of Defense. I will read this out because this is a fantastic exercise by the Finns on how to announce military aid. Right? They say Finland will deliver more defense aid to Ukraine. Finland donates more defense aid to Ukraine. The President of the Republic decided on the matter today, November 17th, based on the government's proposal. This is the 10th defense aid shipment from Finland to Ukraine. The value is 55.6 million euros. The total value of all defense equipment packages delivered by Finland to Ukraine is now 160.4 million euros. Ukraine still needs support in defending its country. The set of defense equipment to be sent now is the largest in scope that we have decided so far, says the defense minister. For operational reasons and to guarantee the safe delivery of the aid, the content, method of delivery, or schedule of the aid will not be announced in more detail. The additional aid has taken into account both the needs of Ukraine and the resource situation of the defense forces. After the Russian attack, Ukraine has requested material aid from both European Union and NATO member states. For more information, please contact the Special Assistant to the Ministry of Defense at the following phone number. So in other words, we're giving 55.6 million euros of stuff. That is all we're going to tell you, nothing else. You will not get any more information whatsoever on anything. This is the very Nordic approach of, they need more stuff. We're going to give them more stuff. End of message. Then John.
Yeah, are you actually sure that was the Finnish statement you translated? Because that
Yes,
sounded
yes.
exactly like the Swedish. Exactly, almost down to the word.
It was wow. It
Yeah,
was the Finnish one. It was defmin.fi and it was anti-Kaikkonen. It was referenced.
Yeah,
So.
the only difference being that Sweden actually said it's to do with air defense, but the rest was almost exactly. No more information due to OPSEC and security safety for the people delivering and so on, and all based on requirements from Ukraine.
I would note that the Swedes were much more specific, saying that they're sending air defense equipment and munitions, as well as specifying that they're sending some sort of 4x4s or some such. So they did say a whole lot more than the Finns. The Finns just said, we're sending 55.6 million euros worth of stuff, end of message.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was just the additional comments to that. I mean, the comments here is from the Finns is that they're not saying anything more because of this, and the Swedes said the same thing. We're telling you this, but not anymore because of what you just read.
Thank you very much, then, John. Yeah, it's I don't really know what else to say, but I'm very glad that more such things are being moved. Now you can say, why is it only 55 million? Why is that a big thing? Well, it is still a big thing, nevertheless, right? And having also wide-ranging, broad-ranging support is very significant and very important. Then, John?
Yeah, and also we should remember that what Defense Secretary Austin said yesterday, that everything that was that would be announced and was announced is really a coordinated effort. So all this has been discussed on very high levels to ensure that the coverage is maximum, I think.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much. Then, John. We have Verlaine up with us. Verlaine, very glad to see you here with us. I'm glad that you have power and internet for at least this short while. 2 days ago, you were here with us. 3 days ago now, and you started a new MriyaAid drive for a very specific purpose to help the Rapid Reaction Brigade. What can you tell us about it? How is it going? And just honestly, you tell us. Why am I still talking?
Good morning, good afternoon, good time of the day. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. So, first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude and the gratitude from the whole brigade for everyone who had already donated, who had supported us. It means a world to me. It means someone's life saved. And the thing is, my initial goal in my mind was really huge because once again, I'm really humble, introverted person, and I'm usually trying to, do it on my own or ask for help from my friends. But now I consider all of you kind of like my friends. And we have reached the initial goal, but we keep on going because those were just the essentials to restore their fighting capabilities and capacities. Because during one of the attacks in Bakhmut, it costed Russians a lot of casualties and losses. But unfortunately, we did suffer losses as well, both in manpower and equipment. So we are restoring some of that equipment with the help of the community. Like literally, we spoke with the MriyaAid team who had received donations, who had calculated that we are able to do that. We keep on going. The drive is on. I won't remove my tweet from the line ever. You can still do that. It's same. You if you want to specifically help the rapid response, the rapid reaction brigade, please do. If you wish to, just add in the node RRB. You know how it goes. Yeah, and like honestly, I have received the quotations. We had received the discount from the manufacturer. Luckily, thanks God. A bit of discount usually encourages us to do more, fundraise more, show it to the guys. Once I received the message from Alex and the Mria 18 that we did that like within a day-ish, my jaw dropped completely because time is very crucial. I mean, there are factors at war which are basically defining, and time is one of the defining factors. Sometimes I was willing to get like all of my savings, and I'm gradually trying to restore them, but still, to all my savings just to pay a little bit more, but get it faster because time is life. So we are going to procure that as soon as possible, keeping the drive going. And I would like to share with you a great news. I don't know, what do you think about our rapid response brigade officers destroying Su-25 with the with Igla? It happened in the morning, and it happened the same direction, the same axis, close to Bakhmut. Our units, air defense officers have detected and located the hostile enemies, basically aviation attempt to fly over really low. Those were really low altitudes, and it was our area, our unit's area of responsibility. Our battalion tactical unit was there, and even though it was really far away from the position, from the battle position, our officer, one of the officers, risked it all and conducted the shot from Igla 1. The missile reached the target, and we already have like an interview with the officer, and I hope try to some sort of translation or captions for all of you to hear that story. So once I heard that the initial drive was like covered and we can get them those very like essentials, once again we were fundraising, and we're still fundraising mostly for the reconnaissance platoon needs. The guys started bombarding me with the emojis and photos of them like lying somewhere on the ground because it was early in the morning, and just with those smiley faces. It was insane, like the outreach and the overwhelming support. They felt it, and it means a lot. I received a lot of messages. I honestly tried to respond to everyone with the emoji reaction, just words of gratitude, because I care about it. It means a lot. And I remember there was a DM asking if we know the countries, of origin of the people who donated. Unfortunately, I don't know all of them. I tried to open every profile and just look at them, but it was South Africa, Canada, America, Brazil, Japan, France, Germany, Croatia, Slovakia, Slovenia, and the donations were like from, I think, like $5 to 6,000 euros, and then it was doubled at some point. It was so heartwarming. Especially, I was really sobbing when I was reading those messages. People saying like, "Oh, I'm sorry, it's such a small amount." No, it's not. It's not. Like every contribution goes towards saving someone, and at some point those 5, 10, $1, $3, they make a difference. So thank you once again so very much. We gonna, like, I will stop being this modest, and we'll do more of this open fundraisers with the help of MriyaAid. This time, this procurement will I will meet it somewhere in Kiev, so I will be able to. I won't be able to show you what exactly it is, but I will make sure that you will see the guys utilizing it with some blurs, and since I'm going to be the one doing the whole logistic and paperwork, I can also share some parts in this, and maybe I'm gonna ask the guys to make a video or share with us some maybe unreleased footage. I don't know. I'm definitely thinking of expressing how excited I was that we managed as a global community to help out. Maybe I'm gonna make a video myself with them. I don't know, but then I need to go to Bakhmut, but that's not the problem. I've already been there at some point. But yeah, it just, if you have any questions, please just ask, because it was very wonderful. So thank you, wonderful people.
Thank you, Verlaine. Nale, go ahead.
Yes, our aid package was what, 56 million? That's quite a small package in my opinion, but then again, we have to take out a map and watch where we are. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you, Nale. Verlaine, can you tell us a little bit more about, you said you're going to translate and subtitle it, but nevertheless, what more can you tell us about the SC-25 that went down thanks to the manpad operator and the Rapid Reaction Brigade?
I can tell that it went down gloriously.
Now, and to make it clear, right, Iglas are relatively old Soviet design manpads, and they have been, very important for Ukrainian frontline units, because there simply aren't enough Western manpads to go around, and it's still important to be covering whatever you can with whatever equipment you can. Now, Verlaine, would you agree that, despite suffering something of a shortfall in equipment as of late, the Rapid Reaction Brigade, did everything they could with what they had, but having more equipment and restoring the stocks of equipment to what they had before, let's say June, July, that would help them be even more efficient and more effective, especially as the winter is coming?
Well, the winter is coming, unfortunately, after RR Martin's quotation. This phrase brings both terror and, suffocation. Anyways, we have like a group of volunteers. We have been trying to, like, everything we can to help them sustain their fighting capabilities during winter time. Same goes to the government, same goes to the unit command. The urgent requests to the winter gear have been partially satisfied during, like, beginning of autumn, but that's not enough, because more and more people are being trained, so they need to, the reserves also need to have proper gear. Overall, they do have, so the Rapid Reaction Brigade have been training for this since the day of their establishment, to defend the country with all they have, and they have had trainings during winter time, and they were deployed to the Joint Forces operation last winter, so they were there in beginning of January. winter fighting isn't something new for them. If you're asking about the camo and white camo, by the way, it was the first snow today in Ukraine. I didn't see it because it melted, but looking at my pads, I kind of think that was definitely first snow. I mean, they're really, really muddy as there was snow, and I heard some report that it was snowing in Ukraine, in western central part. So the camo is almost ready for the machinery and for the soldiers. There are separate fundraising efforts for really, really like warm winter gear, socks, and so on and so forth. I am personally also donating to those efforts, trying to give a little bit of contribution everywhere, so I kind of feel better about not being with them physically. I'm mostly with the team here and MriyaAid, managing the most exquisite, expensive, or hard to get stuff. Let's word it this way. Especially right now in Ukraine, we have some limits of what can be procured from Ukraine, like within Ukraine. Within Ukraine, we can buy up to some sums of money, but outside of Ukraine, there's like a whole different story. So I'm really grateful for MriyaAid team to help for helping us out with doing that. The machines are ready, the fuels are ready. We're just there's just a really heavy fighting right now near Bakhmut, and I remember the quote of my friend. They are really, really strong, and the will is there, the morale is there, but they're not eternal. And they're like we have less and less professional army within the within like professional troops within Ukrainian army, because unfortunately they also get tired and get killed, like especially if it's like artillery strikes. So sometimes when I hear that by the end of it all Ukraine will have the most experienced, trained army, I tend to agree and disagree at the same time, because I know how many professional soldiers will just will die by the end of the war, and we will lose their experience and their skills and their knowledge. And it's a very sad and complicated subject to begin with. But overall, there is this minor inconvenience with power cuts, heating problems, and lack of water all around Ukraine, because you know that Russia has been hitting Ukrainian infrastructure. Today we had 50 overall, like 50 power cuts. I think like 50 attacks overall, including loitering munition, rockets, and missiles. So yeah, winter was gonna be something of another kind.
Thank you, Verlaine. This is part of why this is needed soon, right? And this is part of why it was so heartening to see this massive response so very quickly after you started this campaign. Joanna.
Thank you, Domin and Verlaine. So, you know, every day War Monitor puts up tweet, Bakhmut still holds, and every day I'm happy that Bakhmut still holds. For months, Russians are trying to break the forces in Bakhmut, but they still hold. And I believe that the Rapid Response Brigade is doing everything they can there in order to hold the line. even if the Russians throw everything at Bakhmut. So I'm happy I donated. I hope that they will be well equipped for the winter. And well, I just wanted to thank you, Verlaine, for your amazing heart. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Jonna. It's a joint effort, and yeah, I really don't know what to say. Usually I'm at lack of words. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe for those who missed the initial rollout, do you wanna do you want to again go very quickly through, not just where they've been fighting for so long, the Rapid Reaction Brigade, or do you want to maybe say again, what they've been doing, where they were, the progression, Hostomel, etc. I fear we might have lost Verlaine. That's always the chance these days. With the infrastructure having been so destroyed by. There we go. No, as she said earlier. All right. Wisniewski, go ahead.
Unfortunately, Verlaine is gone. I wanted to ask her if she's got an update, if she knows what the latest talk is by Ukrainian authorities on how long the infrastructure in Kiev, for instance, can sustain the city, and how far we are away from some necessary evacuations.
No, I think that due to exactly the infrastructural situation that you mentioned, we won't be able to. We won't be able to get on that. I don't think anybody really knows. I don't think it's something that the Ukrainian government is likely to be putting forward anyway. Just as a more general point, it's how can I put this? It's also a question of degrees, right? And it's a question of how quickly they can source, how quickly they can get certain parts that seem to be coming more slowly than they could be. So that's a big component of it. Now, one thing that I think is quite important to note is that Ukrainian air defenses have improved very substantially in recent weeks. There was a partial report comparing the strikes on the 10th of October with the strikes on the 15th of November, and even though there were more cruise missiles launched on the 15th of November, as opposed to more drones on the 10th of October, the shoot down rate was substantially higher on the 15th of November, right? That seems to be evidencing that Ukrainian air defenses are becoming substantially better over time, and that it might be possible to really go ahead and protect, the infrastructure that gets repaired, or rather that it would be possible indeed to do what's kind of necessary, right? To keep infrastructure repairs going on quicker than Russians can go ahead and destroy. So I would suggest that's a part of it as well. But timelines, I think Wisniewski are too hard to comment on because they are too variable. Charles?
Yeah, so I did see an announcement yesterday regarding power outages and things like that from the Ukrainian government that seemed to indicate that in many areas the emergency blackouts, which they've talked about, so this is not the scheduled blackouts, but the emergency ones, had largely been reduced or were no longer necessary for many areas. So they do occasionally release things. These go out to the population primarily. But overall things I couldn't speak about, but I will just mention that, the Ukrainian government and I'll say the Ukrainian people in general have been performing
unbelievable feats in infrastructure repair. Just what the Ministry of Infrastructure in Ukraine has been able to accomplish, how many bridges they've been able to rebuild, how many roads they've been able to clear, the speed at which they've been able to do things. Now, some of these bridges are temporary structures. Temporary structures meaning will last a few years, but of course they need to be replaced. But even large sections, even over the Svetsi Donets River, for example, is absolutely mind blowing. How fast and how professional they've been able to do that. So if they're handling the attacks and on the electrical infrastructure, the grid and the heating and that kind of thing, the same way that they've been going about their road networks and rail networks, I'm not worried.
Exactly, and here it's more of a question of having the right components rather than the question of having the ability. Right, it's a question of having the right stuff at hand, rather than having enough people to be able to do this. Right, Ukraine has enough people. Ukraine has enough people who can fix things up. What Ukraine is missing is having the right components that they would need to actually fix. What's being destroyed. These things are made in very small volumes because they have an operational lifetime of many decades, right? These aren't things that you replace every year, every couple of years. It's things you replace every several decades, every many decades, right? That's why it's produced in small volumes, in small quantities, rather than being produced in large numbers. And this is what they really need, and they need it yesterday. They don't need it in just maybe in 3 months, maybe in 5 months. They need those things now. Charles?
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. I mean, I think that kind of one of the good things is that many of those components are manufactured in Western Europe. So at least the supply chain is not extremely long. But you're totally right. And I wish we had more details exactly on what kind of equipment. Maybe there are some electrical grid forums, things that I haven't seen about what's actually going. But I'm hopefully assuming that the manufacturing capacity of Western Europe is providing that stuff.
Exactly, and this is what they need to be jolted into doing, right? That's the important part there. John, go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering about Verlaine's campaign, if it's obviously ongoing, if we knew how long it was likely to last for, because I saw that she'd met the initial target, and yeah, I just wanted to assume it's going to continue basically in terms of
exactly. It's going on, right? The first target was reached, but that doesn't mean that there will ever be too much stuff. And if it does go over, it will just go and roll over into other campaigns, be they for drones or medical equipment or night vision equipment or whatever else. So there's whatever it is, it will be used very well, even if the Rapid Reaction Brigade said no. Let's share this with some other units.
Great, cool. Yeah, I was just thinking because I'm often listening late night European time when there's lots of Americans up who might not have heard it due to the times I've heard her mention it on here. So I might drop in and mention it just in case no one's heard it at another time. Because
it's a good idea.
Fantastic achievement. So if she's still listening, well done, Verlaine. It's amazing to hear her today. She sounds totally different from the other day. So it's just brilliant. And it shows what an incredible community this is, really. It's fantastic.
No, she's had to drop off due to no more power or Wi-Fi. Because guess what? Russians have been doing again today.
I suspected, and there's like 500 people here. If everybody just dropped a tenner in now, that'd be 5,000 quid towards it. And to have raised so much so quickly is just brilliant. I've seen it before in this space, and yeah, it's really heartwarming. And just to hear the difference in the tone of her voice today compared to how she was when she was clearly exhausted when she was translating the other night, and it's just brilliant. So well done.
And if you've just joined us and are confused about what John is talking about, just look at the first tweet up in the nest. The